We'll be in a good position and go into the playoffs.
It's wrong to ignore it. Like, you have to look at it for what it is, and you have to go and accept the fact that we've put ourselves in this situation of we can go win the division, and we have to go do it, and this is how we got to do it. That's right in front of us. That's why you play sports. That's why you compete. That's why you play board games. That's why you do everything, is you're in control. You get the outcome in everything you work for, and it's obviously just on a grander scale here, and we're working since January of putting everything into it and coming down just day by day. I mean, that's what the league likes. That's what they want. That's why they're scheduling all these division games at the end.
There were a couple guys who were out with injuries at Wednesday's practice, including Tetairoa McMillan. He did say that he feels good as he's dealing with some soreness himself, but the big question is going to be around left tackle Ike Ekwonu. He's dealing with a knee injury, and right now he's saying he's unsure if he will be ready to go for Sunday, saying, of course, though, if he could, he will do everything that he can. At Bank of America Stadium, Danielle Stein, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Larry's got your forecast.
Plan on a rainy day today.
Yeah.
The one day on the next 7. So showers today, and not expecting any severe weather threat. It'll be mild in the 50s, at least around 57. We're in the upper 50s tomorrow. Dry weather, great looking weather ahead for the weekend Saturday. We're 58. Check it out. Sunday afternoon, game day, going to be in the 60s. Our coolest day of the next 7 will be Monday. We're at 51. And then notice next Wednesday, Christmas Eve, daytime temperature high will be in the mid to upper 60s. All right.
That's a Carolina Christmas for sure, Larry.
Definitely.
All right, Larry, thank you for that. Folks, if you're just now joining us, we are following breaking news here on WCNC Charlotte. It's out of Statesville, where we know a plane crash has happened there at the airport. We are going to stay with continuing coverage right here on WCNC Charlotte. According to public records, the owner of the plane is listed as GB Aviation Leasing, LLC. That's a company that is owned by former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle.
That's right. Now, officials at the Statesville Airport are going to give an update right now. It's supposed to start around 12:30. We're going to bring that to you live as soon as it begins. We do have a crew at the scene there. In fact, we're going to show you some live pictures momentarily. Bria Smith is there. We're continuing to gather some information regarding this plane crash. Again, at the Statesville Regional Airport, we know a plane was trying to land. It was around 10:20 this morning. You can see a number of the crews getting set up there. We heard Larry talk about the rainy conditions there. We are hoping to get more information as this continues. But again, live pictures right now from the Statesville Regional Airport, where we know a plane crashed this morning around 10:20 as it was trying to land at the airport there.
We are expecting an update from airport officials there in the next couple of minutes. Can't guarantee it will be on time, but stay with us here on WCNC Charlotte as we continue on air with this coverage. From what we've been told, this was a Cessna Citation, a small private airplane, aircraft. It can hold somewhere between up to 9 to 12 people. That gives you some indication of the seriousness of a plane crash like this. At this point, way too early to have any idea of what happened or why it went down. But when you start talking about a plane like this and the possibility that up to 9 to 12 people were on board, could end up being a somber day there for the folks here in Statesville and across the Carolinas.
And we do know that the FAA is there. They've already started their investigation, so hopefully we will get some more details once this news conference does begin. Again, it was scheduled to begin at 12:30. We will see if that happens. Of course, we will have live team coverage for you right here on WCNC as well as on WCNC Plus as we are working to get more information about this plane crash at Statesville Regional Airport this morning.
Folks, it is important to be as transparent with you as possible, while at the same time being as accurate as possible and making sure we're rigorous with our facts that we come on the air to tell you about, because we take that responsibility seriously. That's why we are telling you what we know from public information, from public data, from FAA records, and that is that we have been able to find out that the Cessna Citation is owned by GB Aviation Leasing, LLC, based out of Mooresville, I believe. It is a company that is owned by NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, a widely known, popular name in NASCAR circles. You don't even have to follow NASCAR to know that name. We also know the address of that company matches his house as well. That said, again, to be blunt and as transparent with you as possible, we do not know, we cannot confirm who was on this plane.
Correct, and hopefully we will get that information, but until we know for sure, we aren't able to take any liberties because it's just information that we simply don't know right now. Again, part of our research and news gathering process, working to get more information, and we can only get that from the officials there in Statesville. Again, we can see they are beginning to set up, so hopefully this news conference will begin momentarily. And again, of course, we will bring that to you live.
Control room, roll with me here. Let's bring in Larry Sprinkle. He is standing by. Nobody knows the area as well as Larry Sprinkle. Proud to have him as part of our team for as long as we have. Larry, first of all, speak to the weather. We do not have any idea or indication that weather was an issue here, but we know it's raining out there. Just speak in the last few hours, sort of the conditions that pilots were facing.
And we'll in fact have the radar. We'll take a look at our weather computer. We'll show you what was going on at that time from the radar perspective. And we kind of froze this at about 10 minutes after 10 this morning. There was really no rain in the area. There was some patchy fog. Visibility, we look back, visibility was somewhere around 2-mile visibility. So I don't think weather had an impact, although we're not sure at this point. The FAA will certainly examine that after we get more details coming in. So once again, visibility was about 2.5 miles. There was no rain in the area. Winds were light. They were about 5 to 10 miles per hour. So weather definitely was not a major impact at the time. There wasn't any gusty winds. We didn't have any storms, no lightning or anything like that that could certainly threaten an aircraft. And we didn't have any rain to obscure the visibility. Although once, you know, if you're at elevation, making an approach from a couple thousand feet, the sky was, you had clouds in the sky. You may have had some light rain at that altitude, but certainly no major impact.
Larry, sorry to cut you off real quick. We're going to listen in and see if we can get some information from this news conference.
All right, my name is April Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for the City of Statesville. We're going to provide a short briefing of the incident that happened this morning. At the end of this briefing, we will not be taking any questions. Just want to give you the heads up on that. So I'm going to introduce you to Ron Smith, City Manager for the City of Statesville.
Good morning. My name is Ron Smith. I'm the City Manager in Statesville. To my left is John Ferguson, our Airport Director, Jody Smyer. He's with Iredell County Emergency Management. Chief David Only, Police Chief, and Chief Glenn Curfey is our Fire Chief. So we don't have a lot to share this morning as this is still an active event, but I just wanted to let you know that the city did respond to a crash here at the airport this morning at about 10:15. It's been a multi-agency response. We've had city, county, state, feds are here. So we have had, again, everybody is here on site at this point, and we anticipate that this is going to go on for quite some time. Since we don't have a lot of information to share today, and since this is evolving, either the city or other agencies will take the lead in putting out more information as the day goes on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ferguson, our Airport Director.
Thank you. Good morning. Like we said, approximately 10:15 a.m., we got a report of a corporate jet that crashed off the end of the runway on the east end. When actually I came out, it was already fully involved. We've had multiple agencies, as you said, come. The FAA arrived about 12 o'clock today. They're taking over the scene. They're taking over the investigation. We have no information on any cause. The airport now is closed until further notice. It'll take some time to get the debris off the runway to get it safe again. At this time, I'm also still don't have any other information than what we've already said. I'll turn this over to, go ahead, you do it.
Again, we'll provide updates as soon as we have them, either by us or other agencies. And if you have direct questions that you want answered, you can email those to me, and we will try to get these back to you as soon as possible. Again, my name is April Nesbitt. It's ANESBIT at statesvillenc.net. Thank you all.
No number of people on the plane right now? And did it happen during landing?
All right, folks, you've been listening to officials there in Statesville giving us a brief, although helpful update about the situation there. A few nuggets that we've got from that. A small, short presser. For one, we know that it now happened around 10:15, a little earlier than we expected. And so far, and this is what happens in plane crashes, you have a multi-agency response within an hour. We're a little less than 2 hours into this, and they said already they have local, state, and federal responses there. The FAA showing up at the site by noon, a little over 30 minutes ago.
Correct. We also heard from the airport director there saying that the FAA, again, taking over this investigation. No info right now on the cause. As you may imagine, this is going to take some time. The airport, of course, there in Statesville is closed until further notice. They said they have to get the debris off the runway. But they received a report of a corporate jet that had crashed on the east end of the runway around 10:15 this morning. So going to be a long day for the folks out there investigating in Statesville. And as we get more information, of course, we will bring that to you live here on WCNC Charlotte.
And we also know a lot of you are just joining us literally by the minute to be updated as you hear about it and see it on your social media feed. Just to recap, we know a airplane went down at the Statesville Regional Airport a little after 10 this morning. It's an airplane that we know is registered to the company belonging to Greg Biffle, the NASCAR driver. We know that as well. Julie Kay standing by with information she's been learning in the newsroom. Julie.
Yeah, and we just got that updated press conference, and the FAA just got back to us confirming a Cessna C550 crashed while landing at the Statesville Airport. So this happened, we just learned, around 10:15 a.m., so a little earlier than we originally thought. And as our anchors mentioned, flight records show it's owned by a private North Carolina company, GB Aviation Leasing, LLC, registered to Mooresville. The company has one contract on record, and it is with retired NASCAR driver Greg Biffle. Now, the Statesville Airport is owned by the city and often provides aviation facilities for several NASCAR teams. But again, we cannot confirm at this point who is on board that plane. We do know the plane itself is a small corporate jet, also known as a Citation II. We also know the NTSB is going to lead the investigation, and we're hoping to get a preliminary accident report from the FAA by tomorrow. But Ben, Lisa, as we just heard, they are on scene actively right now, cleaning that debris, figuring out more information. It's going to be a long day. That Statesville Airport is, of course, closed, but we know that those scenes are actively investigating right now, so unclear when we're going to get that information.
We know, Julie, that it's going to take some time, of course, because it's just happening. This is very much a developing story, and they want to be very thorough with their investigation before they release any more information to us. So again, as you said, going to be a long day, and as we get new details, we will certainly pass them along to you.
We should go ahead and set expectations for you at home here. NTSB investigations usually take a little over a year. I think the average is about 14 months. So not only is it going to be a long day, but for folks there in the Statesville community, it's going to be a long few weeks and months ahead. And honestly, it could be well over a year before we get a firm answer about what happened today. I think back to completely unrelated, but we're talking about the plane crash in D.C. that happened in January. This morning on the news, we talked about how the NTSB will get its final report out sometime in the new year, a year after that plane went down. And we know they are especially careful with these investigations, yes, and painstaking is the word that comes to mind when it comes to how they conduct themselves and the evidence that they gather at the scene and making sure they come to correct conclusions and not fast conclusions.
For sure. I mean, they understand that people want to get answers. Of course, there are so many questions, but they have to be thorough. And as you said, with the NTSB, they will issue a preliminary report, but it will take at least a year or so, usually, for that full report from the investigators there. And again, this just happened within, we're two hours and about 10 minutes now into this. So we are working to get more information. When we do, we'll pass it along. We're going to bring our Larry Sprinkle back in now. Sorry to cut you off, but we wanted to get that information from the officials there at the airport.
Larry, you were mentioning that weather doesn't seem to have been a big issue then?
It's speculation that weather would not be a major factor. We'll have the radar once again on our weather computer to show you at the time that the plane crashed, approximately between about 10 and 10:30. Precipitation, no precipitation. Looking at visibility at the time, the visibility was about 2.5 miles at the airport there in Statesville. That wouldn't be a factor. Winds were light. They were about 5 to 10 miles per hour at the surface. Now, as far as elevation, at a couple thousand feet up, making the approach into the airport, basically the same. It was clouds and some fog. Winds were anywhere from about 10 to 20 miles an hour. That should not be a major factor. I mean, these are durable. The Citation is a very durable plane. It normally could handle 2 pilots and
handles 8
far
passengers.
More. Yeah.
Right.
It's a plane. It's a type of aircraft that's used quite often in corporate jets. As speculation once again that weather weather doesn't seem to be a major factor in this. So what would be the cause, we're certainly not sure. As you said, the FAA will be sending a team of investigators down there right now, and obviously no one at the airport had any answer to what's going on. But just a terrible tragedy there in Statesville, and obviously a lot of connections locally to folks who certainly are part of that industry.
Well, here's the thing. Though we still haven't confirmed who might be or might be not on the plane, anytime something like this happens, you're talking possibly up to 10 to 12 people on board that plane. That's going to touch so many lives.
For sure.
And so many families. And as I speak right now, there are family members who are getting the worst news of their lives.
Yeah.
And we got to keep the humanity as a part of this when we talk about it, because regardless of who it is, and we'll find out who it is, I'm sure,
right,
in the hours to come. But regardless of who it is, there's people whose lives who are permanently changed going forward.
And we're in the middle of the holiday season, so people are having thoughts of other things holiday related. But as you said, somebody's going to get some phone calls today with news that they were not expecting to hear. Again, another reason why that investigation has to take some time, why they must be very thorough, and why they won't rush to give information, even though they know that we, the media, and lots of other people have many questions surrounding what happened with this plane crash this morning.
It's a very close-knit community, the folks involved, in that situation. And as you were saying, Ben, there are people that we may know, and obviously people who are watching us right now on WCNC certainly are aware of some of the folks who fly that type of plane, have been on the plane, and our prayers go out to the families of all those people.
Because again, we know it's owned, the plane, because we can go through some of our processes. We can look through FAA records, and we can see that the plane is registered by a company owned by Greg Biffle. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Right. It means exactly just that, is that it was owned by Greg Biffle.
Yes.
We've got Bria Smith. She's standing by. She was listening into that news conference. She's there on scene. All right, Bria, give us an idea. Assess the scene. Explain where you are as it pertains to everything else and what else is happening around you.
Yeah, Ben, well, we are here at the Statesville Regional Airport, and like you mentioned just minutes ago, we did hear from city and airport officials. I'm going to step out of the frame here so you can take a look behind me at that runway there. Now, what we do know is that a Cessna C550 plane crashed while attempting to land at the Statesville Regional Airport around 10:15 this morning. Now, like you all mentioned, the FAA registry has the owner of the plane listed as GB Aviation Leasing, LLC. That company is owned by former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, and the address listed also matches his house in Mooresville. Now, Iredell County and the city of Statesville emergency response personnel are currently working this incident. Multiple agencies and crews are all hands on deck here. The FAA arrived on scene approximately at 12 p.m. investigating this incident. Now, one man we did have the chance to speak with, who works for a separate electrician company, tells us as soon as he saw a big cloud of smoke and flames, he knew the incident had to be bad. Another woman reached out to us earlier saying she and her family have spoken out on many concerns and difficulties regarding planes landing here at the airport. Now, the FAA saying they will post an incident report usually within the next business day of these initial incidents, and the National Transportation Safety Board is leading this investigation. Now, information is short at the moment, but as we continue to learn more, we will bring you updated information. Back to you guys.
All right, Bria Smith there in Statesville. Bria, thank you so much for that report. Stand by. We'll probably check back in with you in just a few minutes as we again working to get more information about this. We know that a number of you may be seeing things on social media, but we want to report to you the information that we get from officials that we know to be true and accurate. Again, regarding that plane crash this morning at the Statesville Regional Airport. We heard from the airport director earlier saying that they don't have any information right now on a cause. We're going to sing things over to our Megan Bragg. She joins us in the studio now. Megan, I know you're doing some verifying.
Yeah, and guys, when something like this happens, you see a lot on social media. It's really important to take a breath and really focus on what we have confirmed so far. So I'm going to go through some of the things that I'm seeing on social media. A lot of these on X right now. This is what I saw, that the plane was registered to NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, and it has crashed. They're saying it's a Cessna 550. Well, we can confirm that right now. What you saw in that press conference was was they were saying it's a Cessna C550. And so it is owned by a private company, GB Aviation Leasing LLC. We do know that the contract on record is Greg Biffle, but this is the big one that I have been seeing on social media right now. Like I said, you need to take a breath and really have things confirmed. They are confirming, they were saying that he has died. Now, we do not know any of the victims right now. They have not been named. Like you saw, that press conference was very brief, very to the point. There's still a lot that is needs to be verified and investigated. So we are still waiting to learn more, but I'm going to be looking through social media and verifying for you all afternoon. So if you do have questions, feel free to send them into us, WCNC, verify at WCNC.com, guys.
All right, 12:45 right now. If you're just now joining us, we are following breaking news here on WCNC Charlotte. A plane crashed this morning around 10:15 at the Statesville Regional Airport. At this point, we know it was a Cessna Citation. It could carry between 9 to 12 people, depending on the configuration. The plane built back in 1981, and as you've heard alluded to, registered to a company related to NASCAR driver Greg Biffle.
Correct. Again, not a lot of information right now from officials. We don't know how many people were on board that plane. We've not yet received that information. We did get a little bit of information during that news conference that happened just about 15 minutes ago. I think we're going to play that for you so you can hear what we got from the officials there at Statesville Regional Airport.
All right, my name is April Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for the City of Statesville. We're going to provide a short briefing of the incident that happened this morning. At the end of this briefing, we will not be taking any questions. Just want to give you the heads up on that. So I'm going to introduce you to Ron Smith, City Manager for the City of Statesville.
Good morning. My name is Ron Smith. I'm the City Manager in Statesville. To my left is John Ferguson, our Airport Director, Jody Smyer. He's with Iredell County Emergency Management. Chief David Only, Police Chief, and Chief Glenn Curfew is our Fire Chief. So we don't have a lot to share this morning as this is still an active event, but I just wanted to let you know that the city did respond to a crash here at the airport this morning at about 10:15. It's been a multi-agency response. We've had city, county, state, feds are here. So we have had, again, everybody is here on site at this point, and we anticipate that this is going to go on for quite some time. Since we don't have a lot of information to share today, and since this is evolving, either the city or other agencies will take the lead in putting out more information as the day goes on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ferguson, our Airport Director.
Thank you. Good morning. Like we said, approximately 10:15 a.m., we got a report of a corporate jet that crashed off the end of the runway on the east end. When actually I came out, it was already fully involved. We've had multiple agencies, as you said, come. The FAA arrived about 12 o'clock today. They're taking over the scene. They're taking over the investigation. We have no information on any cause. The airport now is closed until further notice. It'll take some time to get the debris off the runway to get it safe again. At this time, I'm also still don't have any other information than what we've already said. I'll turn this over to, go ahead, you do it.
Again, we'll provide updates as soon as we have them, either by us or other agencies. And if you have direct questions that you want answered, you can email those to me, and we will try to get these back to you as soon as possible. Again, my name is April Nesbitt. It's ANESBIT at statesvillenc.net. Thank you all.
And again, that was that news conference held within the hour there at Statesville Regional Airport regarding that plane crash that happened this morning around 10:15. As we know, a plane was attempting to land there.
We can tell you as we were listening to that, we did get confirmation from the Iredell County Sheriff's Office that in fact multiple people have died in this plane crash. It was widely assumed, given what we know about the nature of the plane, given what we know about the nature of the crash, what we've seen. But the Sheriff's Office now confirming multiple deaths in that plane crash. As of right now, when it comes to plane crashes, a commercial flight will keep a passenger manifest, is what they call, and that's a running list of every single passenger that was on board a plane. And so after a plane crash like that, somebody, even if it's not shared with the public, will have a list of everybody who was on that board. keep in mind when it comes to private planes like this, commercial charters like this, it might not have an exact list of who's on board, which might make it slightly delayed in terms of what we know about who was on officially and why they might have been there. So just wanting to set expectations there that when it comes to private planes like this, it's a little different as far as the records that are kept.
And what we know based on this type of plane, we know that it can accommodate up to 10 passengers there. So we have that number, but no concrete details on the exact number of people who were on board.
And you can have a single pilot on those as well.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly the configuration, but a Cessna C550 obviously is one that was identified. And then obviously the question is, could weather have played a part? You know, could have been a thunderstorm, could have been fog. But at the time, it was relatively stable. There was some fog in the area, ground level at the surface. Visibility was somewhere from about 2 and 2.5 miles. And there were no storms. There was no rain at that time.
Oh.
Right.
And when you make the approach, we are looking at a frontal boundary coming through. So at the elevation, when you're up about 10, 15,000 feet, there may be a little turbulence up there, but certainly as it made the approach to the runway, visibility was not an issue, and also we didn't see any storms. There was no cloud to ground line, anything like that to cause any concern.
And we should say a corporate jet is designed to.
Without a doubt.
Yes.
This is not a small little plane.
No, it's not.
This
and
is
those are very durable planes that can fly through storms and whatever. And pilots are trained to fly around a storm anyway. So I think as it made its approach, a little fog, some lighter winds at the surface, there were no major weather issues. So that's only speculation that weather shouldn't have been a factor, but we're not exactly sure. We're not sure exactly the cause. That's all just speculation, as you guys were talking about earlier. That's the FAA. They send a team of experts in to examine it.
Correct.
And we should say a regional airport like this one is used to seeing jets like this, small aircraft like this, of all shapes and sizes. That gives you an idea of what we're talking about now.
This is similar to that. We're not sure this is not the exact plane at all, but it is a Cessna, something like this. And we were saying that, maybe up to 10 passengers could be on there. We're not sure how many were on that flight.
Right.
Also depending on the number of pilots as well. Can use at times 2, perhaps 1.
Yeah.
But these regional airports see things like this all the time. And they see, we've mentioned this is owned by NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, but they see them, listen, we've got a multitude of sports here in the Carolinas, whether it's NASCAR, whether it's one of our professional teams, and these people have oftentimes tremendous wealth and have planes that go with it. So an airport like this is often also very equipped to deal with traffic like this.
And particularly in that area, because there are a lot of that type of plane that fly into the Statesville Airport with all of the race teams based within the area. So they use the Statesville Airport quite often to make those landings. And they're very well prepared for it. We certainly have spoken with our reporters up there, and some of the reports coming that obviously the airport can handle that type of plane.
Yes. And certainly this type of view, I mean, just the ease of airport like that, as opposed to Charlotte Douglas, which is much larger. You have more of the commercial aircraft going in and out of there. So we will continue to follow this story. Again, if you are just joining us, the breaking news that we're on top of right now, a plane crashed this morning. The plane attempting to land at the Statesville Regional Airport around 10:15 this morning. We do know from the Iredell County Sheriff that there are multiple people who have died as a result of this crash. We don't know how many people were on board that plane. Again, hoping to get more information, but we know it's going to be quite some time before officials are able to release a lot of details about exactly what happened there this morning.
We know the FAA showed up just about an hour ago, within an hour and a half of the initial impact of landing there. We also know at this point the debris is still very much on the runway, still fresh, less than 2 hours after it happened. And we know the airport now is closed because of it, as they just really in earnest begin parts of that investigation.
We heard from the director of the airport, John Ferguson, during that news conference that happened about 12:40 this afternoon. And he said they heard the report of a corporate jet that had crashed on the east end of the runway. He actually went out and says that he saw that jet there in flames. Again, the FAA taking over this investigation. They have said no info right now on the cause because it is simply so early. This is breaking news, of course.
And the sheriff confirmed for us in just the last 5 or so minutes that they are expecting multiple deaths in this plane crash, which is not a surprise given what we know about the crash and the plane. But that information confirming now from the sheriff's department. At this point, we're not even clear about how many people were on board the plane. Just to be transparent with you all at home, as we've said, it can hold up to 10 passengers, maybe 2 pilots, but there's nothing telling us right now that were that many people on board the plane when it went down just after 10 o'clock this morning.
And again, that plane was a Cessna Citation II, also known as the Model 550. And as you said, it can accommodate, according to online records, up to 10 passengers, including 2 pilots, but it can also be piloted by just one person, one pilot.
You know, in this area, there's so many of the NASCAR teams that use aviation. It's standard, from the smaller jets like this to even largers. I mean, there are a number of companies that lease jets out to fly them around. And, you know, obviously, once again, the season's over, but, you know, those individuals involved in that community are busy. They're always in conferences and flying all over the United States. And so once again, we're not, you know, we know that there are people watching right now who probably think that they may know someone. We don't know exactly who was on that flight.
We don't indeed. And just to your point, Larry, looking at the Statesville Regional Airport's website, they're saying this airport provides corporate aviation for Fortune 500 companies and for several NASCAR teams. So we know that they are used to seeing planes like this coming in and out of the airport there in Statesville.
Yeah, the airport was certainly prepared for it.
Yeah.
It's not any fault of the airport at all.
To the point, though, you're making, we do not know who was on board the plane. And it might be that no one in particular knows that right now, because private planes like this, corporate planes like this, aren't required to keep the same passenger manifest as, say, a regular commercial airline or something like that, of where they can tell you exactly this person was sitting in row, 15B. It's not quite the same, so it could be that information about particular individuals might come out a little slower than it typically would.
For sure. So we should not make any assumption. And again, once we get that official information from the FAA, from NTSB, we'll certainly pass that along to you.
Do we still have live pictures available on the control room? We do not have them available. We do have, we'll go back to this photo.
And once again, this is not the plane, but it's similar. This is the similar
We
type
think it's
plane
important
in
because
size,
we know when we say Cessna Citation, that does not mean a lot to a lot of people.
For sure.
So we want to show you this as just a representation of we're not talking about a small 2-seater plane. We're not also talking about a jumbo jet. We're talking about something like this.
Yes.
It's a corporate jet that can fly a team, whether it be a sports team or whether it be a corporate team, to and from a destination. Larry, to your point, in this professional sports world, in some cases, this is the price of entry. It's one of the most extravagant prices of entry.
Without a doubt,
but you need something like this when you are a high-profile person needing to get to where you need to go.
And the sad thing, if you look back historically, there have been plane crashes carrying some people who were involved with NASCAR.
Very well known.
Some who were drivers and who were pilots as well, others not. Some were in management, but it's a sad situation. It's heartbreaking to know that this is our community. These are our people. We know some of these people very well, although no one has been identified at this point.
Regardless,
somewhere someone is getting the information.
These are families.
Yes.
A week out from Christmas, getting ready to celebrate, and instead getting news like this. Again, just the breaking news of the day so far here on WCNC Charlotte. A plane crash upon landing just after 10 o'clock this morning there at the Statesville Regional Airport. According to public records obtained by WCNC Charlotte, we can tell you that it's owned by a company owned by NASCAR driver Greg Biffle. That's as far as we can tell you at this point. This sort of aircraft, a Cessna Citation, has up to 2 pilots and can hold up to 10 passengers. We also don't know how many passengers it was actually carrying.
And we don't know the names of any of the passengers who were on board. We do know that the Statesville Regional Airport is closed until further notice as a result of this plane crash. We know that the FAA officials got there within the hour, so they have already started their investigation. And it's just going to take some time before we are able to get more details from them. When we do, of course, we will pass that information along to you right now. But they want to be very thorough as possible, conducting the investigation and then passing that information on to us. So it will be a long day, not only today, but for the days and weeks and months to come. It could be a year or longer before we get the final report on this crash.
So oftentimes the NTSB will initial initial report in the first day or two, but then the average investigation can take 12 to 14 months before we get a official conclusion of something like that.
And once again, just the general meteorological conditions, the weather at that time, there were no major issues. There was some fog in the area, but not heavy fog, some lighter winds, and certainly no rain or storm. So this is it's a calmer time of the year. Certainly there's no winter storm or any type of severe weather threat. So speculation that weather may have not been a major factor in this.
All right. Yeah. We're going to keep our eyes on this situation here. Breaking news coming out of Statesville. For the very latest, you can tune into WCNC Plus, the latest developments on this crash.
We're coming on the air here with breaking news in the Live Impact studio. If you've been with us all day long, you know that there is a plane crash reported at the Statesville Airport. So a lot of rumors about this, a lot of information going around. So I'm going to walk you through everything that we know at this point. So what we know is that a plane crash happened around 10:15 while it was trying to land. We know that this is a small plane. It's a Cessna C550, also known as a Citation 2. It's a small jet, a small corporate plane. Usually seats around 9 people, though configurations can vary. And we do know that this plane was owned by a company in affiliation with NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, retired, of course. We cannot confirm anything about the plane. We do not know who was on it at this point. We do not know about deaths. We do have a map showing where this reported crash happened. We do know multiple deaths confirmed by
Iredell County Sheriff confirmed to our colleagues over at FMY just moments ago that there have been multiple deaths involved with this crash. We have no ID.
Okay.
There's no identification. We know that that is confirmed.
Okay.
We do have a map showing
exactly where this happened.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is really just heartbreaking news. And as you can see, this is happening right now. We are getting this information in within the last few minutes that there are multiple deaths reported here. But again, we do not know who was on this plane. We just know that the plane was affiliated with a company owned by Greg Biffle. So this is a look at the area, as I mentioned, Statesville Airport, just a couple miles away from the actual Statesville center of the town. And we do know that the FAA is on scene clearing this up. Of course, that airport is closed right now. We know that this airport is closed for now. We know that the FAA is on scene. They got there about an hour ago now, so they were on there pretty quick. I'm going to read you what the FAA has sent to us. Of course, we've been reaching out to every agency possible, trying to get some more information on what happened here. And so this is exactly what the FAA responded with. First of all, this information is preliminary and subject to change. But they said a Cessna C550 crashed while landing at Statesville Regional Airport, North Carolina. They said originally around 10:20 a.m. We now know it was a few minutes before that. This was on Thursday, of course. The FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board will investigate. The NTSB will lead the investigation and provide updates. The FAA, though, does say here they will post a preliminary accident incident report. They send us a link for where that will come. It usually comes within the next business day, but at this point, we do not know much information. NTSB investigations, I mean, we talked about this on air with Ben and Lisa. That can take, a year for those. So the long form investigation from the NTSB, I don't expect for a while, but the FAA, it could be as soon as tomorrow that we get some of those.
We're hoping in a couple hours. We know
so.
These things take time. They want to be
thorough and accurate.
From what we've seen just on social media, we cannot show you those images, obviously for
legal purposes
issues, but it is a massive crash.
Yeah, and even we're going to show you this whole press conference. It was very short but very helpful in a few minutes here, but even in that press conference, you'll see one of the officials says engulfed in flames,
Yes.
which I think is really, if you've seen the images that are circulating, assuming those are accurate, that is accurate to the statement that the officials are making about what happened here. So obviously a heartbreaking scene. And we're going to reiterate, just for transparency's sake, we're going to reiterate this information now until we get more information for 3 hours. And we are going to be in here telling you this over and over again until we get some more information. I mean, you've seen it. I just learned new information as I'm sitting here.
Right.
And so this is an active breaking news situation. So we're going to bring you everything we know. We're going to reiterate as much as we need to.
We are learning at the same time y'all are.
And yes, and we know we have people joining us every
Yes.
couple minutes. And so just bear with us as we get our bearings, as we learn more information.
Multiple crews are on the ground.
Yes.
Covering all sorts of area, trying to get, I mean, Statesville from, just for peel back behind the curtain, Statesville from here, our studio in West Charlotte, is a while. So we are trying to get everything in order and get people in the place to learn more.
Yeah, and we do have Bria Smith is already there. She was at that press conference that we're about to show you. Also, our Miles Harris is on his way, I believe, to get reaction from
Multiple photojournalists.
Multiple
our
photojournalists.
friends at FMY.
FMY is locked in. I know our Megan Bragg has been looking into some stuff as well. So let's play this press conference for you real quick, and then we'll break down some other angles that we have been looking into.
Our Chief, Statesville. David Only, Police Chief for Statesville.
When you step up, could you please just say your name again, just for folks?
Absolutely.
And I'm going to introduce them.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, my name is April Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for the City of Statesville. We're going to provide a short briefing of the incident that happened this morning. At the end of this briefing, we will not be taking any questions. Just want to give you the heads up on that. So I'm going to introduce you to Ron Smith, City Manager for the City of Statesville.
Good morning. My name is Ron Smith. I'm the city manager in Statesville. To my left is John Ferguson, our airport director. Jody Smyer, he's with Iredell County Emergency Management. Chief David Only, police chief, and Chief Glenn Curfeys, our fire chief. So we don't have a lot to share this morning, as this is still an active event, but I just wanted to let you know that the city did respond to a crash here at the airport this morning at about 10:15. It's been a multi-agency response. We've had city, county, state, feds are here, so we have had, again, everybody is here on site at this point, and we anticipate that this is going to go on for quite some time. Since we don't have a lot of information to share today, and since this is evolving, either the city or other agencies will take the lead in putting out more information as the day goes on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ferguson, our airport director.
Thank you. Good morning. Like we said, approximately 10:15 a.m., we got a report of a corporate jet that crashed off the end of the runway on the east end. When actually I came out, it was already fully involved. We've had multiple agencies, as you said, come. The FAA arrived about 12 o'clock today. They're taking over the scene. They're taking over the investigation. We have no information on any cause. The airport now is closed until further notice. It'll take some time to get the debris off the runway to get it safe again. At this time, I'm also still don't have any other information than what we've already said. I turn this over to, oh, go ahead, you do it.
Again, we'll provide updates as soon as we have them, either by us or other agencies. And if you have direct questions that you want answered, you can email those to me, and we will try to get these back to you as soon as possible. Again, my name is April Nesbitt. It's ANESBIT at statesvillenc.net. Thank you all.
No number of people on the plane right now? And did it happen during landing?
So you were just listening into a very brief but helpful press conference from officials at the Statesville Regional Airport. This was from within the last hour or so, last 45 minutes or so, and even since then we've got new information. We now know from the Iredell County Sheriff there were multiple deaths on this plane crash. We do not know how many or who, and that is kind of where we bring in our Megan Bragg with verifying some of the information that's been going around. Obviously this is a big talker because we know that this plane is associated with NASCAR legend Greg Biffle, but there's a lot of unverified reports out there.
And I just want to make sure that everybody who is listening and they're looking at their X feed or Facebook or Instagram, TikTok, whatever, know that, you know, we are a news organization that will continue to confirm information and instead of just putting it out there, because it is irresponsible to just put it out there. Even if you are hearing something, it needs to be confirmed through officials. And you saw how quick that press conference was, is because they're still trying to piece the puzzle together, figure it out, and even contact other family members.
They even said we're not taking questions.
Right, exactly, because there is so much that is still going on in this investigation. So we really want to make it clear. There's a lot of speculation on who was on that plane. We do know that it was contracted to Greg Biffle, but we don't know who was on the plane. So before making speculations on who has passed away or anything like that, just know that we are working to confirm who was on that plane. But like you said, Julie, we do know that there's multiple fatalities. We also do know that the plane was, and I'm trying to remember the name off the top of my head.
Cessna
Yes,
C550?
550, and it was.
I just Googled it just to give people like
it's
an idea of what it looks like.
A small corporate jet.
This is just Google images just to give people at home a sense of what this kind of plane looks like.
And like I said, contracted out to Greg Biffle. So we do know that he has some association with it, but we don't know if he was on the plane himself. So I just want to put a pause on everybody who is maybe seeing those things on social media to know that we don't know that information yet, and it could be pretty damaging to retweet or share that out, because we just don't know yet, and we'll continue to work on information, but not good to spread misinformation. So
especially for any families involved.
Exactly.
Because obviously, no matter who this was, there are grieving families.
Absolutely.
Right now.
Absolutely.
it's hard not to speculate when you got a public figure related to this somehow. But I mean, I completely agree. Transparency, for the sake of transparency, that is why we are not saying anything.
Also, too, just remember that, when it comes to the FAA and these investigations, it does take a while until the whole picture will be clear and the reason behind it. They usually don't release that full report until months and months later. So it will take a little while to investigate this case.
Now, I also know that I just want to be clear that we are using public information as well. These are all publicly found documents. Of course, we're taking the time to sift through, and I know our Nate Morbido is in there looking through some documents as well, but this is all stuff that you can publicly find if you know where to look. And so that is why people have gotten this information, that this is who this plane was owned by. I know Carlene has up this FAA registry, so you can see exactly. So even if you go from, this is the plane that we know from FlightAware, so that's how we got the information about exactly what type of plane it is. From there, I was able to search about a Cessna Citation 2.
The serial number.
Typically seats about 9 people, though configurations can vary. We don't know the exact configuration of this plane, but as we said, it's a small plane. And from there, we were able to look up who this is related to. And so it is affiliated with, I believe, GB Aviation Leasing LLC, which has one contract, and that is with Greg Biffle. And so that is how we got to this point.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So a lot of questions still. I'm not quite sure. Carlene, is there anywhere in particular that we haven't hit on in a while that we need to go from here?
We can show this map once again, just to give people, again, this is Statesville Airport, but it is kind of a bit farther away from like Statesville proper.
Yep.
And we do have.
Do we have that flight tracker that shows? Let's see if we can pull that up real quick. Yeah, so our Brad Panovich is a real big expert, shocker to no one, on all things weather, of course, but also he's really big into this transportation, flights. He knows a lot about this, and so he was actually able to make a graphic from. Okay. Go ahead. It's okay. While you're working on this, I can explain what's happening here. He's able to make a graphic showing the flight path that we get from FlightAware. For those of you who are familiar with, tracking people's flights and things like that, he was able to make a graphic showing that this.
For some reason, the clip is being funky. I do not know why.
If you want to actually, are you able to pull up just the screenshot of it?
Yes.
Like, let's do that. That way that people can see, because that was the ending moment where you could see that
what he was really trying to show is that it took off and kind of came right back around. We know from FlightAware that this took off a little past 10 a.m. and we know from officials that it crashed around 10:15 at the same airport it took off from in Statesville. So not in the air for very long. We do not know what that means about whether there were issues on board. Again, no information about why it crashed. Larry Sprinkle will be here in a bit with explaining the forecast and whether or not that relates to this at all. But notable, too, that it was only in the air for a little bit, and the flight pattern that Brad was able to make shows it not reaching the official landing spot that it was supposed to. I know that you're seeing a map of Florida here. That is where we believe it was intended to go. Because it lists, you're supposed to register your upcoming flights when you've got a private plane like this. And so via FlightAware, you can see that it was supposed to, I believe, go to Sarasota.
Correct.
So obviously did not make it there, but it was supposed to be an hour-long flight, only in the air for, I think, about 10 minutes around then. So really brings up a lot of questions about, what happened, why did they turn around, was there some issue on board? All these are questions that we were hoping to get answers from officials very soon. Now, Megan brought up a really good point that we hit on at the top of the show, which is NTSB reports, the National Transportation Safety Board. They are taking over this investigation, of course. Those reports take a very, very long time. However, the FAA does the preliminary report. That typically comes out within the day. The FAA sent us a statement explaining that, saying, of course, this is all preliminary information that's subject to change, but typically within a situation like this, they're able to get a preliminary report out within another business day. So hopefully by tomorrow we'll get that, hoping we get more information very soon. Of course, the Iredell County Sheriff is speaking with not just us, but our news partners at FMY in Greensboro, and they were able to confirm within the last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, that there were multiple deaths on board. And so that, of course, is heartbreaking information, and we do not know who those deaths are or how many, but it just does speak to how quickly we are learning information here.
Correct.
And that officials are doing their very best to communicate this as soon as they figure stuff out, Carlene. I mean, even in this press conference that we're going to play again, as I said, we're going to keep playing this until... We're going to play what we know. Which is not much right Which now. Not much, and we know that people log on at different times and join the stream at different times, so we're going to keep kind of doing like this wheel as with the details that we do know, and when we find out new information, we'll add to said wheel. So let's play that conference back. Yeah, we're going to play that conference, and no, it is very short, but again, even at the top of the press conference, one of the officials says, we're not taking questions. They're very transparent at the top. Right. That's probably because they do not know. It's a sensitive thing as well. It's a sensitive thing. This takes time. Right, and they don't want to misspeak either. Correct. So either they do not know or it's information they're not able to share yet for all sorts of reasons. Again, we're talking about notifying grieving families, making sure you're able to reach all of the people that need to be reached first. And so this is very sensitive as a topic, and that is why, we appreciate... You have to be delicate with it. We have to be delicate. We have to be delicate. That's our responsibility to you as a news outlet. The officials, of course, investigating this have to be delicate. This is a very sensitive and serious incident. So let's play this press conference again, and then I will recap what you hear.
Chief, Statesville, David Only, Police Chief for Statesville.
When you step up, could you please just say your name again, just for protocol?
Absolutely.
And I'm going to introduce them.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, my name is April Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for the City of Statesville. We're going to provide a short briefing of the incident that happened this morning. At the end of this briefing, we will not be taking any questions. Just want to give you the heads up on that. So I'm going to introduce you to Ron Smith, City Manager for the City of Statesville.
Good morning. My name is Ron Smith. I'm the City Manager in Statesville. To my left is John Ferguson, our Airport Director, Jody Smyer. He's with Iredell County Emergency Management. Chief David Only, Police Chief, and Chief Glenn Curfew is our Fire Chief. So we don't have a lot to share this morning, as this is still an active event, but I just wanted to let you know that the city did respond to a crash here at the airport this morning at about 10:15. It's been a multi-agency response. We've had city, county, state, feds are here, so we have had, again, everybody is here on site at this point, and we anticipate that this is going to go on for quite some time. since we don't have a lot of information to share today, and since this is evolving, either the city or other agencies will take the lead in putting out more information as the day goes on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ferguson, our airport director.
Thank you. Good morning. Like we said, approximately 10:15 a.m., we got a report of a corporate jet that crashed off the end of the runway on the east end. When actually I came out, it was already fully involved. We've had multiple agencies, as you said, come. The FAA arrived about 12 o'clock today. They're taking over the scene. They're taking over the investigation. We have no information on any cause. The airport now is closed until further notice. It'll take some time to get the debris off the runway to get it safe again. At this time, I'm also still don't have any other information than what we've already said. I'll turn this over to, go ahead, you do it.
Again, we'll provide updates as soon as we have them, either by us or other agencies. And if you have direct questions that you want answered, you can email those to me, and we will try to get these back to you as soon as possible. Again, my name is April Nesbitt. It's ANESBIT at statesvillenc.net. Thank you all.
No number of people on the plane right now? And did it happen during landing?
All right, so that was the press conference from within the last hour with officials in Statesville at the regional airport there. And we have since learned even more information, which really just speaks to how quickly this is developing. This is how big breaking news works. The information trickles in. I know right now it may seem like I'm repeating myself, but I will continue to do that for people that are joining us. Because right now we simply don't know very much information. We do know, unfortunately, that there are multiple deaths in this plane crash. What we know about the plane is that it was owned by or is associated with a company owned by Greg Biffle, NASCAR legend. We do not know that he was on the plane. We do not know who was on the plane, and we do not know how many deaths were involved. Yes. What we do know as well is that this plane probably carried about maximum 9 people, though configurations vary. It's a small corporate jet.
Let me show again what it looks like for people in case you're wondering. This is the Cessna C550.
Very small plane. What you would typically expect from a Statesville Regional Airport.
Correct.
The appropriate size. Now, Statesville Regional Airport is owned by the city, but they do actually work with multiple NASCAR teams. And that is kind of adding to the connection here with Greg Biffle, although, of course, we have not confirmed any information about his whereabouts at this particular moment. We are also not showing any videos or pictures at this time of the crash. We know that these are circulating on social media, but we are waiting to verify ourselves and make sure we get the appropriate credit. That being said, we do have multiple crews now on the way to the scene. So Bria Smith and Kevin Wardlaw, our reporter and photographer duo, they were there at that press conference. They are now headed to a closer scene to hopefully get a look at what the tarmac looks like right now. Yes. And then we also have Miles Harris, who I believe is on the way to, the Speedway, potentially?
Potentially.
A different location.
A different location.
Associated with some of the questions that we have right now, trying to figure out more information about, any relation here, what happened here, and just getting, honestly, reaction from people.
Correct.
Because
We're working on getting Brad Panovich in here, who we've said he knows a little bit about everything, but he's a kind of a utility player in these situations, especially when it comes to aviation and things like that, and how maybe if weather had an impact at all.
Yeah, and I know Larry Sprinkle was trying to break that down earlier with the preliminary information, so it will be nice to get Brad in here, breaking it down even further. Just for transparency's sake, this happened around 10:15 in the morning. The plane was not in the air for very long. A lot of our people work a night shift, and so they don't come in until 3. And so people like Brad and
our sports team,
Danielle,
everybody, a lot of our reporters, we're trying to get all hands on deck at this moment.
Yeah, so people are actively coming in on their off days. People are coming in before their shift starts, but particularly some experts in this field, sports and weather, tend to come in later in the day. So that is why we don't have them quite yet. But just to recap,
multiple deaths. We do not know who they are. We know the plane is associated with retired NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, and we are hoping to get some more information on that soon. But for now, we're going to try and gather some more information and take a look at this map while we gather, just so you can get some grounding of where this happened. And when we get a live picture from that scene, we will bring it to you as soon as we get it. You're watching Live Impact News here on WCNC Charlotte. Our Julie Kay is actually on the phone right now working to get more details surrounding this crash, this deadly crash right now at the Statesville Airport. In the meantime, we're going to play back the press conference that happened just within the past hour from Statesville officials. Here, let's listen in.
Chief, Statesville. David Only, Police Chief for Statesville.
When you step up, could you please just say your name again, just for folks?
Absolutely.
And I'm going to introduce them to
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, my name is April Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for the City of Statesville. We're going to provide a short briefing of the incident that happened this morning. At the end of this briefing, we will not be taking any questions. Just want to give you the heads up on that. So I'm going to introduce you to Ron Smith, City Manager for the City of Statesville.
Good morning. My name is Ron Smith. I'm the city manager in Statesville. To my left is John Ferguson, our airport director. Jody Smyer, he's with Iredell County Emergency Management. Chief David Only, police chief, and Chief Glenn Curfeys, our fire chief. So we don't have a lot to share this morning, as this is still an active event, but I just wanted to let you know that the city did respond to a crash here at the airport this morning at about 10:15. It's been a multi-agency response. We've had city, county, state, feds are here, so we have had, again, everybody is here on site at this point, and we anticipate that this is going to go on for quite some time. Since we don't have a lot of information to share today, and since this is evolving, either the city or other agencies will take the lead in putting out more information as the day goes on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ferguson, our airport director.
Thank you. Good morning. Like we said, approximately 10:15 a.m., we got a report of a corporate jet that crashed off the end of the runway on the east end. When actually I came out, it was already fully involved. We've had multiple agencies, as you said, come. The FAA arrived about 12 o'clock today. They're taking over the scene. They're taking over the investigation. We have no information on any cause. The airport now is closed until further notice. It'll take some time to get the debris off the runway to get it safe again. At this time, I'm also still don't have any other information than what we've already said. I'll turn this over to, oh, go ahead, you do it.
Again, we'll provide updates as soon as we have them, either by us or other agencies. And if you have direct questions that you want answered, you can email those to me, and we will try to get these back to you as soon as possible. Again, my name is April Nesbitt. It's ANESBIT at statesvillenc.net. Thank you all.
No number of people on the plane right now? And did it happen during landing?
All right, so that was the latest information that we got from officials in Statesville. That was from about an hour and 15 minutes ago or so now. We brought that to you live on WCNC as it happened, and then Ben and Lisa broke down what we know. Since then, though, we have learned even more information, heartbreaking information. We know that multiple deaths are confirmed. We do not know how many deaths. We do not know how many people were on this plane. We do have some information about the plane itself. You can see the crash site here a few miles away from Statesville itself. And we are waiting any minute now for an aviation attorney to actually break down what he knows about this plane model, his experience working with them. And so we're going to have him hop on shortly. But I just wanted to remind you of everything we know thus far. Yes, we do know that this is connected somewhat to Greg Biffle. So that is a NASCAR legend who owns a company that is associated with this plane. We know that through public records. You're able to go through the FAA, through FlightAware to see which plane this was, and then see how that plane serial number connects to the FAA. So that is how we found out via public information that this is associated with Greg Biffle with GB Aviation Leasing LLC, a company that he owns. It only has one contract, and it is with him. That is not to say that he was on this plane. That is all information we have not gotten confirmed from officials. Honestly, given the state of this investigation and how sensitive this topic is, I expect that confirmation of who or who was not on this plane to take a while. The NTSB, we know, is doing the official investigation and taking that over now, but those tend to take, sometimes upwards of a year. The FAA has also reached out to us. They have confirmed that they are also on scene. We know that they have been there cleaning up debris.
Of course, the airport, as you heard, is closed while they continue that cleanup, making sure everything is safe. But the FAA will also give us a preliminary report. So that is the first official report that we are likely to get from any of these federal officials. And that could come as early as tomorrow. But speaking of experts, we've actually got Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich here, who came in early to help us with this breaking news. So, Brad, I'm curious, what did you first find out, and what was your first jump? Because you were one of the first people to help us figure out this flight-aware situation and how this was connected.
Yeah, so initially, you know, like most people, I started getting tagged in a bunch of crash footage from the Statesville Airport, and it looked pretty fiery. And, you know, knowing the Statesville Airport, I knew it had to be a pretty significant plane because it wasn't a smaller prop plane. It was definitely a jet aircraft of some kind, because that's definitely jet fuel that I saw burning. So I immediately started looking at the flight data, which is all public, and I could see that the plane took off and circled back and came back to the airport, which tells you just on that sense that they had some kind of mechanical issue of some kind, because if it was something on the takeoff or landing, you could be anything, right? But the fact that they took off and immediately circled back to the airport told me they probably were having some kind of trouble. And the one thing about the airport too, you know, the runway goes kind of like west-east. They took off going west. If there was an emergency declared, they could have came back and landed right back that opposite direction, right? They actually were circling all the way back, coming in the normal approach, which means they had some control over the plane. They were actually able to fly it. But then as it came in, you're seeing the flight-aware data that I pulled up. I'm actually going to pull it up here in a minute. You could see that even though the debris is on the runway, Julie, it didn't really make it to the runway. There's a debris path through the golf course, and it looks like they clipped some trees, maybe a fence or something, and then that's where the plane ended up, which tells you they were losing power. And so all the reports that I heard from the radio traffic was they reported engine trouble. So there's 2 engines on this aircraft. It is certified to fly with just one, but it's a lot harder. Obviously, you know, you need power. The thing about airplanes, you need to force air over the wing to create lift. And there's 2 ways to do that. The engine's forcing it forward, or if you're at altitude, you can actually dive and create lift by pushing air over. It's called gliding, right? But when you're close to the ground, the only thing that creates lift for you is the engine. So the fact that they were close to the ground and had one engine probably contributed to the fact that they didn't have enough power maybe to get all the way to the runway. So that's kind of speculation, but that's just based on the flight data. You can kind of see the flight data they took. And unfortunately, you know, the fiery crash is always the worst kind of crash that you see, because you always worry about people being able to get out of that one. And we know there are at least confirmed fatalities. We don't know who, as you've been doing a great job saying we know who owns the plane, but that doesn't tell you who's on the aircraft. You know, it's like I was telling my friend, I said, I own my car, but my son and my wife drive it. So just because I own it doesn't mean I was in it at the time there's a crash. So you always got to be very careful about who's on the plane versus who owns the plane.
Exactly. And I know that I'm gonna repeat myself probably for the next 3 hours, but I just want to make that incredibly clear, because we have to wait for officials. And even you mentioned some of those that really scary footage that people are seeing on social media. The reason we're waiting to show that is because we need to make sure it's accurate and has the right credit. And so that is why it's taking us a little bit longer. Now, Brad, to your point, you mentioned potentially some sort of mechanical issue. If you wouldn't mind hanging out with us for a second, I believe we have an aviation attorney ready to talk who has worked with some of these planes before. I believe, is that all good to go, Carlene? Right. All right, so I believe we have aviation attorney Pablo Rojas here. Thank you so much for joining us on such short notice. I know that this is, unfortunately, in your line of work, not an unfamiliar scenario, and it's still preliminary in terms of the information that we have. But I would love to get just your initial thoughts, how you learned about this, and what are your first thoughts after hearing about this?
Sure, and I think Brad hit on a lot of the most important facts that, or seemingly facts that we know so far. I learned about it on the news, maybe like anybody else on the internet. We're based in Miami, but we represent victims nationwide. And you know, once I learned about a plane crash like this is our line of work. We represent victims of plane crashes, and I dug in to learn as much as we can. As you folks were just talking about, we don't know very much right now, but I think Brad nailed it. The flight path that we know so far, the quickness with which the pilots evidently made a decision to turn around and attempt to land again, clearly indicates some kind of mechanical issue. Very commonly, when pilots detect an issue with an engine, they detect it right away after takeoff. Takeoff and landing are the two most dangerous parts of any flight. And, any kind of mechanical issue could prompt a pilot to say, wait a minute, we gotta get back to land. This is not safe to continue this flight. But very, very commonly, it's an engine. Now, twin engine aircraft, as Brad was just saying, they can fly with just one. Really, you can fly with zero if you have enough speed and you can get aerodynamic lift. But it is more challenging. And as Brad was just saying, I completely agree. I think the fact that there are tree debris and they didn't make it to the runway suggests that they were losing quite a good deal of power. So we could be thinking about issues with one engine. We could be looking at issues potentially with both, because you should be able to land an aircraft like this running on one engine if everything else is going well.
Yeah, and for non-aviation experts, I'm sure that's actually probably pretty shocking to hear. We do know that they were not in the air for very long, as you mentioned. I believe only about 10 minutes from the latest that we heard from officials, them crashing at around 10:15 this morning, and the FAA already on scene investigating. Now, I know, as I mentioned, this is not unfamiliar in your line of work. This particular plane, the Cessna C550, is this one that you have experience with in the past?
Yeah, Cessna's a very big manufacturer of aircraft. Maybe a lot of your viewers or listeners would have heard of it. And the Citation is their business jets. It's sort of a fancier aircraft. There are different models of Citations. And over the years, like many other aircraft, there have been issues reported. There have been fatal crashes. There have been issues reported in the past related to landing gear. But at this early stage, as you say, the FAA and NTSB are on the ground, if not already, very, very soon. They're going to take exclusive jurisdiction over the wreckage. They're going to conduct the investigation, and hopefully, because I think the families of victims, and from what I've seen on social media, unfortunately, there will be probably several fatalities. They're going to want answers quickly about who was on the flight and what the NTSB has come across. At first glance, it doesn't look like a landing gear issue because, as Brad was just explaining, they didn't even make it to the runway. I mean, this was a loss of power. So sometimes the information from prior crashes is helpful. Other times you have to wonder whether there's something else going on here that doesn't have to do necessarily with these planes. The other thing I would mention is, engines on aircraft are to some extent interchangeable. So we're looking at obviously a Cessna Citation jet. But if there was a loss of power issue with one or both of the engines, then one thing to look at is what was the make and model of the engine, which comes from a variety of manufacturers. I think once that information is obtained, I haven't seen it, perhaps other folks have been able to get it in the short time since this crash. One thing that will be important to look at is what is the history of incidents involving that type of engine, not necessarily that type of plane.
That's really helpful information too, because I know when we first got this and we were looking up the Citation and what we know, I know there's multiple configurations and slightly different models. Originally, we were just trying to figure out how many people were on board, and I'm curious if you are able to know that based on the information you have with how many seats there are. But I think that's helpful for people to know too, is that there's multiple things here. It could be different engines, different models that could also impact the situation.
Absolutely. One of the things we often say when talking about these types of tragedies is that typically it's not enough for one thing to go wrong. Several things have to go wrong for something like this to happen. And both aircraft and engine, meaning the body, the fuselage, but then each of the two engines undergo incredibly intensive and frequent maintenance. At least they're supposed to under federal regulations. So there will have been a lot of people that laid hands on this aircraft and engines over the past several months and years, every 100 hours, every year, at different maintenance intervals. And so it's very complex situation technically. I think the NTSB and FAA will get at some initial impression of what went wrong. As Brad was saying, at first glance, it has something to do with the engines. But then I think you'd be looking at questions not only of the design of the aircraft and the design of the engines, but also the maintenance history. Aircraft and engines both are supposed to have very well documented maintenance histories. And one of the first things the FAA and NTSB, and if other folks eventually get involved, lawyers such as ourselves for victims, or any other investigators, they're going to be taking a long, hard look at the maintenance history of whether the aircraft and engines were up to speed with the maintenance that was supposed to be performed, and also whether previous maintenance issues or mishaps had been reported. Sometimes when engines fail, there will be a report that a pilot noticed something that a couple flights ago or a couple months ago that luckily didn't lead to a fatality, and maybe somebody looked at it and signed off on it. Maybe they should have, maybe they shouldn't have. But that type of historical record of previously reported incidents and what type of maintenance was performed is going to be critical in getting answers and getting to the truth of what happened here.
Such helpful information, Pablo. Before we let you go, because I know this is a very busy day and this is just breaking as it's happening, is there anything else we haven't asked about you want people to know?
No, not at all. I think you guys have hit the right points, hit the right questions, and our hearts go out to the victims' families. We deal with this all the time. It's a terrible, terrible thing to happen. This looks like a terrible crash with several fatalities. So I would just close on that note. This is a terrible crash.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking, and I appreciate you again taking the time to break this down. I know people appreciate it, so thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We're going to loop back in our Brad Panovich. Brad,
we actually have some breaking news here.
We have some breaking news?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got confirmation from one of Greg Biffle's friends. He was actually on his way down to Florida to see him, and he posted on social media just a while ago, Garrett Mitchell. You could see on your screen there. Unfortunately, I can confirm Greg Biffle, his wife, Christina, daughter Emma, and son Ryder were on the plane because they were on the way to spend the afternoon with us. We are devastated. I'm so sorry to share this. I also know that there was a pilot and likely his assistant on the plane as well. We don't know their names, so we're not going to, but I do, that would make the 5 people on the plane confirmed there that we reported earlier. But the other 2 individuals we have not named yet, but I do know that there was another pilot and an assistant, Greg Biffle's assistant, on that plane as well. So sad news. We kind of knew this, Julie, but we wanted to confirm, and now we have a friend confirming it for us because he was on his way down to Florida to spend time with him. So he would have known firsthand, obviously, that this was happening. And so just the horrible news we didn't want to confirm, but we suspected, and unfortunately that's now what we know.
That's just absolutely heartbreaking information, especially for the friend to have to deliver that news. I know it must be really, really heavy. Yeah, I almost lost for words. I know you're right that we knew most likely that this was coming and wanted to be very, very safe with it. But there's just really no words to describe the loss this is, not just for these families that are grieving, but he meant so much to so many people.
Oh, I mean, the thing about
community.
Greg Biffle is, I think people know him as this NASCAR driver, but I think he was probably more famous and probably more well known for what he did after his racing days. The stuff he did with Helene that I saw firsthand, I mean, he is a true hero for what they did post Helene, personally flying his helicopter back and forth on his own dime oftentimes, taking supplies to those remote areas during Helene. He received the attention he deserved for that, but that just shows you the kind of person he and his family and his assistant and the people like Garrett, Garrett helped them as well. That's what they did. They just stepped up during Helene. So it really shows you what a great person he was to be able to do that. And he didn't have to. I mean, he's got his great racing career. He was into aviation. He owned other aircraft. I mean, and he decided to take it, his time, money, and really risk that to go up there in Helene. And so that's why it's just such a more devastating loss, is that he was such a great part of the community as well, on top of the personal loss of his friends, his family, and just a great driver, but a better person, honestly.
And I think that really puts into perspective not just how his death is going to impact so many people, but how much North Carolina meant to him.
Yes.
For him to, as you said, put himself at risk, spend the money, spend the time to go out there and help in one of North Carolina's worst disasters in recent years. To put himself out there like that.
We also know he just was lended a hand in Jamaica.
A
couple months ago.
So I think he kind of established the fact that this is something he could do, and he was helping out after Hurricane Melissa, and he's just a servant, in that standpoint. And I think it's great. And Julie, you're right. It's the fact that, after racing, you could go live anywhere, right? You could do whatever. He stayed here. He lived in the Statesville area, flew out of here. North Carolina was home to him, and so he stayed true to that. And so it is a huge loss. And
he's originally from Washington State.
I believe so. Yes.
So I mean,
but he made his home here.
Most everyone thinks all the NASCAR guys are from here. Well, they end up being here because the teams are based here. But most people are raised in different parts of the country, and the fact that they decided to stay here kind of shows how much they love this area and love this community. So it's a huge loss. I mean, it's devastating for the families, obviously. And remember, there's a pilot and an assistant, and there's an ex-wife involved. I mean, there's a lot of people that are being impacted personally, but from a community standpoint, it's a huge loss for the community as well.
Especially kids involved in this
Yes, I mean, that's
situation.
just
That's
horrible. Right
heartbreaking.
before the holidays, too.
Right.
It's just, yeah, it breaks my heart to see this, happen right before the Christmas. And they were on their way to another charity event they were doing in Florida, by the way. This is...
Doesn't shock people at all, I'm sure.
So they were on their way down there first, and to do this, they were giving again, and then going to go spend the holidays in another location. So just heartbreaking.
I imagine we'll see reaction now just kind of flood in over the next few hours and days. And I mean, we're in America's home for racing, so it hits really hard.
Yeah, the NASCAR community, as you know, Carlene, is a very tight-knit community. It's, I think that's what makes NASCAR so incredible. For folks that aren't NASCAR fans, just spend a weekend at a race or just in this community, and you realize how
You feel it.
small and family-oriented the whole sport is. And I know it's for people that aren't into it, don't understand it, but when you get into it, you do realize right away. And Greg Biffle was a great example of that, the fact that he was such a big part of the community.
Yeah, absolutely. Carlene, do you think we need to take a quick break real quick while people...
We can rerun that press conference back again.
And
just
we're
to give
going
us a few minutes of time to regroup
collect
and gather more
ourselves.
details.
Yeah. Again, heartbreaking situation. And this is a press conference from about 2 hours ago when officials gave us that first sound from after this happened. They, at this point, were not able to confirm that it was Greg Biffle and his family, but this is the latest information that we have from officials on the crash itself, which of course is, I think, now everyone's question of what happened here.
Yeah.
Chief, Statesville. David Only, Police Chief for Statesville.
When you step up, could you please just say your name again, just for folks?
Absolutely.
And I'm going to introduce them.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, my name is April Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for the City of Statesville. We're going to provide a short briefing of the incident that happened this morning. At the end of this briefing, we will not be taking any questions. Just want to give you the heads up on that. So I'm going to introduce you to Ron Smith, City Manager for the City of Statesville.
Good morning. My name is Ron Smith. I'm the city manager in Statesville. To my left is John Ferguson, our airport director. Jody Smyer, he's with Iredell County Emergency Management. Chief David Only, police chief, and Chief Glenn Curfeys, our fire chief. So we don't have a lot to share this morning, as this is still an active event, but I just wanted to let you know that the city did respond to a crash here at the airport this morning at about 10:15. It's been a multi-agency response. We've had city, county, state, feds are here, so we have had, again, everybody is here on site at this point, and we anticipate that this is going to go on for quite some time. Since we don't have a lot of information to share today, and since this is evolving, either the city or other agencies will take the lead in putting out more information as the day goes on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ferguson, our airport director.
Thank you. Good morning. Like we said, approximately 10:15 a.m., we got a report of a corporate jet that crashed off the end of the runway on the east end. When actually I came out, it was already fully involved. We've had multiple agencies, as you said, come. The FAA arrived about 12 o'clock today. They're taking over the scene. They're taking over the investigation. We have no information on any cause. The airport now is closed until further notice. It'll take some time to get the debris off the runway to get it safe again. At this time, I'm also still don't have any other information than what we've already said. I turn this over to, oh, go ahead, you do it.
Again, we'll provide updates as soon as we have them, either by us or other agencies. And if you have direct questions that you want answered, you can email those to me, and we will try to get these back to you as soon as possible. Again, my name is April Nesbitt. It's ANESBIT at statesvillenc.net. Thank you all.
No number of people on the plane?
All right, so you were just listening into that press conference from a little past 12 today when our reporter first got to the scene. And they were just walking us through what we know at that point about the crash. But even in the last hour and a half, we have learned so much more. We now know, unfortunately, that it was Greg Biffle and his family on board that plane. They were some of those killed on the plane. We know that there was likely also another pilot, an assistant on board. We do not know the name of that person, and so we are waiting to confirm that before we share any information. But now that this has become public via one of Greg Biffle's friends, who he was actually on his way to go visit in Florida, we are hoping that officials will soon give an update as well. But of course, this is the heartbreaking news that NASCAR fans everywhere did not want to hear. We knew that the plane was owned by a company that was affiliated with Greg Biffle, but we did not know for sure until within the last 15 minutes that this was official. Now, I know, Brad, you were one of the ones that helped us track this originally when we first got word that there was a crash at Statesville, but heartbreaking news that no one wanted to hear.
Yeah, and that's really the most important new news, is that we kind of suspected, and I know a lot of people out there kind of thought they knew ahead of time, but as we've been, our job as journalists, obviously, is we have to confirm things. We kind of suspect things, and we wanted to also know that the family's got to be notified as well. I mean, unfortunately, this is affecting a lot of people, so that was unfortunate that we've got that confirmation that we were dreading to hear, to be honest with you. Yeah. But Julie, one of the things that I looked at immediately was the flight data, and all these planes have to transmit flight data, so you get a pretty good idea on the flight path. And so the first thing I did is I went and grabbed the flight data, and I pulled it into Google Earth, which is just a KML file. And I don't know if Carlene, if you can bring my computer up real quickly, I can kind of show you guys the flight path here. What's fascinating about this is this not only shows you the path, but it's 3D, so I can see the altitude. So you could see, and I'll back this up just to kind of show you how this happened. The plane took off right here, and we'll kind of play it slowly so you can see this, if I can get it to play. It took off and then tried to land back at the airport, and it never quite made it. So the area where the plane was coming in was trying to make a landing at the Statesville Airport, but it clipped these trees and parts of the golf course on the way in, and that's where we saw the damage on the runway, was what was left of the plane actually making it all the way there. And so
Brad, I have a question with this diagram. So like with this, when you zoomed out with this loop, how exactly far reaching is that loop?
Not very far. You can see almost the second they took off, they were looping. They came back. They were gaining altitude here near Catawba. They just crossed over the river, but they circled back fairly quickly. So this all happened within about 10 minutes of takeoff, right?
Okay.
And based on the radio traffic that I heard, the pilot pretty quickly reported there was engine trouble, and so they were coming back to the airport. What I find interesting, and I'd love to get another pilot's opinion on this, is they took off this way, right? And they're going back this direction. They probably declared an emergency at the airport. They could have came right back from the west, but they actually circled all the way back around and tried to come back the way that the opposite direction that they took off. And you can see the flight data cuts off right here near the golf course. That's because they probably lost so much altitude. At that point, there was some kind of collision with trees or the ground. And even though we're seeing all the pictures and we know that there's debris on the runway, based on the flight data and the other videos that I've seen, there was definitely, they hit before the runway. So somewhere in there, that's probably why the fire was so large too. It probably ripped open the fuel tanks. So to me, that tells me that there was some loss of power, because you need power to get all the way back to the runway. They lost lift over the airplane wings. And if you have one engine, it should have been enough. This plane can fly with one engine. It could technically fly with no engines if you have enough altitude to glide in. But once you're close to the ground, your margin for error kind of goes away. One of the things, I'm not a pilot, so I will fully expect, but I don't understand how these things work, because the amazing thing about flying is that you're pushing air over this wing and you're creating a low pressure area behind the wing that creates lift, right? And you need to have speed to create lift off of airplane wing. If you've ever been on a plane and you take off, you don't take off until you get enough speed on the runway, right? When you're coming in for a landing, you have to maintain enough speed to create lift over the wing, but you also want to land. So landing and taking taking off are the most dangerous parts of any flight. So the fact that they were losing power or had engine issues probably was a big part of this crash.
So I know that this is heartbreaking, of course, but also fascinating that you're able to get so much of this information before we're able to get official confirmation. I know that we are going to take some time to process this. Everyone will. We're going to gather our thoughts, take a quick break, and come back in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
We are breaking into the newscast with some breaking news. We have just confirmed Greg Biffle and his family were in fact killed in that plane crash at the Statesville Regional Airport. We've been at that scene all day long bringing you updates there, but this is the first confirmation, of course, that it was unfortunately the famed NASCAR driver's family. We learned this in a post from his friend. I'm going to read it out loud. Unfortunately, I can confirm Greg Biffle, his wife Christina, daughter Emma, and son Ryder were on that plane because they were on their way to spend the afternoon with us. We are devastated. I'm so sorry to share this. Now, we have not received official word yet from officials, but of course we are beginning to get reaction from the heartbroken NASCAR community as everyone hears the news. We are following this live on Live Impact News all afternoon until our newscast at 4. We're going to have a full breakdown from our multiple reporters out on the scene. So if you want to stick with us, join us on WCNC Plus, where we're going to bring you those updates live. For now, heading back to your newscast and your regularly scheduled programming, but we'll be back at 4 with the latest updates. Welcome back to Live Impact News. Julie Kay here with Brad Panovich. We are, of course, breaking down the heartbreaking news that Greg Biffle and his family were killed in this plane crash at the Statesville Regional Airport just a couple hours ago. Now, we are learning this from his friends, the ones he was on his way to go visit, and we, of course, have reporters out there talking to the community, getting reaction. Obviously, everyone is heartbroken. Of course, the NASCAR community is as well. We are also learning more about the plane crash itself and hoping to get an update from officials. So, Brad, I know you have looped in one of your experts that you know.
Yeah, I want to bring in right now from our sister station out in Phoenix. He's a meteorologist as well, but he's a very skilled pilot. He knows a lot about aviation, did instruction. He's very familiar with these planes. Obviously not going to know a lot about this particular crash, but I wanted to bring in Chris Dunn, the chief meteorologist from our Phoenix 12 station. And Chris, thanks for joining us. And I know you know a lot about the Citation 550 and you're a pilot yourself. Could you tell our viewers watching online a little bit about what is going through a pilot's mind when they're taking off and they report engine trouble? What's the process that they would be going through to maybe get back to the airport, or how does that work from a pilot standpoint?
Well, thanks for having me on, Brad. The first process is you want to deal with the emergency, and all pilots, no matter the skill level or the certification level, you're taught to deal with an engine out, whether it's if you have 1 or 2 or 4 engines on the airplane. So you deal with the emergency, and the first rule of any emergency in aviation is fly the airplane. Now, I was looking at some of the observations in that area, and they probably were in the clouds at that point, or maybe not, but pretty close to being in the clouds. So that adds an extra dimension. Not only are you trying to deal with an airplane that may not be functioning properly, but you also have the fact that you can't see outside, which in a normally functioning airplane is perfectly fine. And we're not sure, or at least I have not seen from some of the reports, if they have checked on with air traffic control at that point, because Statesville is a non-tower controlled airport, which is fine. you just do self-announces. But if you're flying IFR or instrument flight rules into the clouds, you are given a release time, you take off, and then you check in with air traffic control. I don't know if they had an opportunity to do just that, but obviously there was some sort of a problem where they took off and they made an immediate left-hand turn coming back to the airport, trying to get back on the ground. So if there was some sort of an engine problem or an engine failure, the first thing you want to do is secure the engine and try to keep the aircraft under control, and then try to get it back down on the ground as quickly as possible.
So if you lose one engine, obviously this plane can fly with one engine. We heard from another expert that it technically could fly with no engines for a while at altitude, obviously. What is the biggest problem with flying with one engine? Let's say one's completely out and you're coming in for landing. What are some of the pitfalls that a pilot might have to deal with as they're coming in for an emergency landing, which this would be, right?
Yeah, certainly it can fly on one engine because it has two. The biggest challenge, if you will, is something called asymmetrical thrust. So if you think about it, you have two engines, and if you lose one, the other one is going to cause it to yaw or shift over to one side. So you have to account for that. And a lot of the multi-engine training, the curriculum, is based on what happens if you do lose an engine and how are you going to treat that emergency. You need to shut down the one inoperative engine and then be able to control the airplane flying on one engine. So there are a lot of procedures that you have to do, and then flying an instrument approach on a single engine in a multi-engine aircraft, that's a big part of training and the recurrent training as well. So there's a lot of emphasis put into that in the training environment on operating on just one engine in a multi-engine aircraft. So the flight crew, don't know if there was one or two. I believe the Citation 550 is certified for single pilot operations, but a lot of these operators do operate with two pilots up front, and that just adds an extra layer of safety. We don't know exactly the nature of the accident and the crash and the situation. And of course, in the coming days, we'll find out more. We'll learn more about exactly what happened. But typically, flight crews at that level are very well trained to handle a situation like that. But as I said, you have layers of different things that are going on at the same time, and that can make it extra difficult to deal with a situation like that.
So, Chris, I mean, they took off. You said it's an untowered airport. With Statesville Airport's pretty small for most airport standards, but a lot of commercial, I would say commercial, but private jets fly out of there because of the NASCAR teams. Would there be a reason for them to go back to that airport or try to go to another airport? The fact that this happened so quickly, was that just the best place to go right after they reported the trouble they had?
Yeah, and if they were, their mindset was, we got to get this on the ground right now. We just left a perfectly good airport right behind us. Let's do a U-turn and get right back down on the ground. If they had everything under control and things were stabilized, they could declare a May Day and try to get back into Douglas, the big airport with a lot more facilities and a lot more emergency response there. But I think their mindset was, we got to get this on the ground. We got to get it on the ground now. We just left an airport behind us. Let's turn back around and get back down on the ground. Again, I can't put my mind in the minds of the pilots on that airplane, but that would be my first guess as to why they turned back around and try to get back down to the ground in Statesville.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris. One last question before we let you go. I really appreciate you taking this time, and I'm glad you're giving us this input. That we don't know a lot of the information, but from an aircraft standpoint, you're familiar with this aircraft. What can you tell us about this specific aircraft? What is its typical usage, passenger load, those kind of things? What would this aircraft normally be used for?
Yeah, exactly what they were using it for. Executive transport, business aviation, the Citation 2, the line, the 525, 550, to be a little more technical. Very popular business jet. This one, I looked up the number. I think it was manufactured in 1981, which is not a big deal. You think a 1981 car wow, that's really old. But for an aircraft, not so much, because every airplane in the U.S., in order to legally fly, they have to undergo an annual inspection. That doesn't that goes for the airliners, business jets, even the small trainers. Everything has to be inspected annually. And in addition, those inspections are much more in depth on a jet aircraft. And then the insurance requirements are usually pretty high. So you're dealing with a lot of levels and a lot of layers of certification, of the training of the aircraft. Typically, the aircraft, 6 to 8 people on board. And you can do 1,500-mile legs, 2,000-mile legs. So say from Charlotte to New York, that's an easy hop. Charlotte to Miami, Florida. My understanding was this was heading down to Florida and then out to the Bahamas. A pretty common mission for this aircraft. So they are used for personal transport, for business transportation, and Statesville is perfectly fine to use that airport. 7,000-foot runway, plenty of runway length. And they're just outside of the busy, what's called the Class Bravo airspace in Charlotte, which is a highly restricted zone of airspace. So they can take off and they can land. They don't have to even talk to anybody in air traffic control unless they're flying into the clouds and on an IFR flight plan, which they most likely were, and aircraft like this typically are. So once they get in the clouds and they check in with Charlotte approach, and then they're handed off to Washington, D.C. Center or Jacksonville Center or something like that. And so the different layers of air traffic control will handle them. But again, it's really early in the process, and we're trying to just look at some of the details and pick apart what went on. And I'm sure a lot of those questions will be answered in the coming days. And unfortunately, to hear the news that you had in the breaking news at the top of this cut-in, an unfortunate end to this crash.
Yeah. It is, and that really, at the end of the day, is the tragedy of this all, is that we lost lives over this. Chris Dunn, thank you so much for your expertise. Really appreciate that, and thank you so much for checking in. We might hit you up again at some other time.
All right, thanks, Brad.
Very, very helpful information, of course. Heartbreaking that we have to be in this situation, but definitely helpful to get info from an actual pilot as we unpack the situation. I know we've got some finally live pictures from the scene, so we're going to take a quick break and hopefully get some of that together, and also some video I know that we finally have of the crash itself. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes with some more updated images from the crash site. All right, welcome back to Live Impact News. Of course, sticking with this breaking news that we've been following all afternoon, and we do finally have some video of this crash, and it is exactly what officials described, engulfed in flames. We got this from our partners at CNN, where you can just see the cloud of smoke billowing up and the flames peeking through. Clearly, this was taken by a passerby, someone driving in a car, who just noticed this, immense scene. And this clip now, you can see officials trying to clear it, but that debris is,
it's bone chilling. Like I have chill bumps on my skin. Like this is, look at that.
It's heartbreaking, and then when you see video like this, it's shocking too.
Yeah.
Like to see the sheer magnitude of, we keep saying it's a small corporate plane, which it is compared to other planes. This is still a huge pice of equipment that just
came down.
Yeah, and as Brad and some aviation experts that we've been speaking to described, likely it was not that there's any way to have a smooth crash, but it likely went through some trees and stuff first.
Right.
Likely
it clipped some trees. It had bumps on the way down.
Yeah, likely the fuel was already somehow external to the plane, causing an even larger fire here. But that clip, when you zoom in, even when they try to get rid of the flames, and you see, it's hard.
It's hard to see.
And I know now, I believe this is a live picture.
This is a live shot. This is our, photojournalist Kevin Wardlaw is getting this now, right from the runway.
I can't tell if that's, hazy weather or smoke. Maybe
Brad
both.
just walked out. I wish we had him for 2 seconds so we can ask him if that's fog or if that's just
it does
lasting
have
smoke.
A dark tint to it, so
it does.
I would imagine, but I'm going to wait for a meteorologist to make that official call at 4 p.m. Of course, we're going to have Bria, who is at this scene with Kevin right now, and we're going to have all of our reporters, I believe, on this story for the most part, because this is, it's a heartbreaking scene. Still, hours later, this crash happened at 10:15, was last we heard from officials. And you're seeing now still multiple fire crews, multiple police vehicles as expected. We also know the FAA was on scene pretty much right after. They're starting their preliminary investigation. And I also want to, I believe we have an update from the NTSB, who is not on scene yet, but they will be. So they just tweeted the following. NTSB, which is the National Transportation Safety Board, is launching a GO team to investigate the fatal crash of a Cessna Citation C550 jet in Statesville, North Carolina. The team expects to arrive on scene tonight, and member Michael Graham will be a spokesperson on scene. NTSB will hold a media briefing tomorrow. Time and location will be shared on this account once finalized. We are not doing interviews today. So that's not unexpected. Appreciate, though, the timely response from NTSB, letting us know that there will be more information tomorrow morning, preliminary, of course. We also, at the same time, our one reporter who's not on the story was in Old Fort for an announcement from Governor Josh Stein on Helene recovery separately. And she also got a chance to ask him about the situation. Here's his response from just within the last hour.
It's heartbreaking, just heartbreaking. I just learned about it 20, 30 minutes ago. I don't know that we know the number of casualties. Obviously, a number of people were impacted. Our hearts go out to those families. Nothing more tragic way to walk into the holiday season. I will say that the SBI, State Bureau of Investigation, the Highway Patrol, they're on the site. They're working with the FAA. They're working with the local sheriff. So this is, again, a whole of government approach, local, state, and federal. And they're going to do everything they can to figure out what happened, because we don't want these kinds of accidents to occur. Just heartbreaking.
So that was Governor Josh Stein with his just initial thoughts on this heartbreaking situation. He was there separately in Old Fort to be making an announcement about Helene recovery, specifically with water issues that the community in Western North Carolina has been dealing with since that tragedy over a year ago now, and now him having to handle yet another one. Of course, heartbreaking, especially not just for everyone, but for the NASCAR community in particular. It's poignant, especially because Greg Biffle donated so much of his time and resources to helping Helene victims. We know that he was a pilot.
Just charity in general.
Yes. Yeah, we know he went to Jamaica recently, you mentioned, as a pilot.
After Melissa, Hurricane Melissa. I mean, the man, as Brad said before, the man was known almost more so for what he did after he got out of the race car. and his impact here in the Charlotte area. He's not from here.
No,
but he's now
Washington State, correct?
Washington State.
Yeah, but just showing you the impact he's made here. He's made this his home.
Right.
And just absolutely heartbreaking, especially knowing that his 2 children were on board as well. I know that now, as the community reacts, obviously heartbroken, we are going to have some more questions about what actually happened here. So that's what the NTSB is doing. That's what the FAA is doing. I'm sure our local officials were getting information and updates from the Iredell County Sheriff regularly. We are also curious about this plane itself. As I've mentioned, it is a small corporate jet, the Cessna C550, also known as a Citation II. So I got a chance a little bit earlier, if you missed it, to speak with an aviation attorney pretty much right after this happened. So this was even prior to us confirming it was Greg Biffle and his family on this plane.
Correct. So we should mention that so that we didn't know at this time when this happened.
This was actually like right as you and Brad were confirming it. I was in the middle of this interview. So, but we really did focus more on the plane itself, the flight pattern. We know that Brad broke this down to, it looks like, since they were only in the air for 10 minutes, we can see the flight pattern, that they had the wherewithal to turn around at some point, kind of indicating some sort of mechanical issue, maybe some sort of power failure or engine issue. And so Pablo Rojas, he's based out of Miami, but has worked on many of these cases before, got a chance to break down what he thinks so far before we get any more official information from those investigators. And I believe we have an aviation attorney ready to talk who has worked with some of these planes before. I believe, is that all good to go, Carlene? Right. All right, so I believe we have aviation attorney Pablo Rojas here. Thank you so much for joining us on such short notice. I know that this is, unfortunately, in your line of work, not an unfamiliar scenario, and it's still preliminary in terms of the information that we have. But I would love to get just your initial thoughts, how you learned about this, and what are your first thoughts after hearing about this?
Sure, and I think Brad hit on a lot of the most important facts that, or seemingly facts that we know so far. I learned about it on the news, maybe like anybody else on the internet. We're based in Miami, but we represent victims nationwide. And once I learned about a plane crash like this is our line of work. We represent victims of plane crashes, and I dug in to learn as much as we can. As you folks were just talking about, we don't know very much right now, but I think Brad nailed it. The flight path that we know so far, the quickness with which the pilots evidently made a decision to turn around and attempt to land again clearly indicates some kind of mechanical issue. Very commonly, when pilots detect an issue with an engine, they detect it right away after takeoff. Takeoff and landing are the 2 most dangerous parts of any flight. And any kind of mechanical issue could prompt a pilot to say, wait a minute, we gotta get back to land. This is not safe to continue this flight. But very, very commonly, it's an engine. Now, twin engine aircraft, as Brad was just saying, they can fly with just one. Really, you can fly with 0 if you have enough speed and you can get aerodynamic lift. But it is more challenging. And as Brad was just saying, I completely agree. I think the fact that there are tree debris and they didn't make it to the runway suggests that they were losing quite a good deal of power. So we could be thinking about issues with one engine. We could be looking at issues potentially with both, because you should be able to land an aircraft like this running on one engine if everything else is going well.
Yeah, and for non-aviation experts, I'm sure that's actually probably pretty shocking to hear. We do know that they were not in the air for very long, as you mentioned. I believe only about 10 minutes from the latest that we heard from officials, them crashing at around 10:15 this morning, and the FAA already on scene investigating. Now, I know, as I mentioned, this is not unfamiliar in your line of work. This particular plane, the Cessna C550, is this one that you have experience with in the past?
Yeah, Cessna's a very big manufacturer of aircraft. Maybe a lot of your viewers or listeners would have heard of it. And the Citation is their business jets. It's sort of a fancier aircraft. They're different models of Citations. And over the years, like many other aircraft, there have been issues reported. There have been fatal crashes. There have been issues reported in the past related to landing gear. But at this early stage, as you say, the FAA and NTSB are on the ground, if not already, very, very soon. They're going to take exclusive jurisdiction over the wreckage. They're going to conduct the investigation, and hopefully, because I think the families of victims, and from what I've seen on social media, unfortunately, there will be probably several fatalities, they're going to want answers quickly about who was on the flight and what the NTSB has come across. At first glance, it doesn't look like a landing gear issue because, as Brad was just explaining, they didn't even make it to the runway. I mean, this was a loss of power. So sometimes the information from prior crashes is helpful. Other times you have to wonder whether there's something else going on here that doesn't have to do necessarily with these planes. The other thing I would mention is, engines on aircraft are to some extent interchangeable. So we're looking at obviously a Cessna Citation jet, but if there was a loss of power issue with one or both of the engines, then one thing to look at is what was the make and model of the engine, which comes from a variety of manufacturers. I think once that information is obtained, I haven't seen it, perhaps other folks have been able to get it in the short time since this crash. One thing that will be important to look at is what is the history of incidents involving that type of engine, not necessarily that type of plane.
That's really helpful information too, because I know when we first got this and we were looking up the citation and what we know, I know there's multiple configurations and slightly different models. Originally, we were just trying to figure out how many people were on board, and I'm curious if you are able to know that based on the information you have with how many seats there are. But I think that's helpful for people to know too, is that there's multiple things here. It could be different engines, different models that could also impact the situation.
Absolutely. One of the things we often say when talking about these types of tragedies is that typically it's not enough for one thing to go wrong. Several things have to go wrong for something like this to happen. And both aircraft and engine, meaning the body, the fuselage, but then each of the two engines undergo incredibly intensive and frequent maintenance. At least they're supposed to under federal regulations. So there will have been a lot of people that laid hands on this aircraft and engines over the past several months and years, every 100 hours, every year, at different maintenance intervals. And so it's very complex situation technically. I think the NTSB and FAA will get at some initial impression of what went wrong. As Brad was saying, at first glance, it has something to do with the engines. But then I think you'd be looking at questions not only of the design of the aircraft and the design of the engines, but also the maintenance history. Aircraft and engines both are supposed to have very well documented maintenance histories. And one of the first things the FAA and NTSB, and if other folks eventually get involved, lawyers such as ourselves for victims or any other investigators, they're going to be taking a long, hard look at the maintenance history of whether the aircraft and engines were up to speed with the maintenance that was supposed to be performed, and also whether previous maintenance issues or mishaps had been reported. Sometimes when engines fail, there will be a report that a pilot noticed something that a couple flights ago or a couple months ago that luckily didn't lead to a fatality, and maybe somebody looked at it and signed off on it. Maybe they should have, maybe they shouldn't have. But that type of historical record of previously reported incidents and what type of maintenance was performed is going to be critical in getting answers and getting to the truth of what happened here.
Such helpful information, Pablo. Before we let you go, because I know this is a very busy day and this is just breaking as it's happening, is there anything else we haven't asked about you want people to know?
No, not at all. I think you guys have hit the right points, hit the right questions, and our hearts go out to the victims' families. We deal with this all the time. It's a terrible, terrible thing to happen. This looks like a terrible crash with several fatalities. So I would just close on that note. This is a terrible crash.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking, and I appreciate you again taking the time to break this down. I know people appreciate it, so thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Really helpful information, as I said there, from an aviation attorney. It's not often that, we get someone on right away after something happens. So I just wanted to say again that this was filmed before we got the official confirmation that Greg Biffle and his family were, of course, on that flight. We do want to get back now to some reaction that we're getting from people all over, people from DC, people from within NASCAR. Starting with Congressman Richard Hudson from the area. He says, "I am devastated by the loss of Greg, Christina, and their children. My heart is with all who love them. They were friends who lived their lives focused on helping others. Greg was a great NASCAR champion who thrilled millions of fans and was an extraordinary person as well." He goes on to acknowledge the service that he contributed, not just to the NASCAR community, but of course to Helene recovery. Carlene, I know we might have something going on.
Yes, I just got a word from our digital producers that actually CNN is confirming, we were sourcing CNN, that 6 people have been killed in that crash. 6 people.
So at this point, we've known about 4. We know about the family. We knew there was likely 1 more pilot.
Correct.
We do not know who the 6th person is at this point.
At this point, no.
It's hard to say, even more devastating news, but
Right.
another person killed is just a very upsetting news. Thank you, Carlene, for that update. And again, that is via CNN. A source from CNN is confirming a 6th person. We knew about 4 confirmed, most likely a 5th, now a 6th confirmed as well. And so I'm expecting that we'll get some more updates on that within the next couple hours. Hopefully from officials themselves, because again, at this point, we are hearing stuff from sources, from friends of the family, and I'm hoping soon we get an update from the Iredell County Sheriff, though I know they're very, very busy with this investigation overall.
Correct.
Shall we continue on to
Yes.
Justin Marks?
Justin Marks is a team owner for Trackhouse Racing. That he just posted this posted this on X moments ago. One of the silver linings to such a small and intertwined industry is the support and love we have for every member of the NASCAR family. Today is a tough one. We've lost a family that made contributions far beyond the racetrack. Rest in paradise, friends. Exactly kind of what we were talking about earlier, Brad and me and you, that this is, of course, devastating for the NASCAR community, but it's just this family has done so much.
Mm-hmm. And we've got another congressman, too, saying the same thing. I'm not going to make you pull it up because it's short, but it says, please join Rachel and me in praying for the family, friends, and all those grieving the loss of Greg Biffle, his wife, Christina, and their children. Greg was known not only for his success on the track, but for his generosity and impact he and his family had in their community. This is from Congressman Addison McDowell. So everyone is kind of hitting the same theme that we've been hearing over and over again of just what a generous family, what a generous man.
Yeah. It's just,
what a huge loss.
It's a tragedy for the community, the sport, motorsports fans, even casual fans. It's just a tragedy all around, and it's kind of hard to put in words, especially because we're just now seeing kind of the scope of the thing. Like we've said before, Statesville Airport's not exactly close to here, so it took us a minute to get there and get eyes on it. And now that we're seeing these images, it's bone-chilling.
Yeah, and I believe this is a live look from the scene. CNN is actually pulling our feed of this right now. So we're all, looking at this, this is what it looks like now from our crew.
And hopefully, I'm not sure if Brad Panovich, our sweet Brad Panovich, if you're listening, is this fog? Is this smoke kind of hanging on from the scene? If he's listening, or please give us a shout, because I'm curious. It just seems it's so hazy.
But you can see how many officials are in there, and I know our Nate Morbido has been looking into some other angles of this while we talk. Carlene, I know he just sent you some sound that we may want to toss to, because Nate is going to pop in just a second here. But I want to just be clear that we've got so many angles that we're working on right now. We have talked extensively at this point about the legacy of Greg Biffle. That is going to be, I think, the main conversation of the generosity of his family. Just
and not to give it a shake, he was a legend in the sport as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been out of the race car for a minute now, but the man's a big name.
Big name, big impact.
Not too
family
long ago,
involved.
I think NASCAR named him as one of the top 75 drivers. So, of all time.
Yeah.
So,
not surprising.
Right. It's a huge, just devastating loss in so many ways.
And at the same time, as we grieve, and the whole community grieves, the families grieve, we also now have to deal with what happened here. And of course, that's what the NTSB and the FAA is investigating. That's what our Nate Morbido comes in for. Of course, I know, usually work from home today. You had to come in with such breaking news like this. Where do you start when you're dealing with, I know we've kind of explained on here how our process of the public documents, how do we know that this originally was Greg's plane or related to him? But that's also where you come in looking into these documents, these public records. Where do you begin with something like this?
Yeah, so unfortunately throughout my career I've covered several plane crashes, and I just got off a call with a former National Transportation Safety Board investigator who I've kind of had a relationship with over the years because of the work that we do, right? And so we know what the tail number is, which is the number that you see on the back of an airplane.
Like a license tag.
Exactly. Yeah. It basically, it's a unique identifier for that plane. And then, I pull up, first and foremost, the history of that plane. And we know it's a multi-engine plane. We know it was made in 1981. The investigator I spoke to told me that should not raise an alarm to anyone. You know, it's 44 years old. These generally are maintained very well, much better than cars, even planes. Sure. So just because it was made in 1981, not a big red flag, right? I look at the pilot history. We know that Greg Biffle was on the plane, so I pull his pilot permit certificate, for example. And what I found from that is that in March of this year, he received from the FAA his pilot certificate, and he is certified to fly a single and a multi-engine plane and a helicopter. But what's interesting, and we don't know if he was the main pilot on this either, let me just be real clear. But what this investigator told me, this former investigator, he's now a consultant, and you'll hear from him in a second, told me is that because he was not rated specifically for this type of plane, he could not have flown the plane solely. So again, we don't know if he was the pilot or not. We don't know if he was even in a pilot seat. But we do know he has a pilot license that he got in March of this year. So I want you to listen just for a second from Greg Fife. He is a former National Transportation Safety Board investigator. He would go out in the field, covered many and investigated many big plane crashes for more than 20 years. And I asked him, what are the 3 big questions you have based on what little information we have right now? Here's what he told me.
1, who was in the front of the airplane? Who was actually manipulating the flight controls at the time of the event and what transpired? 2, what was going on in the aircraft with at least following through with trying to get the airplane back to the airport in an expeditious manner? And 3, what kind of recent maintenance history is there with not only the aircraft itself, but the 2 engines?
So I'm not lost in the nuts and bolts of what's happened and what we know of this crash yet. I'm looking for context, right? And we're hearing different things, and I'm not jumping to any conclusions here. But let's say if an engine wasn't functioning, for example.
Right.
What he tells me is that pilots are trained with experience to find a way to get a plane back safely with 1 engine. Unless an engine, something happens where a pilot loses control of the aircraft, and then at that point, you don't have the ability to control the plane. Also, he was looking at the flight path. I know Brad has been showing that to a lot of people. To him, it raises a question of why it took so long for the plane to circle back around.
Interesting.
And he said it could be a variety of things. Maybe they didn't have control. It could be they were trying to figure out what to do. And he also said, even though the weather, and you know, Larry has talked a little bit about today too, the weather likely wasn't a factor, but I believe there was some fog, could have been an issue too when it comes into the descent. We don't have the maintenance records for this plane. That's something that investigators will ultimately look into as well. So, you know, when you look at this kind of a situation, the whole goal of an investigation like this will be so that this never happens again.
Of course.
That is the goal anytime, you know, Washington, D.C. comes to our area to investigate a plane crash. And, you know, they're going to have to figure out, did the plane hit a bird or an animal? I don't know. We don't know what happened, right? But these are all in the realm of possibility. Was there a mechanical issue? And I don't know if you all knew this, but one of our editors pulled some video from 2011 when Greg Biffle was in a minor crash in Kentucky. Were you guys aware of this? Have you talked about this yet? No. Some landing gear had some issue, and thanks to his pilot at the time, they were able to safely land with minimal real issue. But, you know, when it comes to this particular plane, Greg Fife told me it's a reliable commercial business plane. And, you know, nothing from the, you know, what limited information he's seen raises any red flag right now.
Interesting too, just the pieces coming together. The fact that based on these public records, we're able to see the flight path before we know exactly what happened. It's just interesting to be able to do this live. Deeply upsetting, of course, but to watch these pieces get put together before we get that official confirmation. Of course, people naturally speculate, but interesting what is available already.
Yes, and you know, in Statesville, we don't have access to the air traffic control radio. Now, we would around here in Charlotte, but we don't in Statesville, so we don't know what the aircraft was saying. I did listen to some of the medic and fire calls that went out. Well, it was pretty much an all hands on deck situation to get people out there quickly.
Makes sense.
You know, but no real information. So yeah, you kind of piece it together, and we don't want to jump to any conclusions, right? There is plenty of time to figure out what happened. Right now, the most important thing is to remember the people that loved the Biffle family and anybody who else was on that airplane. I know a lot of people in Western North Carolina have a lot of respect for him. He flew some helicopter flights, I believe, post-Helene.
Yes.
And, you know, I remember when I went to Blacksburg to cover the Virginia Tech shootings, and just to draw a parallel, you know, everyone wanted to talk about how can we prevent this from happening again. Yes, these are conversations that we need to have, but the most pressing conversation is who were these people?
Of course.
How are they being remembered? What can we do as a community to help them right now?
Especially when you've got children involved too.
Yeah,
Deeply
just
upsetting.
heartbreaking all around, yeah.
And I know when we talk about, you know, what happens next, those reports, especially NTSB, because they're very thorough, do take a long time. And so we're not going to have some of these answers.
That's
for
my
quite a
my
while.
question. You've said this. You've covered plane crashes, unfortunately, quite a few times. What kind of timeline are we realistically in your past have you dealt with? Like,
I mean, somewhere around a couple months, you may get a couple to a few months, you may get like a preliminary brief document.
right.
But we're talking about more than a year to really
Yeah.
get something
Yeah.
with any substance that really kind of critically
That you can
says,
sink your teeth into to really.
this
dig
is
through.
what happened here. Yeah. And, you know, I remember I worked in Tennessee for a while. I must have been 2018, 2019 when Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s plane.
Close
had
call,
yeah,
right.
I mean, it went into flames on the airport in Elizabethton,
Correct.
Tennessee, kind of just over the mountain. And that took some time
Yeah.
for an investigation to be put together. And in that case, there were no fatalities. And so you now have another racing family.
Yeah.
In this case, the worst possible outcome. And there will be plenty of time to ask what happened, why did it happen?
Exactly.
And we are asking those questions. That's my job. But I do want to just drive home the point. In the meantime, our crews are out there trying to figure out how do we help this family? How do we remember this family right now and anybody else that was on that plane?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that's why we have so many crews in today answering both of those questions. What's now for remembering the family and what's next in terms of this investigation? So Nate, thank you for joining us. I know that you've got some work ahead of you today as well.
Sure.
And you'll be on at 4, 5, and 6?
I'll be in at 4, 5, and 6. You got it.
All right.
On TV.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
Carlene, what do you want to get to next? I know
Let's
we've
go
got a
back.
lot.
Let's rewind a little bit. Go back to Brad's interview with
Yeah.
Chris Stein, aviation expert. It was really great insight.
Yep. Meteorologist out of Arizona, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of insight, pilot himself, and Brad got a chance to speak with him within the last hour and a half or so.
Yeah, I want to bring in right now from our sister station out in Phoenix. He's a meteorologist as well, but he's a very skilled pilot. He knows a lot about aviation, did instruction. He's very familiar with these planes. Obviously not going to know a lot about this particular crash, but I wanted to bring in Chris Dunn, the chief meteorologist from our Phoenix 12 station. And Chris, thanks for joining us. And I know you know a lot about the Citation 550 and you're a pilot yourself. Could you tell like our viewers watching online a little bit about like what is going through a pilot's mind when they're taking off and they report engine trouble? What's the process that they would be going through to maybe get back to the airport, or how does that work from a pilot standpoint?
Well, thanks for having me on, Brad. The first process is you want to deal with the emergency, and all pilots, no matter the skill level or the certification level, you're taught to deal with an engine out, whether it's if you have 1 or 2 or 4 engines on the airplane. So you deal with the emergency, and the first rule of any emergency in aviation is fly the airplane. Now, I was looking at some of the observations in that area, and they probably were in the clouds at that point, or maybe not, but pretty close to being in the clouds. So that adds an extra dimension. Not only are you trying to deal with an airplane that may not be functioning properly, but you also have the fact that you can't see outside, which in a normally functioning airplane is perfectly fine. And we're not sure, or at least I have not seen from some of the reports, if they have checked on with air traffic control at that point, because Statesville Statesville is a non-tower controlled airport, which is fine. You just do self-announces. But if you're flying IFR or instrument flight rules into the clouds, you are given a release time, you take off, and then you check in with air traffic control. I don't know if they had an opportunity to do just that, but obviously there was some sort of a problem where they took off and they made an immediate left-hand turn coming back to the airport, trying to get back on the ground. So if there was some sort of an engine problem or an engine failure, the first thing you want to do is secure the engine and try to keep the aircraft under control, and then try to get it back down on the ground as quickly as possible.
So if you lose one engine, obviously this plane can fly with one engine. We heard from another expert that it technically could fly with no engines for a while at altitude, obviously. What is the biggest problem with flying with one engine? Let's say one's completely out and you're coming in for landing. What are some of the pitfalls that a pilot might have to deal with as they're coming in for an emergency landing, which this would be, right?
Yeah, certainly it can fly on one engine because it has two. The biggest challenge, if you will, is something called asymmetrical thrust. So if you think about it, you have two engines, and if you lose one, the other one is going to cause it to yaw or shift over to one side. So you have to account for that. And a lot of the multi-engine training, the curriculum, is based on what happens if you do lose an engine, and how are you going to treat that emergency. You need to shut down the one inoperative engine and then be able to control the airplane flying on one engine. So there are a lot of procedures that you have to do, and then flying an instrument approach on a single engine in a multi-engine aircraft, that's a big part of training and the recurrent training as well. So there's a lot of emphasis put into that in the training environment on operating on just one engine in a multi-engine aircraft. So the flight crew, don't know if there was one or two. I believe the Citation 550 is certified for single pilot operations, but a lot of these operators do operate with two pilots up front, and that just adds an extra layer of safety. We don't know exactly the nature of the accident and the crash and the situation, and of course in the coming days we'll find out more, we'll learn more about exactly what happened. But typically flight crews at that level are very well trained to handle a situation like that. But as I said, you have layers of different things that are going on at the same time, and that can make it extra difficult to deal with a situation like that.
So, Chris, I mean, they took off. You said it's an untowered airport. With Statesville Airport's pretty small for most airport standards, but a lot of commercial, I would say commercial, but private jets fly out of there because of the NASCAR teams. Would there be a reason for them to go back to that airport or try to go to another airport? The fact that this happened so quickly, was that just the best place to go right after they reported the trouble they had?
Yeah, and if they were, their mindset was, we got to get this on the ground right now. We just left a perfectly good airport right behind us. Let's do a U-turn and get right back down on the ground. If they had everything under control and things were stabilized, they could declare a Mayday and try to get back into Douglas, the big airport with a lot more facilities and a lot more emergency response there. But I think their mindset was, we got to get this on the ground. We got to get it on the ground now. We just left an airport behind us. Let's turn back around and get back down on the ground. Again, I can't put my mind in the minds of the pilots on that airplane, but that would be my first guess as to why they turned back around and try to get back down to the ground in Statesville.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris. One last question before we let you go. I really appreciate you taking this time, and I'm glad you're giving us this input, that we don't know a lot of the information, but from an aircraft standpoint, you're familiar with this aircraft. What can you tell us about this specific aircraft? What is its typical usage, passenger load, those kind of things? What would this aircraft normally be used for?
Yeah, exactly what they were using it for. Executive transport, business aviation, the Citation 2, the line, the 525, 550, to be a little more technical. Very popular business jet. This one, I looked up the number. I think it was manufactured in 1981, which is not a big deal. You think a 1981 car wow, that's really old. But for an aircraft, not so much, because every airplane in the U.S., in order to legally fly, they have to undergo an annual inspection. That doesn't that goes for the airliners, business jets, even the small trainers. Everything has to be inspected annually. And in addition, those inspections are much more in depth on a jet aircraft. And then the insurance requirements are usually pretty high. So you're dealing with a lot of levels and a lot of layers of certification, of the training of the aircraft. Typically, the aircraft, 6 to 8 people on board, and you can do 1,500-mile legs, 2,000-mile legs. So say from Charlotte to New York, that's an easy hop. Charlotte to Miami, Florida. My understanding was this was heading down to Florida and then out to the Bahamas. A pretty common mission for this aircraft. So they are used for personal transport, for business transportation, and Statesville is perfectly fine to use that airport. 7,000-foot runway, plenty of runway length, and they're just outside of the busy, what's called the Class Bravo airspace in Charlotte, which is a highly restricted zone of airspace. So they can take off and they can land. They don't have to even talk to anybody in air traffic control, unless they're flying into the clouds and on an IFR flight plan, which they most likely were, and aircraft like this typically are. So once they get in the clouds, then they check in with Charlotte Approach, and then they're handed off to Washington, D.C. Center or Jacksonville Center or something like that. And so the different layers of air traffic control will handle them. But again, it's really early in the process, and we're trying to just look at some of the details and pick apart what went on, and I'm sure a lot of those questions will be answered in the coming days. And unfortunately, to hear the news that you had in the breaking news at the top of this cut-in, an unfortunate end to this crash.
Yeah, it is, and that really, at the end of the day, is the tragedy of this all, is that we lost lives over this. Chris Dunn, thank you so much for your expertise. Really appreciate that, and thank you so much for checking in. We might hit you up again at some other time.
All right, thanks, Brad.
Really, really helpful interview there with our Brad Panovich and Chris Dunn out of Phoenix, a meteorologist and a pilot himself. But I want to remind you one more time, we got this live picture up still, multiple crews out on the scene. You can still see it's very hazy. Unclear at this point if that is fog or if that is smoke. We're waiting for our meteorologists, especially because they're going to be back so soon.
It appears from what Larry was saying, or there is a foggy conditions up there. So this may be just fog. It might be a little bit of mix of both.
A little bit of both. We know from some of the videos that we've gotten from viewers that it was quite a smoky scene, multiple flames. Carlene's pulling that up now. So yeah, I mean, you can see how something like that would linger.
Black, thick smoke.
Yeah, and I know we keep saying small corporate jet, but of course it's still a plane. It's a large piece of equipment, and of course that smoke like that's going to linger for a while. But still, multiple crews on scene right now. We know the FAA is there investigating, and the NTSB is expected to get there tonight. Our crews are out not just at the scene of the incident, but also getting reaction from community members, NASCAR, all of that as we speak. So they're going to bring you that coverage live at 4, 5, and 6. We're going to keep bringing you updates, though, as we learn more. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Impact News, 3 o'clock right on the dot. I'm Julie Kay here with Carlene Bragg. We've been in here for the last 2 hours walking you through this breaking news. We now know who was killed in this plane crash. Really awful that Greg Biffle and his family have now passed. We have live pictures from the scene here. You can see still kind of a mix between fog, those foggy conditions we knew about earlier, and smoke from the scene. Still emergency crews on scene. The whole airport, of course, naturally is shut down as they continue to clean debris and investigate what happens here, which is going to take, as we've discussed, a long time. NTSB is expected to be there tonight. FAA expects a preliminary report in the next day or so, but that is just the beginning of what will be quite a long investigation. We want to show you this video from right after it happened. So here's what we know is it happened at 10:15 this morning. It is a Cessna C550, also known, what's the name of the plane? There's another name for the plane for those of you aviation
Citation
experts.
2.
Citation 2. It is, so it's a small passenger jet, typically seats around 9 people. We now know via CNN, our sources there, that 6 people were killed in this crash. We know that 4 of them were Greg Biffle, his wife, and his kids. We believe there was likely another pilot on board. Of course, Greg Biffle does have a pilot's license. We do not know if he was piloting at this point, so we suspect there was another pilot on board. We do not know who the 6th person may or may not be. So lots of questions still to be answered here, but we are getting more reaction, of course, as the news comes out. So the most recent one is from Congressman Tim Moore. I'm devastated to learn of the tragic passing of Greg Biffle, his wife Christina, and their 2 young children. He was a hero on and off the track, stepping up for Western North Carolina when they needed help after Hurricane Helene. That is something that we're hearing from so many people, not just, of course, such a legacy as a driver, but also how generous he and his family were in the wake of not just Helene, but other
tragedy,
other disasters.
Just charitable in general.
Yeah, using his pilot's license and his time and money and resources to bring donations where they were needed. We're hearing similar messages from other Congress people. Representative Richard Hudson saying, the last time I spoke with Christina just a couple of weeks ago, she reached out to ask how she could help with relief efforts in Jamaica. That's who the Biffles were. And of course, hearing from the NASCAR community as well, Justin Marks, who, Carlene, you are more familiar with than I am.
He is the team owner of Trackhouse Racing. So
big
race
name,
team, yes.
Big name in the community. He says one of the silver linings to such a small and intertwined industry is the support and love we have for every member of the NASCAR family. Today is a tough one. We've lost a family that made a contributions far beyond the track. Rest in paradise, friends. And you're seeing now some video of Greg Biffle, his time on the track, of course, being retired for many years. But
It's been a minute since he's been in, in a car, but
he's never left the community.
No.
Yeah.
No, he's been closely aligned with the community since the mid 1990s. I mean, he's been around for a minute now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've even mentioned, Carlene, he's not originally from North Carolina, but has made North Carolina his home, continuing to live in the area. Flying out of Statesville even. And of course, his contributions to Western North Carolina. That's actually where we found Governor Josh Stein today. We were already on our way with a crew to Old Fort as Stein was making an announcement about Hurricane Helene recovery, specifically with water resources there. But our reporter there got a chance to ask about what happened here today in Statesville.
It's heartbreaking, just heartbreaking. I just learned about it 20, 30 minutes ago. I don't know that we know the number of casualties. Obviously, a number of people were impacted. Our hearts go out to those families. Nothing more tragic way to walk into the holiday season. I will say that the SBI, State Bureau of Investigation, the Highway Patrol, they're on the site. They're working with the FAA. They're working with the local sheriff. So this is, again, a whole of government approach, local, state, and federal. And they're going to do everything they can to figure out what happened, because we don't want these kinds of accidents to occur. Just heartbreaking.
And of course, that was pretty much immediately after he heard about this. And even since then, we've learned more information. If you've been with us since we started here in Live Impact around 1 p.m., you've probably seen us break the news ourselves in this moment. I mean, we are monitoring social media. We are checking in and calling experts as we're sitting here, because this is how breaking news is, especially you might be hearing some chatter on social media. I know that's how it first broke. People assuming that just because Greg Biffle was associated with the company that owned the plane, that meant that he was on it or flying it. We have to wait until we get that confirmation. Today, that didn't come from an official. Actually, it came from a friend in Florida who says Biffle and his family were on the way to see him. But we have to wait for a verified source. And so that's why, for transparency's sake, you've gotten a chance to see us discover this in the moment. Officials are not able to share that information on the record sometimes until they have done their due diligence as well to make sure everything is correct and that they've contacted appropriate family members. So
we want to treat it sensitively. Like we don't want to go with something that's, speculation or anything. We want to be confirmed because this is, of course, a tragedy. It's very sensitive and it's heartbreaking and
grieving families out there right now.
So we wanted to do our jobs, make sure everything is confirmed, accurate before we bring it to you. So you've probably heard of the background. You probably heard the door to our studio open and close. I'll bring it to why. You've probably seen people come in and out. It's just been, that's what breaking news is, and we wanted just this is what Lynn by Life Impact is all about, is showing you how we do our job.
Peeling back the curtain a bit and able to offer some insight into why officials are waiting to say something. I know NTSB said they're going to be there on scene tonight, but they won't be doing interviews today. We do know tomorrow they're likely to have a press conference. We don't know what time yet. But the first official sound that we got was pretty much right after, I think, around 12:15.
12:30-ish maybe?
Yeah, it's been a couple hours, but even since then, we've confirmed so much more information. So we're going to bring you back to this press conference, but know that this was before it was confirmed that it was Greg Biffle's family. They were not able to even confirm fatalities at this point, but for the sake of the timeline here and what we know, this is the only sound that we've gotten thus far from airport officials, so we're going to bring this to you now.
Our chief, Statesville. David Only, police chief for Statesville.
When you step up, could you please just say your name again, just for folks?
Absolutely.
And I'm going to introduce them.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, my name is April Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for the City of Statesville. We're going to provide a short briefing of the incident that happened this morning. At the end of this briefing, we will not be taking any questions. Just want to give you the heads up on that. So I'm going to introduce you to Ron Smith, City Manager for the City of Statesville.
Good morning. My name is Ron Smith. I'm the city manager in Statesville. To my left is John Ferguson, our airport director. Jody Smyer, he's with Iredell County Emergency Management. Chief David Only, police chief, and Chief Glenn Curfeys, our fire chief. So we don't have a lot to share this morning, as this is still an active event, but I just wanted to let you know that the city did respond to a crash here at the airport this morning at about 10:15. It's been a multi-agency response. We've had city, county, state, feds are here, so we have had, again, everybody is here on site at this point, and we anticipate that this is going to go on for quite some time. Since we don't have a lot of information to share today, and since this is evolving, either the city or other agencies will take the lead in putting out more information as the day goes on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ferguson, our airport director.
Thank you. Good morning. Like we said, approximately 10:15 a.m., we got a report of a corporate jet that crashed off the end of the runway on the east end. When actually I came out, it was already fully involved. We've had multiple agencies, as you said, come. The FAA arrived about 12 o'clock today. They're taking over the scene. They're taking over the investigation. We have no information on any cause. The airport now is closed until further notice. It'll take some time to get the debris off the runway to get it safe again. At this time, I'm also still don't have any other information than what we've already said. I'll turn this over to, oh, go ahead, you do it.
Again, we'll provide updates as soon as we have them, either by us or other agencies. And if you have direct questions that you want answered, you can email those to me, and we will try to get these back to you as soon as possible. Again, my name is April Nesbitt. It's ANESBIT at statesvillenc.net. Thank you all.
No number of people on the plane right now? No. And did it happen during landing?
And again, that press conference was the first official word we got from airport officials. Of course, that happened before they were able to confirm those victims being the Biffle family. And we are still working to find out who those 2 other victims were, as we have confirmed via CNN that 6 people were killed in this Statesville crash. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back. We want to get to some more reaction from the community as well as state leaders on this tragedy. This is from Michael Whatley, who's running for Senate, U.S. Senate in North Carolina. Greg Biffle was not only an incredible driver, he was a great North Carolinian who stepped up and saved lives in one of our darkest hours when so many others failed to do so. I am simply heartbroken at his loss and the loss of his young family. He then asked for people to join him in prayer today. Of course, when he talks about one of our darkest hours, he's referring to Western North Carolina's recovery from Helene, where Biffle stepped up and volunteered his time, his pilot's license, resources to bring donations to places that were really inaccessible any other way than by helicopter or plane. And so that, I think, is going to be a huge part of his lasting legacy. Of course, though, we're hearing from people who knew the family as well, specifically Joel Edmonds, a longtime spotter for Biffle.
Joel Edmonds was Biffle's longtime spotter. If you're not familiar with the sport spotters, are like your eye on the sky. They're on the top of the track for each driver, helping them, guide them through a race.
Of course.
So they're
necessary.
very close entwined. Like they're as important, almost as important as the driver is. So Joel Emmons, I guess, tweeted this 4 hours ago about Prey. So Brett Griffin, a fellow spotter, longtime legendary spotter, said, when I saw this earlier today, I didn't immediately reach out to Joel. Then I got a phone call asking me questions, so I texted him. His response sent overwhelming sadness. I've spent the majority of the day reflecting and remembering since life seems so unfair at times. These are people. Like, I mean, you know, we see so many statements and things like that. You can just see in that statement, like, this is as real and raw of a reaction as you can get.
Yeah, it's really heartbreaking, just the situation itself, and seeing people's reactions who knew him. Of course, it kind of adds on to the fact that the way we found out about this was through a friend. They were supposed to be on their way to Florida, which we know not just from the fund, but also from FlightAware, the flight tracker. We know that they were on their way south to go see this friend for the afternoon, and of course it took such a dark, sad turn.
We have a live photos right now from the airport or from the runway. I mean, there's still, I mean, it's very foggy, so again, you're seeing what we're seeing. Can't see much.
But those flashing lights, I mean, it's I don't know if we have a different angle now or if it's cleared up a little bit. But of course the airport is closed as they clean up. The scene here, I know, like, I mean, just so much debris with such a large crash like this. I mean, you can just see it there.
This is video from earlier.
There almost like isn't words for it.
No, because I mean, it's like what you're saying. We keep saying it's a small plane. It's a small plane. It is I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's still a huge piece of equipment, machinery falling from the sky. So you see this like huge. I mean, you see the debris there. It's like that was a plane.
It almost doesn't seem real.
No.
Yeah, and to be able to see it, not just the smoke and the fire, but the actual debris itself of what was such a large vehicle is really a stark image. And Carlene, I'm not sure if we have this yet, but one of our producers says that we have another live picture from the other side of the airport now.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious. That might be on a different, it says 13, Highway 13.
Plug it up.
And so hopefully we can get another angle for you guys, because I am curious to see.
Here we go.
What more we have. Yeah, okay. So you can see, I mean, directly into what the sheriffs are doing here. So we have not just the FAA, a federal organization, but we also have, of course, the local sheriffs. Iredell County is helping with this investigation as well. And you can see them just, you know, really set up here, very
It's a small airport, but I mean, you know, so it's just, you know, it's not as busy, you know, especially everything's closed right now. I mean, this is only just a snippet of what we're seeing, because it's just a bunch of land where, you know, we're only permitted to go as close as we're allowed to go.
And a safety issue too, I'm sure.
100%.
So we're wishing them the best as they investigate this really difficult scene, I'm sure. And that is kind of the two sides of this that we're dealing with today. Is, of course, we want to remember this family, the impact they had, but we also want to answer questions about what's happened here. And we got a chance to speak to an aviation attorney who's worked on multiple such cases, unfortunately, but also with this plane in particular, the Cessna C550. And so he got a chance to break down for us his experience with plane crashes, what you're able to know at this point in the investigation, which is not much, except we do have kind of some insight into what may have happened here from the flight track that turned around so quickly. So this is our interview from just a couple hours ago. And I believe we have an aviation attorney ready to talk who has worked with some of these planes before. I believe, is that all good to go, Carlene? Right. All right, so I believe we have aviation attorney Pablo Rojas here. Thank you so much for joining us on such short notice. I know that this is, unfortunately, in your line of work, not an unfamiliar scenario, and it's still preliminary in terms of the information that we have. But I would love to get just your initial thoughts, how you learned about this, and what are your first thoughts after hearing about this?
Sure, and I think Brad hit on a lot of the most important facts that, or seemingly facts that we know so far. I learned about it on the news, maybe like anybody else on the internet. We're based in Miami, but we represent victims nationwide. And you know, once I learned about a plane crash like this is our line of work. We represent victims of plane crashes, and I dug in to learn as much as we can. As you folks were just talking about, we don't know very much right now, but I think Brad nailed it. The flight path that we know so far, the quickness with which the pilots evidently made a decision to turn around and attempt to land again clearly indicates some kind of mechanical issue. Very commonly, when pilots detect an issue with an engine, they detect it right away after takeoff. Takeoff and landing are the two most dangerous parts of any flight, and any kind of mechanical issue could prompt a pilot to say, "Wait a minute, we gotta get back to land. This is not safe to continue this flight." But very, very commonly it's an engine. Now, twin engine aircraft, as Brad was just saying, they can fly with just one. Really, you can fly with zero if you have enough speed and you can get aerodynamic lift. But it is more challenging. And as Brad was just saying, I completely agree. I think the fact that there are tree debris and they didn't make it to the runway suggests that they were losing quite a good deal of power. So we could be thinking about issues with one engine. We could be looking at issues potentially with both, because you should be able to land an aircraft like this running on one engine if everything else is going well.
Yeah, and for non-aviation experts, I'm sure that's actually probably pretty shocking to hear. We do know that they were not in the air for very long, as you mentioned. I believe only about 10 minutes from the latest that we heard from officials, them crashing at around 10:15 this morning, and the FAA already on scene investigating. Now, I know, as I mentioned, this is not unfamiliar in your line of work. This particular plane, the Cessna C550, is this one that you have experience with in the past?
Yeah, Cessna's a very big manufacturer of aircraft. Maybe a lot of your viewers or listeners would have heard of it. And the Citation is their business jets. It's sort of a fancier aircraft. They're different models of Citations. And over the years, like many other aircraft, there have been issues reported. There have been fatal crashes. There have been issues reported in the past related to landing gear. But at this early stage, as you say, the FAA and NTSB are on the ground, if not already, very, very soon. They're going to take exclusive jurisdiction over the wreckage. They're going to conduct the investigation, and hopefully, because I think the families of victims, and from what I've seen on social media, unfortunately, there will be probably several fatalities. They're going to want answers quickly about who was on the flight and what the NTSB has come across. At first glance, it doesn't look like a landing gear issue, because, as Brad was just explaining, they didn't even make it to the runway. I mean, this was a loss of power. So sometimes the information from prior crashes is helpful. Other times you have to wonder whether there's something else going on here that doesn't have to do necessarily with these planes. The other thing I would mention is, engines on aircraft are to some extent interchangeable. So we're looking at obviously a Cessna Citation jet, but if there was a loss of power issue with one or both of the engines, then one thing to look at is what was the make and model of the engine, which comes from a variety of manufacturers. I think once that information is obtained, I haven't seen it, perhaps other folks have been able to get it in the short time since this crash. One thing that will be important to look at is what is the history of incidents involving that type of engine, not necessarily that type of plane.
That's really helpful information too, because I know when we first got this and we were looking up the Citation and what we know, I know there's multiple configurations and slightly different models. Originally, we were just trying to figure out how many people were on board, and I'm curious if you are able to know that based on the information you have with how many seats there are. But I think that's helpful for people to know too, is that there's multiple things here. It could be different engines, different models that could also impact the situation.
Absolutely. One of the things we often say when talking about these types of tragedies is that typically it's not enough for one thing to go wrong. Several things have to go wrong for something like this to happen. And both aircraft and engine, meaning the body, the fuselage, but then each of the two engines undergo incredibly intensive and frequent maintenance. At least they're supposed to under federal regulations. So there will have been a lot of people that laid hands on this aircraft and engines over the past several months and years, every 100 hours, every year, at different maintenance intervals. And so it's very complex situation technically. I think the NTSB and FAA will get at some initial impression of what went wrong. As Brad was saying, at first glance, it has something to do with the engines. But then I think you'd be looking at questions not only of the design of the aircraft and the design of the engines, but also the maintenance history. Aircraft and engines both are supposed to have very well documented maintenance histories. And one of the first things the FAA and NTSB, and if other folks eventually get involved, lawyers such as ourselves for victims, or any other investigators, they're going to be taking a long, hard look at the maintenance history of whether the aircraft and engines were up to speed with the maintenance that was supposed to be performed, and also whether previous maintenance issues or mishaps had been reported. Sometimes when engines fail, there will be a report that a pilot noticed something that a couple flights ago or a couple months ago that luckily didn't lead to a fatality, and maybe somebody looked at it and signed off on it. Maybe they should have, maybe they shouldn't have. But that type of historical record of previously reported incidents and what type of maintenance was performed is going to be critical in getting answers and getting to the truth of what happened here.
Such helpful information, Pablo. Before we let you go, because I know this is a very busy day and this is just breaking as it's happening, is there anything else we haven't asked about you want people to know?
No, not at all. I think you guys have hit the right points, hit the right questions, and our hearts go out to the victims' families. We deal with this all the time. It's a terrible, terrible thing to happen. This looks like a terrible crash with several fatalities. So I would just close on that note. This is a terrible crash.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking, and I appreciate you again taking the time to break this down. I know people appreciate it, so thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, one of the big questions here, of course, is what happened. We're going to keep pushing to get those answers, hopefully getting some updates from local officials soon. And I know NTSB is arriving on scene tonight and will offer us a press conference tomorrow. So we'll bring that to you live here on Live Impact tomorrow as well. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Impact News. Julie Kay here, just minutes before 3:30, and we've spent the last 2.5 hours with you, walking you through this breaking news that Greg Biffle and his family were killed in this plane crash, along with 2 others that we still have not yet identified. We are working to get that information from officials, but of course, as you can see, they're still on scene at the scene of this crash now. So investigation is active. They are cleaning up this heartbreaking scene here. Debris still there. This crash only happened a few hours ago, around 10:15 this morning, and so this is still all very fresh, and we're getting reaction, and as I speak, from people who knew the family, other NASCAR legends, community members, also Congress people, the governor. I mean, goodness, look at that.
Wow. This is as close as we've gotten with a live camera. Look at that, Julie.
I don't even have any words for that.
I have no, I want to cry. This is
going to be deeply emotional, I think, for a lot of people. It's rare that we get such an up-close image at it.
It looks like apocalyptic. You know what I mean? It doesn't even look real.
Wow. I think what we should do now, Carlene, is, as I know it, we've gotten a chance to speak with some experts, that maybe we pull up this interview that Brad did with an aviation expert, and if we could put this maybe in the bottom corner, so people can continue to look at this, because, I mean, that's just...
It's chilling. It's like I can't even look at it, you know?
It almost doesn't look real.
No.
But clearly, still lots of debris here left to clean up. I mean, that's not even debris. That's just the whole body of the plane, what's left of it.
And we've been saying this, and Nate came in here and said this. I mean, we might not know truly what happened for a while.
NTSB investigation might take up to a year, if not more.
Right.
We're going to get an update from them tomorrow. They're not doing interviews tonight, but they are.
We'll get updates for sure from officials here and there, but like for a full
investigation.
It's going to be a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Someone's approaching that scene now. I'm curious.
We could just hang on this for a second just to see. I mean, we're speechless.
Just having a person walk in front of it puts into perspective
how big it is.
Yeah, because we keep saying small corporate plane, but
it's still a plane.
It's a plane. It's still a huge plane. I mean, wow. Almost the whole body of it is just, there's nothing left. Parts of the tail and the nose of it you can see, but
right.
Everything else is about gone.
This is a lot to take in.
Yeah, yeah. And I know that the first order of business when you arrive is, of course, to put out the flames and to get it secure.
Yep.
And so to find this underneath, I can't even imagine what that must have been like for the crews on scene.
Right.
Mm.
Let's go to Brad's interview.
Yeah.
And we'll keep this in the corner.
Yeah. But again, we're seeing this the first time. You are. That is what's left of Greg Biffle's plane after he and his family were killed, and 2 others in this plane crash today. Brad got a chance to speak with an aviation expert out of Phoenix, who's also a pilot and a meteorologist, who can break down some of what we know so far and what we can gather from the information that we have. But again, just know that this is all preliminary, and that investigation is going to take a long time.
Yeah, I want to bring in right now from our sister station out in Phoenix. He's a meteorologist as well, but he's a very skilled pilot. He knows a lot about aviation, did instruction. He's very familiar with these planes. Obviously not going to know a lot about this particular crash, but I wanted to bring in Chris Dunn, the chief meteorologist from our Phoenix 12 station. And Chris, thanks for joining us. And I know you know a lot about the Citation 550 and you're a pilot yourself. Could you tell like our viewers watching online a little bit about like what is going through a pilot's mind when they're taking off and they report engine trouble? What's the process that they would be going through to maybe get back to the airport, or how does that work from a pilot standpoint?
Well, thanks for having me on, Brad. The first process is you want to deal with the emergency, and all pilots, no matter the skill level or the certification level, you're taught to deal with an engine out, whether it's if you have 1 or 2 or 4 engines on the airplane. So you deal with the emergency, and the first rule of any emergency in aviation is fly the airplane. Now, I was looking at some of the observations in that area, and they probably were in the clouds at that point, or maybe not, but pretty close to being in the clouds. So that adds an extra dimension. Not only are you trying to deal with an airplane that may not be functioning properly, but you also have the fact that you can't see outside, which in a normally functioning airplane is perfectly fine. And we're not sure, or at least I have not seen from some of the reports, if they have checked on with air traffic control at that point, because Statesville is a non-tower controlled airport, which is fine. You just do self-announces. But if you're flying IFR or instrument flight rules into the clouds, you are given a release time, you take off, and then you check in with air traffic control. I don't know if they had an opportunity to do just that, but obviously there was some sort of a problem where they took off and they made an immediate left-hand turn coming back to the airport, trying to get back on the ground. So if there was some sort of an engine problem or an engine failure, the first thing you want to do is secure the engine and try to keep the aircraft under control, and then try to get it back down on the ground as quickly as possible.
So if you lose 1 engine, obviously this plane can fly with 1 engine. We heard from another expert that it technically could fly with no engines for a while at altitude, obviously. What is the biggest problem with flying with 1 engine? Let's say one's completely out and you're coming in for landing. What are some of the pitfalls that a pilot might have to deal with as they're coming in for an emergency landing, which this would be, right?
Yeah, certainly it can fly on 1 engine because it has 2. The biggest challenge, if you will, is something called asymmetrical thrust. So if you think about it, you have 2 engines, and if you lose one, the other one is going to cause it to yaw or shift over to one side. So you have to account for that. And a lot of the multi-engine training, the curriculum is based on what happens if you do lose an engine, and how are you going to treat that emergency. You need to shut down the one inoperative engine and then be able to control the airplane flying on one engine. So there are a lot of procedures that you have to do, and then flying an instrument approach on a single engine in a multi-engine aircraft, that's a big part of training and the recurrent training as well. So there's a lot of emphasis put into that in the training environment on operating on just one engine in a multi-engine aircraft. So the flight crew, don't know if there was one or two. I believe the Citation 550 is certified for single pilot operations, but a lot of these operators do operate with two pilots up front, and that just adds an extra layer of safety. We don't know exactly the nature of the accident and the crash and the situation, and of course in the coming days we'll find out more, we'll learn more about exactly what happened. But typically flight crews at that level are very well trained to handle a situation like that. But as I said, you have layers of different things that are going on at the same time, and that can make it extra difficult to deal with a situation like that.
So, Chris, I mean, they took off. You said it's an untowered airport. With Statesville Airport's pretty small for most airport standards, but a lot of commercial, I would say commercial, but private jets fly out of there because of the NASCAR teams. Would there be a reason for them to go back to that airport or try to go to another airport? The fact that this happened so quickly, was that just the best place to go right after they reported the trouble they had?
Yeah, and if they were, their mindset was, we got to get this on the ground right now. We just left a perfectly good airport right behind us. Let's do a U-turn and get right back down on the ground. If they had everything under control and things were stabilized, they could declare a May Day and try to get back into Douglas, the big airport with a lot more facilities and a lot more emergency response there. But I think their mindset was, we got to get this on the ground. We got to get it on the ground now. We just left an airport behind us. Let's turn back around and get back down on the ground. Again, I can't put my mind in the minds of the pilots on that airplane, but that would be my first guess as to why they turned back around to try to get back down to the ground in Statesville.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris. One last question before we let you go. I really appreciate you taking this time, and I'm glad you're giving us this input, that we don't know a lot of the information, but from an aircraft standpoint, you're familiar with this aircraft. What can you tell us about this specific aircraft? What is its typical usage, passenger load, those kind of things? What would this aircraft normally be used for?
Yeah, exactly what they were using it for. Executive transport, business aviation, the Citation 2, the line, the 525, 550, to be a little more technical. Very popular business jet. This one, I looked up the number. I think it was manufactured in 1981, which is not a big deal. You think a 1981 car, wow, that's really old. But for an aircraft, not so much, because every airplane in the U.S., in order to legally fly, they have to undergo an annual inspection. That doesn't that goes for the airliners, business jets, even the small trainers. Everything has to be inspected annually. And in addition, those inspections are much more in depth on a jet aircraft. And then the insurance requirements are usually pretty high. So you're dealing with a lot of levels and a lot of layers of certification, of the training of the aircraft. Typically, the aircraft, 6 to 8 people on board, and you can do 1,500-mile legs, 2,000-mile legs. So say from Charlotte to New York, that's an easy hop. Charlotte to Miami, Florida. My understanding was this was heading down to Florida and then out to the Bahamas. A pretty common mission for this aircraft. So they are used for personal transport, for business transportation, and Statesville is perfectly fine to use that airport. 7,000-foot runway, plenty of runway length, and they're just outside of the busy, what's called the Class Bravo airspace in Charlotte, which is a highly restricted zone of airspace. So they can take off and they can land. They don't have to even talk to anybody in air traffic control. control, unless they're flying into the clouds and on an IFR flight plan, which they most likely were, and aircraft like this typically are. So once they get in the clouds and they check in with Charlotte approach, and then they're handed off to Washington, D.C. Center or Jacksonville Center or something like that. And so the different layers of air traffic control will handle them. But again, it's really early in the process, and we're trying to just look at some of the details and pick apart what went on. And I'm sure a lot of those questions will be answered in the coming days. And unfortunately, to hear the news that you had in the breaking news at the top of this cut-in, an unfortunate end to this crash.
Yeah, it is, and that really, at the end of the day, is the tragedy of this all, is that we lost lives over this. Chris Dunn, thank you so much for your expertise. Really appreciate that, and thank you so much for checking in. We might hit you up again at some other time.
All right, thanks, Brad.
Really helpful information there as we work to piece together what happened here. There's a lot more that we still have questions on that we have to wait, of course, for officials to deliver that news. We're going to take a quick break, but hoping to get a live report when we come back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. We have been bringing you live pictures from the scene all afternoon, but we're getting our first chance to speak with a reporter who's been there since the very beginning. Bria Smith was the first one to go when we learned about this. She was at that press conference and has been at the scene all day. Bria, I know this is a heartbreaking situation. Tell me what you've learned so far.
Yeah, Julie, definitely devastating. The feeling is very, gloomy here in Statesville. But we have confirmed that former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, his wife, and his 2 children were among the 6 in this deadly crash that did not make it out. But Julie, I did have the chance to speak to some neighbors and people who are familiar with this area, and they did express some concerns with planes landing here at the Statesville Regional Airport. One man said said he's lived here for about 25 years, and recently there have been several incidents with smaller planes landing at the airport, different crashes there. And then also another woman who's familiar with this area mentioning that she believes the runway, it just makes it, it's not big enough, so it makes it a little difficult for planes to land. So we haven't heard, or the airport staff has not announced, the exact cause to this incident and this crash. But as we learn more information, we will continue to keep you all updated. Julie.
Yeah, and Bria, I mean, I know this is just so hard to be at that scene. Something like that is so heavy. What have you seen in terms of the actual scene itself? Because we're starting to get our first images in of the crash and of the cleanup. How has that changed in the hours that you've been there in terms of the actual scene?
Yeah, Julie, well, I'll be honest, it's kind of hard to see the actual scene. I kind of want to step out of the camera view here. I'll have our photographer just pan a little bit. It's pretty foggy. You can see some blue lights, and that's pretty much the scope of what we've seen since being out here all day long. Still seems to be that they're cleaning up the scene there, any debris that was there, and still just piecing together what happened in this investigation. And that's pretty much all we've seen all morning long. So really all day long here, Julie. So definitely just figuring out all the pieces to this incident.
Well, Bria, thank you for joining us. I know you've got a very busy day. You're at 4, 5, and 6, so thanks for taking the time, and we'll continue on with our coverage from here. We're going to actually pull up that picture that I mentioned. She got a chance to show us what it looks like from her view. This is from the other side, a live picture. Other side of the airport, maybe a little bit frozen, right? No, they're just standing still. But you can just see the rubble essentially of this. What was this
shell
plane?
Of what's left.
Yeah, barely anything. You can see where the nose and the tail was, but in between, there's barely anything there, and you can just see how big it is compared to the people standing there.
Right. We keep saying, it's a Cessna. It's a smaller plane. It's still a plane. It's still a plane.
It's still a huge plane. And this is just from the other side of the airport. Of course, this is a regional airport, so it's a bit of a smaller setup. And our reporters are stationed where they can be safe because this is an active investigation. But to be able to see it from this other side too, I mean, that's just awful.
It's hard to put into words. Like we're both struggling. We're both looking at each other. Like
what do you say with this?
It looks like something just outerworldly. It doesn't look real.
And how do you even begin? I mean, so much respect for the crews who have to
that have to
not only put out this fire but investigate,
be the first responders on the scene.
Yeah, it's an awful image even now that the fire's been put out. So I can't even imagine how scary that must have been when they first arrived. You can see a police officer there showing 2 people around. Unclear how they're related to the situation, but we do know that, of course, as this news gets out, we're getting some more reaction from not just the NASCAR community, but also from officials. One of our other reporters was assigned to a story in Old Fort, so unable to turn around and cover this because they're so far out there. But she was speaking with the governor about Helene recovery, and she got a chance to ask him his initial thoughts right after this news broke about this crash.
It's heartbreaking, just heartbreaking. I just learned about it 20, 30 minutes ago. I don't know that we know the number of casualties. Obviously, a number of people were impacted. Our hearts go out to those families. Nothing more tragic way to walk into the holiday season. I will say that the SBI, State Bureau of Investigation, the Highway Patrol, they're on the site. They're working with the FAA. They're working with the local sheriff. So this is, again, a whole of government approach, local, state, and federal. And they're going to do everything they can to figure out what happened, because we don't want these kinds of accidents to occur. Just heartbreaking.
It's exactly what he said. It's heartbreaking. It's hard to put into words, not just what this means for the family, but for those first responders, for the NASCAR community. This impacts people all over the state. Those who know Greg Biffle from his advocacy work and his donations that he made to Western North Carolina in the wake of Helene. Of course, we know he's not from North Carolina, but he really made it his home. He's in Washington State, and even after NASCAR, even after he retired, stayed in the Carolinas, giving back Not just to Helene. He also, I mean, we heard from another official saying the last we heard from Christina, his wife, who was unfortunately also killed, was how can I help with Jamaica? And so this was just who they were. This is the legacy that they will leave behind, not just as you're seeing here as an incredible driver, as a winner, but as an incredibly generous family.
They made America's home for racing their home.
Yeah.
And impacted every community, all the communities, big and small, around it. You know, he took what, you know, the name he had and the resources he got and used it for good.
Yeah. It's rare that you see someone so open with their gifts, their...
Oh, yeah.
Gosh.
Didn't hesitate.
Not even. And I know
it's
that...
It's really hard. We're kind of grasping for words because it's just...
Carlene and I are almost emotional.
I am 100% emotional. I mean, of course I'm a NASCAR racing fan. If you listen to Live Impact News, you know this. But it's just like, it's hard to put into words when it's something so close to home. It's it's not even just a big name. It's like, this is a family.
You and I have been in here for now
hours,
3 hours.
Yeah.
Talking about this, and it just doesn't, I mean, in fact, it's getting harder because you kind of lock into news mode for a while, and you're like,
we're doing our job, but it's settling in.
Yeah, you try to get because we're, you know, urgently trying to get as much information out there as we can, and at this point, once we learned that this unfortunately was true, that it was Greg Biffle and his family, you now have to kind of settle with that information, especially for those NASCAR fans, for people who knew him, for people who were so positively impacted by his legacy and his donations, and even as a pilot. Again, we do not know that he was flying this plane. We suspect somebody else was, but we know that he would fly to remote parts of Western North Carolina, make those donations himself when it was, you know, really, really hard. For those of you who were with us through our Helene coverage, it was just hard to get to some of those places. And so he was.
But he made it a
huge
mission to
help.
get there.
And so I know that coming up in our newscast, we're going to have both sides of what I've been kind of hitting on today, the dichotomy of, yes, we really want to know what happened, but that's going to take some time. So in the middle of this, how do we respect and remember the legacy of this amazing family? So we're having reporters handle both ends of that.
We have, I mean, Brad, who we've said before, knows a little bit about everything. Brad came in here immediately, kind of talk about what he knows. Our sports people are trying to work. Our friends at FMY, who have talked to Greg Biffle just months ago, are trying to. We're trying to cover this in all aspects, and but at the very first preliminary thing that we all need to think about, like, this is a family.
Yeah, children were involved in this, and
there's 6 people now that are no longer with us, and it's hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I think we should take maybe one more quick break and then spend the last few minutes here before we head to our 4 p.m. newscast, recapping really everything we know so far. Welcome back to Live Impact News. Julie Kay here with Carlene Bragg. We've been with you for the last 3 hours now, walking you through the breaking news of Greg Biffle and his family being the ones killed in this Statesville plane crash. Now, if you were with us from the beginning, you know that we initially knew that the plane was owned by a company associated with Biffle, and so we knew that there was a possibility, but we were in here with Brad Panovich getting that news that it was in fact the family. We also know 2 other people were killed. Per our sources at CNN, 6 people in total. We do not know the identities of the other 2. In fact, the only reason that we know the Biffle family was killed was because one of their friends a family friend posted saying, actually, we know this because they were on their way to visit us in Florida. And so that's how we got that information, but we are still waiting to get official word from some of our law enforcement sources. I know that they are doing their very best to handle this scene, but when you look at it, I mean, what do you even do with this?
Right.
So much respect goes out to those first responders dealing with this and trying to make those calls to people who need it, because they still have to, remember, before they officially announce things, reach out to family to make sure that everyone is notified in the proper way. We are going to bring you back to that first press conference because we're about to go to our 4 p.m. newscast, and obviously so much has changed since then, but in our last couple minutes here, this is a very short press conference. This is the first news we got from officials, and it'll show you how much has changed in the last 4 hours.
Right. Our chief, Statesville, David Only, police chief for Statesville.
When you step up, could you please just say your name again, just for protocol?
Absolutely.
And I'm going to introduce them to
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, my name is April Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for the City of Statesville. We're going to provide a short briefing of the incident that happened this morning. At the end of this briefing, we will not be taking any questions. Just want to give you the heads up on that. So I'm going to introduce you to Ron Smith, City Manager for the City of Statesville.
Good morning. My name is Ron Smith. I'm the city manager in Statesville. To my left is John Ferguson, our airport director. Jody Smyer, he's with Iredell County Emergency Management. Chief David Only, police chief, and Chief Glenn Curfew is our fire chief. So we don't have a lot to share this morning, as this is still an active event, but I just wanted to let you know that the city did respond to a crash here at the airport this morning at about 10:15. It's been a multi-agency response. We've had city, county, state, feds are here, so we have had, again, everybody is here on site at this point, and we anticipate that this is going to go on for quite some time. Since we don't have a lot of information to share today, and since this is evolving, either the city or other agencies will take the lead in putting out more information as the day goes on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Ferguson, our airport director.
Thank you. Good morning. Like we said, approximately 10:15 a.m., we got a report of a corporate jet that crashed off the end of the runway on the east end. When actually I came out, it was already fully involved. We've had multiple agencies, as you said, come. The FAA arrived about 12 o'clock today. They're taking over the scene. They're taking over the investigation. We have no information on any cause. The airport now is closed until further notice. It'll take some time to get the debris off the runway to get it safe again. At this time, I'm also still don't have any other information than what we've already said. I'll turn this over to, go ahead, you do it.
Again, we'll provide updates as soon as we have them, either by us or other agencies. And if you have direct questions that you want answered, you can email those to me, and we will try to get these back to you as soon as possible. Again, my name is April Nesbitt. It's ANES.
I mean, so you can just see how much has changed since even a few hours ago when we got that information. We now know that Greg Biffle and his family were killed. And when they talk about debris, we've now seen the pictures of that debris, it being the whole shell of the plane still on the runway. So we are going to toss to our 4 p.m. newscast, where we're going to have all these updates, multiple live reporters across the area in Statesville, in Mooresville, where the family was from. And I'm just getting word from my news director, actually confirmation now, 7 deaths. And so we are, as I said, getting news in here live as it happens. And so we are going to bring you those updates with our anchors, and our reporters in the field. But stick with us, as this is such a heartbreaking scene, and these updates are coming in so quickly that we recommend you stay as long as possible.
It hits the ground, all of the dark smoke, and then what he described as a fireball. And he said that he could tell just by seeing all of it that it was going to be a devastating thing, and that it was not a normal sight to see the plane going down like it was before it crashed. He said that he saw it hit several trees before it hit the ground. So listen into some of the sound we got earlier from folks in the area.
Saw was the flame coming from the plane, and I thought it was a house. And so, but then I saw the emergency vehicles coming this way, and I noticed they was not going to the end of the runway, they were going to the airport. So that's when I found out that the wreck had happened at the airport.
We were teeing off over here at the second hole, and we seen the plane coming down, and when we did, it didn't seem normal, and it hit the tree line over there and just scraped all the way across over, and then it just fireballed itself.
And like you heard, he said he described it as a fireball, and then you saw in that witness video all of that dark smoke, and you see what is left from the plane crash, all of that debris. You see some fire crews and some emergency crews still out there on the scene. Again, a devastating day, a devastating incident here with several lives lost. Again, this is an ongoing investigation, and we're sending it back to you.
Oh, Jesse, just looking at that video, it's just awful. Thanks for that update. Also this afternoon, North Carolina Governor Josh Stein sharing his thoughts on the crash. Let's take a listen.
I don't know that we know the number of casualties. Obviously, a number of people were impacted. Our hearts go out for those families. Nothing more tragic way to walk into the holiday season. I will say that the SBI, State Bureau of Investigation, the Highway Patrol, they're on the site. They're working with the FAA. They're working with the local sheriff. So this is, again, a whole of government approach, local, state, and federal. And they're going to do everything they can to figure out what happened.
North Carolina Congressman Richard Hudson also offering his condolences to Biffle's family. He shared a statement saying Biffle was a great champion and an extraordinary person off the track, recognizing his efforts to help victims of Hurricane Helene. Well, WCNC Charlotte's Nate Morabito spent the afternoon just reviewing these federal records as investigators begin to piece together why this plane crashed. What did you find out, Nate?
Yeah, well, I spoke with a former NTSB investigator who told me there are a range of things that could have caused this crash, and at this point, it's really difficult to rule anything out. While it's unclear, though, who was piloting the plane, we do know Greg Biffle received his certification from the FAA to fly a multi-engine plane in March of this year. However, because he's not technically rated to fly this specific type of plane by himself, the former investigator told me the rules require another pilot with a specific knowledge of this kind of aircraft to be there flying it too. He said when he investigated crashes for more than 20 years, he'd always create a timeline.
You don't want to second guess what was going on because we're not in the cockpit. We don't know all of the external factors that are influencing the actions, the inactions, and of course the decision making. But you want to put a timeline together to try and understand.
As for the plane itself, records show it was made in 1981, 44 years ago. But Greg Biffle said that shouldn't raise any alarm. What will be critical, he says, is reviewing the maintenance records. Now, almost 14 years ago, Biffle survived a plane crash when the main landing gear failed in Kentucky. He survived that 2011 rough landing and shared his gratitude at the time to the pilots that day for maintaining control and keeping it on the runway. Of course, today really didn't even make it to the runway,
right.
It appears.
Yeah, and it happened so fast. Again, like you said, we're not in the cockpit, so who knows what needs to happen or what should have happened.
Right, and we don't know who was piloting the plane.
Right.
How many pilots there were.
All right. Even. Still so many questions. I know you're just beginning to peel back the layers. Yeah. All right, and with the details we do know about that plane, meteorologist Chris Dunn from our affiliate in Phoenix, he's also a pilot and he actually sells planes. He joined us on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, sharing his thoughts on what may have went wrong.
The first process is you want to deal with the emergency, and all pilots, no matter the skill level or the certification level, you're taught to deal with an engine out, whether it's if you have 1 or 2 or 4 engines on the airplane. So you deal with the emergency, and the first rule of any emergency in aviation is fly the airplane. Now, I was looking at some of the observations in that area, and they probably were in the clouds at that point, or maybe not, but pretty close to being in the clouds. So that adds an extra dimension. Not only are you trying to deal with an airplane that may not be functioning properly, but you also have the fact that you can't see outside, which in a normally functioning airplane is perfectly fine. And we're not sure, or at least I have not seen from some of the reports, if they have checked on with air traffic control at that point, because Statesville is a non-tower controlled airport, which is fine. You just do self-announces. But if you're flying IFR or instrument flight rules into the clouds, you are given a release time, you take off, and then you check in with air traffic control. I don't know if they had an opportunity to do just that, but obviously there was some sort of a problem where they took off and they made an immediate left-hand turn coming back to the airport, trying to get back on the ground.
A little bit of insight there. So you just want to be sure to download the WCNC Charlotte News app, because we'll continue to bring you these breaking updates in this story directly to your phone or smart TV. Now let's turn to our forecast here. Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich and Megan Bragg standing by with your weather and traffic. But Brad, I know we're seeing some rain on the radar, and we saw from some of those live shots from our reporters, Bria and Jesse, that it was cloudy, really close to the ground too.
Yeah, the weather's really deteriorating now. It wasn't so bad this morning, actually, when the crash happened. Visibility was much better, but now things have gotten a lot worse as we expected. The heavy rain is now moving in. For the evening commute, kind of what we expected yesterday. The first half of the day was the best part. The second half, not so good. You see some rain, and some of this is pretty heavy coming up I-77 towards the Charlotte metro area. This is part of a cold front that'll be heading your way tomorrow morning. So we'll see waves of rain tonight on and off. Now, depending where you are, we got temperatures in the low 40s north. Statesville right now 46, but we're 53. And then down towards Lancaster, 60 degrees right now. So as we go into the evening hours, the rain sticks around for the next several hours. It'll begin to taper off, but look at these temperatures staying into the 50s well until 11 p.m. Well, you know how the rain and commute goes. Let's check in with Megan to see if it is going as bad as I think it might.
Well, that's right, Brad. We know that can cause some issues, definitely on the roadways. Let's take a look at I-77 as near West Boulevard, near Uptown, I should say. As you are heading down south, traffic starting to really build up over there. A few crashes to tell you about I-45. This is going to be northbound. It's going to be a crash at the outer on exit 6, right, like I said, near West Boulevard. So you can see all of that red, all of that stop and go traffic as you are heading north on I-45. Independence Boulevard near Sardis, there is an accident right there that it is causing some backup as you do head up north from Matthews to the Queen City. You can also see all that green means there is rain in the vicinity there as well. So remember to take it slow if you are out driving in this traffic today. So just an overall look at the Queen City, looking pretty good for now. Those are the only accidents I'm tracking at this moment. Jane?
Thank you, Megan. Ahead in 3 minutes, we are looking back on Biffle's legendary career. We'll be right back.
Hey, mic check 1 2, check 1 2 3. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thank you. We are continuing to follow the latest in the Statesville plane crash that killed 7 people, including NASCAR legend Greg Biffle. A friend of Biffle says the star driver, his wife, daughter, son, and assistant all died in the plane crash. The FAA says 2 other people aboard the plane also died. It happened just after 10 this morning at the Statesville Regional Airport. And you can see from this video and this flight path, the pilot took off, then attempted to return to the airport, but the plane crashed during the landing attempt. Highway Patrol just giving us some new information in the last 15 minutes. Take a listen.
The FAA has been on the scene throughout the day, and the NTSB, we've spoken with them, and their anticipated arrival is tomorrow morning, and they'll be the lead investigative body on this investigation. State Highway Patrol members have been here throughout. Our role is to secure the scene, ensure the preservation of evidence throughout the day and into the day tomorrow until they arrive. It is believed of those 7 occupants that Mr. Greg Biffle, 55 years old, and his immediate family were on board the aircraft. The reason why we can't give you a definitive list of those 7 occupants is because of the post-crash fire. So just like we would treat a automobile crash, unless we can look at an image and look at a person, we just can't tell you for sure who those people are, although we might have very good indications of who those 7 people are.
Now, as we are learning more about today's tragic accident, we also take a look at Greg Biffle's racing career. WCNC's Daniel Stein in studio, live now, joining us with more. Danielle?
Yeah, a great driver, and from what everyone is sharing as well, it seems a better person. A career that saw a number of wins, leaving a hole in the heart of the NASCAR community.
Here comes Biffle. Greg Biffle is back to the lead. 6th different winner of 2012. Greg Biffle wins.
Greg Biffle, or often known as the Biff, quickly rising the ranks in the racing world to become one of the sport's most accomplished drivers. A career spanning 3 decades and 2 coasts, the Washington native relocating to Mooresville, the heart of the NASCAR world, when his Cup Series career was just taking off.
It feels so good, you know, especially leading the most laps. We got a bonus point for that. Still leading the points, stretched it out a little bit, but dang, we want to win. Yeah. And we want to win in our backyard, but we'll keep working at it.
The Biff won a lot, named the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion in 2000, then moving up to the Xfinity Series the next year, named the Rookie of the Year in just the following year. The 2002 Xfinity Series champion, the first driver with championships in both.
Greg Biffle, his 7th chase win.
In the Cup Series for 14 full seasons, Biffle had a number of iconic wins, 19 of them to be exact, but few compared to winning his first ever Cup Series race over at Daytona in the Pepsi 400 in 2003. His best season came in 2005, the runner-up that year, with 6 race wins under his belt. Greg Biffle is named one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers, and most recent honoring a nominee on the modern ballot for the 2026 NASCAR Hall of Fame class. A tough, hard-nosed competitor and one that was known to not take any nonsense, his career remembered for his racing, but also for the incredible impact he made off the track.
And Greg Biffle's career clearly touched many lives, especially those in the NASCAR community. You can see the outpouring of tributes from the racing world, some sharing photos, like Zane Smith, who said, quote, "Life is so fragile, it's so hard to understand why it has to be the ones who have done so much and affected so many in such a positive way." And we're going to be continuing our coverage as we learn more information. Guys.
What a beautiful tribute there. Danielle, thanks. And Brad Panovich, actually here, you've been to that airport.
Yeah, a lot of folks probably been up there for the Carolina Balloon Festival, just off the property there, and you know, that's usually a happy spot where people go for the Balloon Festival. And you know, think about Greg Biffle. If you're a NASCAR fan, you know him, but he was a hero of Helene too. I think people forget already how much he did, you know, last year to help transport, personally flying his helicopter. Right. Taking missions up there, so I mean,
in his own time. Yeah, no, he sounds like he was amazing.
Just amazing person, and so he's just a huge loss from the NASCAR community, but also for our community because he served so much to all of us. Weather-wise, we've got this rain moving in tonight. It is really coming down out there. So unfortunately, if you are traveling for the evening commute or have any evening plans, it is going to be a soggy one. It's been a slow arrival. We kind of expected it to be here a little bit sooner in the afternoon. We knew the morning would be somewhat dry, but things are really getting active now, about 2 hours slower than expected with this heavy band moving in right here during the evening commute. And you know how the commutes go. I mean, with rain and rainfall right around this time, with the sun setting at 5:13, the visibility becomes a big issue. We might not be done with the rain either. We've got a cold front coming in from the west tonight that will bring us another wave of showers. Now today, much cooler because the rain-cooled air has cooled temperatures down, especially the northwest Piedmont from Statesville over to Hickory up towards the Wilkesboro area. You see that pocket of cold air kind of holding on tonight. The warmer air to the south, we will see rain on and off, but the big story could be the wind that will begin to pick up tomorrow. Temperatures should easily get up close to 60 with that east or west wind. Now we need the rain. Remember, we talked about this yesterday. The drought monitor comes out on Thursday. Well, here's the update. Almost our entire area is in moderate drought right now. Even areas not in moderate drought or abnormally dry. We need the rain, so this is much needed, and it's continuing to fall out there. Hopefully it'll last a little bit longer, but unfortunately it does move out fairly quickly. So hopefully you get a good soaking rain. The last batch of rain will likely be while you're sleeping early in the morning, 3, 4 o'clock, and then the front comes barreling through, and this is when the cooler, drier air filters in. And look at the winds. Some of these winds outside of the rain could be up to 30, 35 miles per hour late tonight and early tomorrow morning. In the mountains, we've got high wind watches up and wind advisories for that gusty wind behind the front. So prepare yourself. It is going to be howling up there. Then we turn our attention to the weekend and next week. Huge warming trend. We've got a heat dome building over the southern part of the country into the middle. This is going to keep everybody way above average. Now it's December heat. We're not talking summer heat. So by summer standards, this would have been crazy. We'd be talking about a huge heat wave with 90s and 100s. But this time of year, you're talking about 70s and 80s. And even for us, 60s and 70s. So that's the kind of warmth we're talking about right now. So expect a very warm pattern as we go into the holidays. So the trends for Christmas, yeah, next week it's trending warmer and it's still trending drier, mid to upper 60s. Outside chance we could hit 70 degrees. So here's a look at the forecast. Well, that's the lows. I don't know why that was showing. Forecast for the weekend, kind of snuck a graphic in there. 58 on Saturday, 64 on Sunday. That home Panthers game is going to be great to be outside. Your Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. You see the brief cool down going into Monday, but look at the warmth by Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Those temperatures jumping back up into the mid and upper 60s.
All right, let's take a look at traffic right now. This is I-85 as you're heading out towards Gastonia. That's going to be near exit 30. So you can see that traffic is starting to pick up around that area, something that we see a lot this time, especially with that rain, those wet roads. Want to give you a look over Charlotte right now. You can see some of our trouble spots, I-77 as you do head south and as you head north towards the Queen City. But other than that, you can see just all of this rain, all that green indicates rain right there. So we are tracking this one crash right here, I-485 northbound. That's going to be at exit 6 at West Boulevard. That's the outer. So lots of red as you do head up north on I-485. Let's take a look at some of those drive times, though, for this evening. Gastonia, it's taking about 42 minutes to get into Charlotte. Matthews, 26. Belmont, 29 minutes. And Salisbury, 52 minutes. Jane?
All right, not too bad. Thank you, Megan. Right after the break, we're connecting the dots, sharing why lawmakers are sounding the alarm on AI being used in kids' toys.
Check 1 2 3. 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 Oh, yeah. Check 1 2 3. Can you hear me? Check 1 2 3.
It's time to connect the dots when we make the news make sense. Artificial intelligence is showing up in more places, including children's toys. But now U.S. senators are raising concerns about how safe those AI-powered toys really are. WCNC Charlotte's Lisa Washington explains.
2 U.S. senators are demanding answers from makers of AI-powered toys. Let's connect the dots. The duo sent official letters to 6 toy companies asking how these products are being tested and regulated. The senators want details on the safety measures and content controls these toys use. They're concerned about how the toys' artificial intelligence responds to children's questions. Lawmakers worry that toys could give inappropriate or unsafe answers to kids. Some recent reports found that certain AI toys provided surprising or harmful information when tested. The senators are also pushing for more transparency from the industry about how AI interacts with children and what protections are in place. This action reflects a broader push in Washington to better regulate AI tech, especially products marketed to children. And that's connecting the dots.
Just ahead in our next half hour, we're continuing to follow the latest in the death of NASCAR legend Greg Biffle.
Filled now with shock, questions, and concern after learning that he was involved. Yeah, check. This would be Miles' microphone. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thanks for staying with us here for the news at 4:30. I'm Jane Monreal. We are continuing to follow breaking news at this time. NASCAR legendary driver Greg Biffle, his wife, and 2 of his children killed in a plane crash today in Statesville. 2 other people on the plane also died. The plane Last 10 minutes saying our team coverage as Uptown and
there's a lot of the NASCAR Hall of and other people from the NASCAR fan who said
I've been watching their tributes tonight. Further notice.
from Biffle's
following that tragedy. NC icon. As investigators learned that the crash involved
unexpected. Helene.
it as well.
NASCAR. Breaking updates in of our loved ones. The family now.
And all the people connected. Just the family feel. Probably never interacted with. Greg also did amazing. the rainfall picking was my fear yesterday. In the middle of night. So keep
Yeah, let's take a just drop just south of Charlotte. Right now, this is roads too to show.
With the wet weather, that's scams. In South Carolina, And in 2023, mortality rates also the Carolina holiday
continues out there this evening.
so you're not left asking.
Clone or create
activated, or if they have.
Be sure to look for
As you're looking
rather than later.
Oh, yeah. Kind of rain.
We've got heavy rain moving either. Now we've got a couple across the foothills where there's up around 50 that is setting the stage for a whole lot in the future. If you hear a roaring for the mountains as pattern setting up summer. It's really and 70s, so we're not so the Christmas trend a cool start to the seven-day forecast.
Look at traffic. That on our map. You can Charlotte. We ring up. Slow down over.
NASCAR shared couple hoping to bring home
both 12 years older. It really was just a
more or less both.
About Haley is that I could be better.
Athlete and
After a shooting just north threatening injuries. In North Charlotte. With information about this. Sheriff's office says now Rowan County Jail. Tragic death of And staying safe.
Top of mind is the New Haven Police Chief Carl.
So they're not visible.
These self-defense.
I don't mean going back and forth.
If someone grabs your fingers as a
and not say anything.
Here at 5 now. Killed. That total Mayfield.
And I'm Jane.
Says they're just releasing this statement. His entire
Airport with the
Can you hear us?
All right, having
Actually just released a statement. From the family that is point, and of course our loved ones. Greg's daughter Emma. People on board saying and will be missed by those
further notice that from that agency.
CNC Plus.
Area also.
Well, yes, we on the runway. Tell us they saw this video from one of the and then NASCAR legend Greg he actually flew his
vehicles
up pretty up there almost
when we got to this and people who I feel it in the air.
Yeah, a lot of questions. Throughout the night.
Absolutely. On X. Western North Carolina. Take a listen.
More tragic way. FAA.
North Carolina Senator family. Greg was in
Carolina Congressman champion who thrilled millions. More posting on Facebook. North Carolina needed
all day, who's been
the NTSB were killed. We do said that Craig
jet that crashed. Multiple agencies. No information.
NTSB
and we'll bring that press conference. The deadly crash.
Earlier this
and he is be another pilot told me from other pressing questions.
Back to the airport.
Necessarily alarmed. Functioning, but plane. Particular type of plane.
the expert that Brad's FAA tomorrow.
Much needed rain.
Pockets of moderate and county, but you can see hours. Temperatures may get climbing into the region. Coming up, we're going to talk about clearing skies and cooler conditions going into the end of the week.
All right, Brad, thank you. In just minutes, we will look back at Greg Biffle's illustrious career and his impact on motorsport.
WCNC Charlotte at 6 and 11 p.m. Keeping you informed, seeking solutions, keeping you ahead of severe weather. The information you need from the team you trust. WCNC Charlotte at 6 and 11 p.m.
Holiday savings and year-end clearance. Inspiring, unique, authentic, extraordinary, and wow. Store-wide markdowns all for the holidays. Holiday savings and year-end clearance. Rug & Home.
Current owners and lessees of an eligible competitive luxury brand vehicle get this exceptional lease offer on this 2026 Cadillac Lyriq. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Do you keep up with the trends or set your own?
Is the color dense enough?
Add more pigment. Launch on social.
We've got to take this global.
All right, so where do we go from here?
You've got to test it, perfect it, expand it. Never rest until it's right.
Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in. The new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business.
If you're not regularly treating your septic tank, you're risking a backup and significant repairs. Use Rid-X once a month. Simply add and flush to reduce monthly waste buildup by up to 20% and help prevent backups. Try Rid-X.
Hey, it looks like Harris Teeter is a perfect gift for your mom.
My dad loves grilling too.
What could be better than this?
How about bonus fuel points?
Bonus fuel points
on gift cards.
Hey, and one for your sister.
Your Uncle Stan.
And that guy that fixed my bike.
We scored gas savings and gifts for everyone on our list.
Sweet.
Get 2 times the fuel points every day on gift cards. Only at Harris Teeter.
So how did these three end up in this Vegas speakeasy with a story no one will believe? It began with ringside seats from BetMGM. That meant anything was possible. Like chatting with this guy, not that guy, this guy, who knew another guy who gave them a password that led down here, through here, and along here. Oh, not here. And helped them open this door. Actually a bookcase with a hostess named Jules and an epic spot. Make it a night where anything can happen. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Closets by Design, proudly made in the Carolinas.
It's Judge Judy's greatest hits with classics like
That's ridiculous. That's a lot of baloney.
Plus,
What are you, nuts?
Judge Judy, delivering the hits daily.
Weekdays at 12:30 and 3 on WCNC Charlotte.
We continue to follow breaking news here. NASCAR legend Greg Biffle and his family were killed in a plane crash in Statesville.
That's right. WCNC Charlotte's Danielle Stein joining us with more on Biffle's legacy, a big one here.
Absolutely. A great driver, and from what everyone is sharing, it seems an even better person. A career that saw a number of wins, leaving a hole in the heart of the NASCAR community.
Here comes Biffle. Greg Biffle is back to the lead. 6th different winner of 2012. Greg Biffle wins.
Greg Biffle, or often known as the Biff, quickly rising the ranks in the racing world to become one of the sport's most accomplished drivers. A career spanning 3 decades and 2 coasts, the Washington native relocating to Mooresville, the heart of the NASCAR world, when his Cup Series career was just taking off.
Feels so good, you know, especially leading the most laps. We got a bonus point for that. Still leading the points, stretched it out a little bit, but dang, we want to win. Yeah. And we want to win in our backyard, but we'll keep working at it.
The Biff won a lot, named the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion in 2000, then moving up to the Xfinity Series the next year, named the Rookie of the Year in just the following year. The 2002 Xfinity Series champion, the first driver with championships in both.
Hey, Greg Biffle, his 7th chase win.
In the Cup Series for 14 full seasons, Biffle had a number of iconic wins, 19 of them to be exact, but few compared to winning his first ever Cup Series race over at Daytona in the Pepsi 400 in 2003. His best season came in 2005, the runner-up that year, with 6 race wins under his belt. Greg Biffle is named one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers and most recent honoring a nominee on the modern ballot for the 2026 NASCAR Hall of Fame class. A tough, hard-nosed competitor and one that was known to not take any nonsense, his career remembered for his racing, but also for the incredible impact he made off the track.
And Greg Biffle clearly touched many lives, especially those in the NASCAR community. You can see an outpouring of support from the racing world, some sharing photos on social media like Zane Smith, who you saw just pop up right there, that says, "Life is so fragile. It is so hard to understand why it has to be the ones who have done so much and affected in so many positive ways." Guys.
All right, what a legacy. All right, thanks, Danielle. And we have been covering this story all day long in WCNC Charlotte, as well as WCNC Plus on Live Impact News. Right. Earlier today, Brad Panovich spoke with a colleague at our station in Phoenix who covers aviation.
Yeah, some great information there. The two spoke about what would be going through a pilot's mind when something like this happens. Here's a little snippet.
What is going through a pilot's mind when they're taking off and they report engine trouble? What's the process that they would be going through to maybe get back to the airport, or how does that work from a pilot standpoint?
Well, thanks for having me on, Brad. The first process is you want to deal with the emergency, and all pilots, no matter the skill level or the certification level, you're taught to deal with an engine out, whether it's if you have 1 or 2 or 4 engines on the airplane. So you deal with the emergency, and the first rule of any emergency in aviation is fly the airplane. Now, I was looking at some of the observations in that area, and they probably were in the clouds at that point, or maybe not, but pretty close to being in the clouds. So that adds an extra dimension. Not only are you trying to deal with an airplane that may not be functioning properly, but you also have the fact that you can't see outside, which in a normally functioning airplane is perfectly fine. And we're not sure, or at least I have not seen from some of the reports, if they have checked on with air traffic control at that point, because Statesville is a non-tower controlled airport, which is fine. You just do self-announces. But if you're flying IFR or instrument flight rules into the clouds, you are given a release time, you take off, and then you check in with air traffic control. I don't know if they had an opportunity to do just that, but obviously there was some sort of a problem where they took off and they made an immediate left-hand turn coming back to the airport, trying to get back on the ground. So if there was some sort of an engine problem or an engine failure, the first thing you want to do is secure the engine and try to keep the aircraft under control, and then try to get it back down on the ground as quickly as possible.
And Brad, I do know that IFR is used when you cannot see, right? There's a lot of clouds, and we've seen from shots from reporters on the ground that there's a lot of fog.
Yeah.
Even within a couple of feet.
Yeah, so right when this plane crash happened, around 10:15 in the morning, they took off around 10, but the crash happened around 10:15 as they circled back. They had overcast at 5,000 feet and broken clouds at 1,200 feet. Okay. So the visibility was much better then than it is now. Right now, you couldn't see a mile away. So it doesn't mean it wasn't a contributing factor, but it's clearly when you're circling around and coming back quickly, that's not weather related. We have a mechanical issue. We're trying to get back to the airport. Now, weather could have made it harder to land, but that doesn't look like that's a big factor. NTSB will really ultimately figure all this out. Right now it's a mess out there. We've got rain and fog and drizzle. The visibility's down to less than a mile in a lot of locations. You can see that visibility if you're driving out there, because now we're past sunset, so we're getting even darker out there. But we do have more clouds moving in from the west. The cold front itself is back here. That cold front will not get here till the wee hours of the morning, and until that happens, we actually might see temperatures go up because southerly winds develop overnight, and temperatures could rise by tomorrow morning. By tomorrow, the temperature will fall as the winds shift to the west. Now, here's the rain tonight. You see it lasting on and off through about 11. Then there's a break, and then probably 3, 4 in the morning, here comes the front. Couldn't even see a rumble of thunder, by the way. And then the colder, drier air moves in. We'll see sunshine tomorrow, a much better day. But the winds, they'll be a big story overnight tomorrow. We've already got high wind warnings for Watauga and Ashe counties. We expect gusts there over 55, maybe 60 miles per hour. That certainly could bring down down a few tree branches and cause some issues in the mountains. Look at these winds howling tomorrow afternoon. So this will be a really windy day tomorrow as we take a look at your Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Temperatures warming up this weekend, really a great stretch of weather. We needed the rain. We could use some more, but none in the next 7 days and getting much warmer for the holiday.
If you can believe it, we have more breaking news just in the newsroom here. WCNC Charlotte has learned that Jim Hunt, the man who once served as North Carolina governor, has died. The Democrat was North Carolina's longest serving governor with 4 terms.
A statement sent out by his daughter and current Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt says, "It is with deep sadness that I share the passing of my beloved daddy and hero, former Governor Jim Hunt. He devoted his life to serving the people of North Carolina."
And North Carolina's current governor, Josh Stein, posted on social media within the last 30 minutes. He shared a photo of the two of them together, saying Hunt was a visionary who really championed education reform. A cause of death for him has not been given. Inflation shows signs of cooling, but many families are still struggling with the high prices. Lee Waldman explains what the latest data means for households.
Dessert.
Fruitcake.
Password is coming to town.
Let's play.
Join Jimmy Fallon, Kiki Palmer, and Jonathan Groff.
Buns.
Cinnamon.
Holiday Password, tonight on NBC and Peacock.
What do you say we get this party started?
You know what I'm gonna say.
You get the picture.
Happy holidays, everybody. I think I'll beat the traffic.
With 50 Floor, you can have it all. Get the best price and the best quality, backed by the best warranty. Get the most experienced installers and the fastest install. Book your in-home consultation at 50floor.com.
Dad, look at this. This is my favorite time of year.
Oh, nice, sweetie.
Me and my dad make snowflakes.
Come on, grab your coat. I got a surprise.
Really?
Yeah?
And sometimes we look at the pretty lights. He always makes it special. I think that's his superpower.
Help end hunger in your community with Food Lion Feeds.
So you only check it twice?
Well, yes.
Huh. Nissan tests every model thousands of times. We even test them for severe Arctic weather. No wonder Nissan is J.D. Power's #1 in new vehicle quality. Hold on to that hat, Santa.
Add a Nissan to your list at the Nissan year-end event. Get 0% APR on select SUVs for well-qualified buyers, or get $2,500 customer cash on Rogue.
I'm okay.
Oh, wait. These are for you.
Shoes for every giver.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Shoes for everyone. Shoe department and shoe show.
How long have you been a foster parent?
We've been doing it for 3 weeks.
I've been a foster parent for 24 years.
For about a year and a half.
Since December of 2024.
And we've been foster parents for 2 years now.
There's the whole cliche saying about how it takes a village to raise a child. I just think it's our responsibility to take care of children, whatever that looks like. Do you think it's hard to be a foster parent?
There are things that are really, really easy about being a foster parent. There are things that are really hard about being a foster parent, but it's worth it.
Discover the new floor of your dreams at a low price you never imagined at 50 Floor. Crafted to captivate, built to endure. Installed in just 1 day. Make the floor of your dreams a reality. Go to 50floor.com.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
In the midst of winter holiday season, America is struggling with affordability. It's not a new thing, but it is the latest thing. And a latest jobs report actually shows things may not be improving very much.
Well, federal data also reveals inflation cooled in November, but many families still feeling the pinch. Lee Waldman has more on what this could mean for your household.
This week's November jobs report revealed Americans got a raise over the past year. Wages are up about 3.5%, but many people just aren't feeling it.
People just don't feel as confident as they used to, which is sort of a scary place for an economy.
Although Thursday's consumer price index shows the rate of inflation actually slowed in November to 2.7%, that reading may be incomplete due to a disruption in data collection during the shutdown, and there still isn't a lot of wiggle room in people's wallets.
Things that we spend on a regular basis, whether we're eating out at restaurants, filling up our gas tank, paying for our monthly energy bill, it sort of wipes away the income gain.
Moreover, growth in wages isn't hitting all earners equally, according to data from Bank of America. Households with higher incomes saw 4% bumps in pay, while middle and low income households were just 2.3% and 1.4%, respectively. Economist Jadrian Wooten says inflation impacts how pay gains are felt.
Wealthy Americans don't spend a lot of their income on groceries, but low-income Americans who are spending a larger percentage of their income on groceries, if that goes up by 2%, that takes up a much larger increase in their income.
With softening labor markets, sinking wage growth, and prices still on the rise, the 2026 outlook for the economy remains uncertain.
We're seeing mixed signals, and sort of the optimism out of that is that it is possible that the inflation rate continues to come down, that the unemployment rate does sort of level off and start coming back down.
In the next 30 minutes, a WCNC Charlotte investigation uncovers a growing effort to secure the possible release of people detained by Border Patrol and ICE last month. We'll explain the argument driving their temporary release while they wait for lengthy deportation proceedings.
Visit Jerry Hunt Supercenter today, the king of pre-owned vehicles in Salisbury and Lexington.
Officer! You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? Guess how much I paid for it.
Enjoy the new car.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get up to $2,250 bonus cash on an Elantra or lease for only $199 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Weather Impact Radar on WCNC Charlotte is sponsored by Benjamin Franklin Plumbing.
People typically need a personal injury attorney when they've been injured or hurt or some sort of damage has been done to them at no fault of their own and they don't know what to do. We represent clients from a wide and diverse range of backgrounds and nationalities.
It doesn't matter what country you're from, it doesn't matter what your religion is, you're welcome in our office, and I look forward to having the opportunity to represent you.
Be heard, see results. With DeBrun and Armstrong Law. If you've been injured, call today for your free consultation.
Selling a home the traditional way, it's very stressful. So we came up with the Guaranteed Offer. You go to our website, we set an appointment, we bring you an all-cash offer. It's really that simple. Go to markspain.com to get a Guaranteed Offer and start packing.
It's only a slice. It's only made possible by Spectrum, connecting businesses of all sizes, like small businesses, instantly serving up orders and inventory on the Spectrum Fiber broadband network, and factories, seamlessly connecting to farmers in the field with tailored solutions that always deliver. It's only a slice. It's only everything. Get your business free fiber-powered internet forever. Call to find out how.
The holiday year-end clearance. Every piece, any room. The largest selection of luxury rugs in the country. Store-wide specials and daily doorbusters. Holiday savings and year-end clearance. Rug and Home.
At West Shore Home, we make it easy to knock out your bathroom project while saving big. Schedule at westshorebath.com to have someone out as early as tomorrow and lock in your savings. Buy a full bathroom model and get a shower and a second bathroom absolutely free. Schedule now to make sure you don't miss out on these savings. The best part is we only use our crews of highly trained employee installers for each project, and we're ready to help you next. Buy a full bathroom model and get a shower and a second bathroom absolutely free. Just head on over to westshorebath.com to get started.
Hey Dad, I gotta come clean. I only paid for a Hyundai Tucson.
Wow.
Enjoy the new car.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on a Tucson, or get up to $3,000 bonus cash. See your hometown Hyundai dealer.
Of course, we're still on this breaking news of the day. NASCAR legend Greg Biffle, his wife, and 2 of his children just killed in a plane crash in Statesville this morning. 2 other people were also on that plane that died. The total number standing at 7 tonight. The plane went down just after 10 this morning at the Statesville Regional Airport, really minutes after liftoff here. The racing community shocked with this tragic incident on this Thursday here. I'm Colin Mayfield.
And I'm Jane Monreal. We have been following this story since it happened this morning. We continue with our coverage tonight, but first we do want to start with WCNC Charlotte's Siobhan Riley.
That's right. Siobhan joining us outside the NASCAR Hall of Fame in Uptown, which of course commemorates so many of these legends, but specifically Greg Biffle tonight. And Siobhan, how is the NASCAR community reacting to this? Specifically, you spoke to one man who just had a lot of emotion about this.
Yes, Colin, it has been a somber day here at NASCAR Hall of Fame. We have seen people coming here about an hour ago, coming in and out of NASCAR just to pay their respects and just sending its tributes tonight. Many people still cannot believe NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and his family died in that Statesville plane crash. As soon as news broke, the NASCAR community, they took to social media saying they are heartbroken. One of his former teammates, Harrison Burton, writes, "I was fortunate enough to be teammates with Greg for a short time and will always remember how he treated the community and how he treated me when I was going through one of the hardest times in my track career. Truly a horrific loss." I asked a NASCAR fan and a racer what this loss means to him. He says it makes him think about his own loved ones.
My own family and travel with my own family. It's hard when the family's impacted with travel or whatever. It's difficult.
And that fan who you just heard from, he says he has been following NASCAR since he was a child. What's really compelling is just to see the reaction from the community. So many people talking about what Biffle meant to them. We are still working to learn what caused that plane crash. As soon as we find out, we will let you know. Live in Uptown, Siobhan Riley, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Siobhan, thank you. The Charlotte Motor Speedway posting today as well. They said that Greg was the consummate competitor on the track and a true humanitarian. We're praying for his extended family and everyone impacted by this tragic loss. Tonight, we're also learning about the impact of a deadly plane crash, of course, in Statesville, involving that retired NASCAR driver, and what it's doing to individuals up in his own community.
That's right. Investigators, while they're focusing on what happened, what went wrong in the air, people in Biffle's own neighborhood, they're in Mooresville, grappling with the loss of the man they knew and became to love, someone in our community. And WCNC Charlotte's Miles Harris bringing us that angle from Mooresville now. Miles?
Yeah, Colin and Jane. See, neighbors in this community, they say that Greg lived here in Mooresville for about 15 years, and they say that he was every bit of a good neighbor, a good community member, and that now they are paying tribute to him and his family with this memorial that they were starting to build really in the downtown area. As you can see, this was his walk of fame, but people in this community, they have been spending the last couple of hours and really throughout the day really laying out those flowers, laying out those roses, really remembering him and his family following this tragedy. Now, as news of the crash spread, neighbors in this community, they say that disbelief quickly turned into heartbreak. Many residents, they tell us that they knew Greg Biffle as a friendly presence, someone who was simply part of this community and was willing to do anything to help and uplift anyone in need. And people here in Biffle's neighborhood, they say that this news, it hit close to home.
I'm in shock, just surprised, and it's just heartbreaking for his family, especially this time of year, and being Christmas and living right here. Just your neighbors, your people. We didn't know him, per se, but just seeing the family, hearing about it, it hurts. It's a shock.
Now, there is no word of when we'll get the latest update on that investigation, but for now, neighbors here, they tell us that they will hold on to each other and keep their thoughts and their prayers when it comes to the Biffle family with them as they continue to hope and pray for those answers. Over now, reporting live here in downtown Mooresville, I'm Miles Harris, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Miles, thank you. Well, let's get over to the forecast right now, as we know that the rain is coming down, and in fact, it seems like it's right over us.
Yeah, we could use it though, Brad.
Yeah, we desperately need it. We had the drought monitors today, and as expected, most of the area under moderate drought. So it's coming down pretty good right now. Bad timing with the evening commute and sunset. Just makes for a rough drive out there, mainly along and east of I-77 right now. This is pushing out, and we're probably going to get into a lull later this evening, though the drizzle and mist will likely persist until the cold front, which is way back here, gets here probably 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. There's actually some pretty good thunderstorms along that front. You see the rainfall so far today, and again, some reports are, Concord's always have an issue with their gauge, but not a ton of rain so far. This has not been particularly heavy yet. Hopefully we'll get more tonight. You see the 50s overnight to the south, 40s north, and again, rain on and off, even in the form of drizzle. Tomorrow, the front clears, so we'll see sunny skies in the afternoon. Temperatures climbing up close to 60 degrees. Now, as we take a look at the futurecast, the rain is with us through the evening till probably 10 or 11. Then there'll be a lull. There's the break around midnight. Front arrives 3 o'clock in the morning. I wouldn't be shocked to hear a rumble of thunder, but also a lot of wind. This is going to be really windy late tonight and early tomorrow. For that reason, we already have wind advisories and high wind warnings. In the mountains, we could see gusts in some of those ridge tops well over 60 miles per hour. That's going to bring down trees, maybe some power lines here and there, but you'll see all that stuff pushing out of here fairly quickly. We'll talk more about the rain chances and the warmer temperatures coming up in that extended forecast in a few minutes.
All right, Brad, we'll see you soon. Don't forget to join Brad over at 6:30. I'm sure he'll be talking about what happened up in Statesville as well. But of course, we'll keep things on track to bring you the biggest weather headlines of the rest of the week. Just download WCNC Plus on your favorite streaming device to watch tonight, and then stick around for our 7 to 9 news show as well. In the wake of Operation Charlotte's Web, some of the more than 400 people detained are now starting to fight back in court. WCNC Charlotte's, we've dug through limited public information within federal court records and interviewed immigration attorneys from across the Southeast. We're trying to piece together a growing legal effort to secure bond hearings for detainees, people who right now are being held indefinitely at long-term detention facilities in Georgia, might I add, as they await what is expected to be lengthy deportation proceedings. In the meantime, their attorneys say those detainees, regardless of their immigration status, have a right to appear before a judge and argue their release.
A lot of people lose hope because ICE is telling them they have to sign the voluntary departure because they're not going to get out and they're going to be detained for years and whatnot. They use that as pressure tactics, but it's not necessarily true in a lot of cases.
Well, tonight at 11 on WCNC Charlotte, you'll hear from a Charlotte woman whose husband continues to be held without bond at this detention center in Georgia, and we'll share what the Department of Homeland Security said in response to our investigation. President Trump says drug prices are coming down. We'll tell you how he's planning to make it happen and what it means for you.
And Ryan Walsh sentenced for the murder of his wife. We'll show you the emotional statement from his wife's sister.
Imagine a law firm that's actually committed to preventing accidents.
That firm is CR Legal Team, and our entire team is equally committed to caring for the whole person after a crash. We stand up for you. Call 888-THE-TEAM.
Holiday savings and year-end clearance. Experience our passion for savings as we celebrate color and the delightful union of modern and vintage. Inspiring, unique, authentic, extraordinary, and wow. Asheville, Gaffney, Kannapolis, Pineville, Raleigh. Holiday savings and year-end clearance. Rugged home.
I have something for you.
I have something for you too.
Get 3.9% APR on 2025 Sierra heavy-duty models and put your federal tax deductions to work for you. Qualifying businesses deduct up to 100% of the purchase price on select vehicles. Professional-grade truck of the Carolina Panthers.
For over 20 years, every custom storage solution is hand-built by your neighbors right here in our Charlotte workshop. That means faster service, real people who pick up the phone when you call, and quality you can trust. Closets by Design, proudly made in the Carolinas.
Sadly, accidents happen. At CR Legal Team, we care for the whole person, physically, emotionally, and financially.
If you've been injured, call CR Legal Team. We stand up for you. 888-THE-TEAM.
Tonight, Brian Walsh, a Massachusetts man convicted of murdering his wife in 2023 and dismembering her body, will spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. Walsh was found guilty of first-degree murder on Monday, nearly 3 years after his wife, Ann Walsh, disappeared on New Year's Day. Karen Kafa has more on the sentencing and the powerful statement from Ann Walsh's attorney, sister.
She was someone I grew up with, someone who knew me in ways no one else ever will.
The sister of Anna Walsh speaking in a Massachusetts courtroom before the sentencing of Anna's husband, Brian.
The most painful part of this loss is knowing her children must now grow up without their mother's hand to hold.
On Monday, a jury convicted Brian Walsh of first-degree murder, finding he planned to kill Anna in the early hours of the new year in 2023 and lied to investigators about it. The judge on Thursday delivering the maximum sentence of life in prison without parole.
Your acts in dismembering your wife's body and disposing of her remains in multiple area dumpsters can only be described as barbaric.
The sentencing closes a case where prosecutors presented evidence that Brian Walsh had searched topics online like how to dispose of a body and inquiries on cleaning up blood. The judge also noting the trauma inflicted upon the Walsh's young children, now wards of the state.
You had no regard for the lifelong mental harm that your criminal acts inflicted.
Walsh has maintained he had nothing to do with Anna's death, though he did not testify on his own behalf. Defense attorneys argued he found Anna dead in their bed after a New Year's celebration at home, then panicked. Before his trial, Walsh pleaded guilty to the illegal disposal of his wife's body and misleading police, though jurors were unaware of his pleas. All first-degree murder convictions in Massachusetts receive an automatic review by the Commonwealth's highest court. In Washington, Karen Katha, WCNC Charlotte.
President Trump says drug prices will be coming down. In a speech to the nation last night, he touted his administration's accomplishments, particularly the economy. He also pointed to agreements with pharmaceutical companies. The program includes deals with 5 drug manufacturers. The goal is to make U.S. drug prices as low as those in similar countries. All of this does come as voter frustration over the cost of living continues to grow.
Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible. It's called most favored nation, and no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, TrumpRx.gov. And these big price cuts will greatly reduce the cost of health care.
The Trump Rx platform will let visitors buy medications directly from manufacturer websites. Caveat is that the prices will be available for cash buyers, not for those using insurance.
Rainy night out there right now with rain on and off throughout the overnight. But coming up, we've got drier and windier weather in that Friday forecast.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Make the most of your season during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Gift yourself some savings and visit your local Kia dealer today. Get 0.9% APR for up to 60 months, plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2025 Telluride, Sorento, and Sportage vehicles.
Being in food with love means putting care into the best ingredients every day. Party platters that look and taste so amazing you can't help but sneak a bite. And at the holidays, sharing delicious food with others is even more special.
We find joy in crafting decadent cakes that are picture perfect.
We proudly serve the highest quality meats to elevate your meal.
And custom flower centerpieces add a festive touch.
Cheers! We're in food with love at Harris Theater.
Current owners and lessees of an eligible competitive luxury brand vehicle get this exceptional lease offer on this 2026 Cadillac Lyriq. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Hi folks, Ron here with Gator Metal Roofing. Are you thinking about a new roof? Here's what you need to know.
Traditional shingles last around 10 years, but a Gator Metal roof, it's built to last a lifetime. Our roofs are energy efficient, reflect heat, and can lower your cooling bills by up to 40%. Plus, they're backed by a lifetime warranty and engineered to handle extreme weather.
Call Gator Metal Roofing today for your free estimate. It's the last roof you'll ever need.
The attorneys at our firm focus solely on personal injury law. Sometimes clients are surprised when they come to meet with us for the first time and they're actually sitting down with an attorney. But we think that's the way it should be.
And that's what our firm is probably best known for, is the personal contact and representation.
If you want a law firm that's going to have attorneys focusing on you, that's our law firm.
Be heard, see results with DeBrun and Armstrong Law.
Make the most of your season during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Gift yourself some savings and visit your local Kia dealer today. Get 0.9% APR for up to 60 months, plus 1,000 retail bonus cash on specially tagged 2025 Telluride, Sorento, and Sportage vehicles.
New funding is heading to Western North Carolina, aimed at strengthening water systems damaged by Hurricane Helene. So today, Governor Stein and the Secretary of the Department of Environmental Quality in Old Fort today highlighting those projects. They're receiving State Water Infrastructure Authority funding.
WCNC Charlotte's Anna King was there and has the story.
Yeah, the governor and state leaders say this funding is about more than just repairing damage. It's about making sure communities like Old Fort are better prepared for the next storm. A little more than over a year and repair is still underway in Western North Carolina following Hurricane Helene.
We have to be better prepared to withstand these storms when they hit our state.
State leaders met in Old Fort to spotlight new water and sewer projects receiving $270 million in funding from the State Water Infrastructure Authority.
I am pleased to report that 99% of water systems in Western North Carolina are back online. Let's be clear, a number of these are back online due to ingenuity, duct tape, and baling wire. There's a lot of work to be done to make them resilient.
The governor announced the grants will be sent to 26 Western North Carolina counties impacted by Hurricane Helene. The money will go toward upgrading aging systems and making them more resilient against future extreme weather. Rural communities like Old Fort were some of the hardest hit and say system failures quickly turn into health and safety concerns. And the fix is going to take some time.
The projects that this grant money is going to support will take years to complete.
Old Fort Mayor Pam Snipes says the investments are a key part of the long-term recovery plan.
The last 15 months, we have slowly been rebuilding. We've come a long way. If you've been here before and you're back today, you can see a lot of difference. We've got a long way still to go, though, however, and we need a lot of help in getting there.
Funding will begin rolling out to local governments in the coming months, with construction timelines varying by project. In Old Fort, Anna King, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, back to our forecast. We've got rain right now out there, 52 degrees. So just, watch out if you're headed out.
Yeah, a lot of people are, it's Friday night and people want to go out. So,
yeah, getting close to there. We got that rain out there. It's kind of a foggy, drizzly evening here as we see temperatures holding steady right now for most of us. To the north, much colder up here. We've got 40s, 50s here, 60s south, but widespread rain. Now, even where there's not rain on the radar, there's drizzle and mist, and that's been a pretty persistent theme for most of the day. You see the waves of rain. Again, if you're going out tonight, just get the rain gear. You're going to absolutely need it through tomorrow morning. But here's the good news. Friday afternoon, as we get into the Friday time frame, it's going to clear out. Look at all this dry air moving in. The problem is there's a lot of wind with this as well, and that's going to be a big story tomorrow. So tonight, it's the rain. That's your impact overnight. Into the morning hours, it starts to taper off, and then the impact tomorrow becomes the wind. Though it will be sunny for your Friday. Mostly sunny skies. Temperatures upper 50s to near 60 degrees. But boy, that wind will be howling out of the west-southwest overnight, eventually shifting to the northwest tomorrow. That's the front right there, that little skinny line around 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't be surprised if you hear a roar or sound in the middle of the night. Could be one or two things. Thunder, there might be a couple claps of thunder, not expecting a lot, but also the wind picking up, so kind of rocking those trees and maybe pushing on the siding or the windows out there. You'll definitely hear that. Now, the drought monitor, we talked about this yesterday, comes out every Thursday. Today's rain did not count in this, by the way, but this is what we were getting into right now. Look at all that moderate drought. Most of our area is under moderate drought, and if you're not in that, you're in abnormally dry conditions. So we need the rain. I know it doesn't always feel like it in the winter because you can't tell because nothing's growing. You're not mowing your lawn or trying to grow crops or plants right now, so it's hard to tell, but we do need the rain. We don't need the wind. There's the high wind warning for the mountains. Over 50-mile-per-hour winds possible, maybe even some 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Look at the wind overnight. That's the southwest wind. Then here comes the front. And look at the mountains in the wind. This is why we have a high wind warning. Could see gusts to 60. I think Grandfather Mountain might check in with 80 or 90-mile-per-hour winds. Next week, we talked about this the last couple of days, this big heat dome in the middle of the country. This will be nosing east. We won't be under the heart of it, but it'll certainly be warm here. In fact, this weekend, we start to warm up with temperatures upper 50s and mid 60s, but this is nothing compared to what's heading our way next week. Your Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Look at this warmth. Starting Tuesday into Wednesday, temperatures jumping into the upper 60s. Could be pushing 70 degrees for Christmas Eve, Christmas Day as we go 10 days into the future. That is a warm stretch of weather Wednesday through Saturday with high temperatures near 70, morning lows closer to the upper 40s to low 50s, way above our averages of the low 50s and the low 30s.
All right. Thanks for that extended look, too, Brad. Thank you. Well,
Today's not Friday night, by the way.
Friday night.
Just want to be clear.
It's okay.
Thank you.
It's Friday Junior.
Friday
so pretty
being,
much,
yep.
pretty close. The path to a playoff is still very much on the table for the Panthers, but it starts Sunday against the Bucs.
All right, so we're looking forward to that. WCNC Sports Director Nick Carboni breaking down the ways for Carolina to clinch the division.
Here we are again, Carolina and Tampa tied for first place atop the division. And can we just take a minute to reflect on how weird the NFC South has been? The team with the worst overall record has the best division record. The Saints, they've looked like the team that wants to win the NFC South the last couple of weeks. But alas, they are eliminated. So it is down to Carolina and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, the easiest path and math to the playoffs for each of these teams is to sweep the other. A sweep for either team gives them the division title. Tampa's won 4 straight, and it gives them a home playoff game as well. So winning week 16 and 18 for either team puts them into the playoffs as division winners. Now, what if the teams split those two matchups, week 16 and 18? That makes week 17 the pivotal week in all this. So if Carolina wins this Sunday and then they turn around and beat the Seattle Seahawks at home, you got to root hard for the Miami Dolphins, because if they beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in week 17, and the Dolphins, by the way, this week benched Tua Tagovailoa. They're having a rookie quarterback start presumably that game, so it'll be tough. If this scenario happens, Carolina would have 9 wins at least. Tampa Bay could have no more than 8. You go by overall record, Carolina would be division champs. Conversely, if Tampa wins this weekend and then wins at Miami the following week, it really kind of X's out that game because of a tiebreaker that Carolina handed back to Tampa with Sunday's loss to the Saints. So again, if Carolina loses this Sunday, they're going to have to beat Seattle, root hard for Miami, and then beat the Bucs at their place week 18 in the finale. Hey, you've spent your month rooting for the Saints and the Falcons for all this to set up, so I guess rooting for the Finns isn't so bad. And there actually is a scenario in which both teams finish the season 8 and 9. In that case, the tiebreaker would come down to the Falcons going 3-0 and that putting the Panthers in the playoffs. I don't have a slide for that this week. It's too complicated. The easiest thing for Carolina to do, win the rest of your games, 10 games, and you're in. How about that?
Just need to win them all.
Just win.
It'll be easy that way.
Let's do it.
Coming up at 5:30, students are spreading holiday cheer by sending cards to local seniors they've never met. We'll meet the man behind the project and hear his personal connection to it.
Injured in a car accident, need a hero and a sidekick? Call Campbell & Associates today.
The WCNC Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust. Track how the weather will impact your day. Breaking news, live from the scene. All the local news you need. WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
It's the season everyone's been wishing for. The best time of the year to buy a brand new 2026 GMC and save $14,000. Sierra Crew Cab 4x4 starting at $36,280. Where? I-77 exit 23. We are professional grade.
Form or function?
Should we push the timeline? Will it hold?
Should we outsource? What do you think?
Do you engineer it to work? Or design it to move? Give them what they want.
It needs to be taller, faster.
Even cheaper.
Or take things to new places. You've got to build the right team. No, that's the one. Revise it, redo it, develop it. Keep pushing until it's right.
Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in. The new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business.
In sports, we often wish we could have a do-over. You know, a second chance.
You got that right.
1986, Game 6.
Really?
Still wish you had a second chance at that tough loss back in '75?
Look now, John Howe.
Wish you had another chance at winning it all, Barry.
Come on, we're still talking about this?
You can't get a second chance with any of that, but with BetMGM, you can. Lock in the second chance offer for football all season long. BetMGM Sportsbook. Make it legendary.
If you're not regularly treating your septic tank, you're risking a backup and significant repairs. Use Rid-X once a month. Simply add and flush to reduce monthly waste buildup by up to 20% and help prevent backups. Try Rid-X.
Design you feel in every detail. Technology as innovative as it is effortless. These are luxuries you don't have to wait for. This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Celebrate the holidays. Get 0.9% APR. Plus, get $1,750 bonus cash on select Buick Enclave models. Buick, a proud sponsor of the Carolina Panthers.
A Cessna C550 crashed while landing at the Statesville Airport.
This gun violence is leaving deep scars in families across communities.
Stream extended coverage on WCNC Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
Was your Christmas tree piling up?
It piles up,
there.
I clear it, then
All
it piles up again.
All right, well, we're getting there. Hundreds of students are sending cards to seniors that they've never met.
All right, like this, Nicole Nielsen introduces us to the man behind this project and the personal story behind it.
Dear friend, wishing you a warm and joyful Christmas season.
In stacks of colorful drawings and handwritten notes, Christmas cheer is piling up.
Wishing you peace, warmth, and comfort this holiday season.
For Trey Jacobs, it all started with an idea. Printing hundreds of coloring sheets, each with room for a message, then dropping them off at more than a dozen schools across Dallas.
That was from Matthew, age 11.
More than 800 cards colored and written by elementary, middle, and high school students, all meant to make hearts meet across generations.
We're writing Christmas messages to our grandmas and grandpas that we don't know.
Each will make their way to senior living centers across North Texas. For Trey, the project is personal.
When I was in middle school, I lived with my grandma and my great-grandma. We spent a lot of time at the senior center. At the senior center, I met my best friend. His name was Bill Brown. And Bill Brown was 82 years old.
10 and 82, an unlikely friendship that changed Bill's life.
I know that that companionship extended his life, like 100%.
And ultimately changed Trey's too. Today he owns Comfort Care, a senior care company built around connection, dignity, and compassion.
Kind of like a calling almost.
Which is why this holiday season he's bringing those same connections full circle.
So this one is from Lucia. She's 7 in 2nd grade. So this is from Lucas. He's in kindergarten.
Hand delivering the notes to seniors across North Texas. Staff says the gesture is small, but the impact is huge.
And just knowing that you matter and someone's thinking of you. Not everybody has somebody.
Dear friend, I hope you have the best Christmas ever and have a jolly festive time.
For residents like former teacher Mimi Bunton, they bring smiles and tears.
It's a mixed blessing because it's interesting how joy sometimes can make you a little sad because you long for those days when that joy was just a part of your life.
In January, Trey will deliver notes from the seniors back to the kids, creating a conversation between generations.
So it's wisdom across generations.
That's what it's all about.
And in the end, his hope is simple.
You know, if they can reach out and find their own Bill Brown, I would be very, very happy.
Going back to that breaking news tonight out of Iredell County, the community is grieving after NASCAR legend Greg Biffle, his wife, and 2 of their children were killed in a plane crash in Statesville. I'm Colin Mayfield. 2 other people on the plane also died. That total number to 7 tonight. We're still awaiting those names, though. But investigators say this plane went down just after 10 this morning at the Statesville Regional Airport. The racing world and local community are in mourning tonight, and they call this a massive loss. Pretty much everyone you talk to emotional about who this man was and what he signified. Biffle was widely known not only for his career on the track, but for his hands-on work in the community as a philanthropist, including the personal stories of him helping families after Hurricane Helene, which devastated western North Carolina. And in the last hour or so, to bring you up to speed, we got a statement from the families of those people who were on board the plane. It says in part, "We are devastated by the loss of our loved ones. This tragedy has left all of our families heartbroken beyond words." Greg and Christina were devoted parents and active philanthropists whose lives were centered around their young son, Ryder, and Greg's daughter, Emma. Emma was a wonderful human being with a kind soul who was loved by many people. Ryder was an active, curious, and infinitely joyful child. It also noted that the other people on board, saying, quote, "Dennis Dutton and his son Jack were deeply loved as well, and their loss is felt by all who knew them." Craig Wadsworth was beloved by many in the NASCAR community and will be missed by those who knew him. Each of them meant everything to us, and their absence leaves an immeasurable void in our lives. Charlotte Motor Speedway posting this as well. They say Greg was the consummate competitor on the track and a true humanitarian. We're praying for his extended family and everyone impacted by this tragic loss. Even North Carolina Governor Josh Stein sharing his thoughts today on the crash. Let's take a listen.
I don't know that we know the number of casualties. Obviously, a number of people were impacted. Our hearts go out for those families. Nothing more tragic way to walk into the holiday season. I will say that the SBI, State Bureau of Investigation, the Highway Patrol, they're on the site. They're working with the FAA. They're working with the local sheriff. So this is, again, a whole of government approach, local, state, and federal. And they're going to do everything they can to figure out what happened.
We, of course, have been tracking this crash and the impact all day from almost every single angle. Our team coverage continues tonight with both WCNC Charlotte's Bria Smith and Jesse Pierre. We're going to start with Bria, though, who's been at the airport all day hearing from officials. Jesse, you've been speaking with witnesses who watched this crash unfold. Bria, let's go to you, though. What have you learned? You've been there pretty much all day, and now it's dark. Bring us what you can.
That's right, Colin, where the FAA and the NTSB are leading the investigation of this devastating incident. Now, here's what we do know. The crash happened at approximately 10:15 this morning. 7 people were on the plane. All of them were killed. We do know Greg Biffle, his wife, and 2 children were among them. We're told the family was flying down to Florida at the time of the crash. Former NASCAR driver Kenny Wallace posted that Craig Wadsworth, a longtime figure in the NASCAR community, was on the plane as well. One man who has lived yards away from the airport for the past 25 years says he saw this all unfold.
We didn't hear a thing this morning, and all we saw was smoke from the south side airport, and that was it. Then we started seeing all the vehicles come up here, and none was going. We thought it was a house.
Now, the airport is currently closed until further notice for debris cleanup. The NTSB still investigating this for us tonight and will hold a press conference tomorrow. We're still waiting on that time. For now, live in Statesville, Bria Smith, WCNC Charlotte.
Bria, thank you. We do want to give people a better understanding of where this happened, which is near Old Airport Road. In addition to the airport being in the area, there are some homes as well, as you can see from this diagram. WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre spoke to neighbors who live nearby. Jesse, I'm sure some of them captured this on Ring camera, which we are trying to get tonight. But what are these individuals telling you about this crash?
You know, people I spoke to say this was just devastating to see. You know, many of them, I'm near the golf course. Some of them were actually out here on the golf course when they saw the plane flying abnormally low before it hit the runway, and they saw smoke and flames, and it just, again, was devastating. Now, let's jump into that Ring camera video that we were able to get. This is from a home right nearby facing the airport. So this is in the area of East Aviation Drive and Old Airport Road, and you can see as the plane makes the impact, hits the runway, the aircraft struck the ground and erupted into flames, sending thick black smoke into the air. Now check out this other video. Here's another look, this one taken by cell phone from someone who was on the golf course. And he said he saw the plane coming down, and he said he saw it hit several trees before slamming into the runway. He said it looked like a bomb, and he saw flames right away and described it all as a fireball. And learning that multiple people lost their lives is heartbreaking. He says NASCAR legend Greg Biffle and his wife are well known in this area. You know, Biffle known for his work on the track, but also his charity charitable work, and it is right from this airport that he flew to get relief to areas devastated by Hurricane Helene. Listen in.
We ran over there and we seen all the debris. We started getting stuff out for people to get through over there to them, and it was just siren galore after that. Yeah, everybody around here should be. He owns some land close to my house, and it's just sad. I know his daughter was young, his son's really young, and his wife, they just got married in 23. So it's a sad situation, especially around the holiday times.
And like you heard, a very sad situation for folks here in the community and who knows the family. Again, now the roads near and around the airport are closed, and we have some barriers up here, and the investigation is ongoing. Live in Statesville, Jesse Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
Yeah, an unimaginable loss ahead of Christmas holidays here. Our investigative reporter and our team has been confirming to us that at least 2 certified pilots were on board here, Nate. The plane, of course, when it went down, these people were on there, including Greg Biffle himself, who is an airline pilot. So, Nate, you've been looking at and discovering that federal records show that Biffle received his private pilot's license just in March of this year, but could not fly this type of plane with both engines by himself.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's important to know, we still don't know who the pilot was at the time of this crash, but we do know Biffle was FAA certified to fly a multi-engine plane, but in order to do so needed another pilot on board qualified to fly this specific model. FAA records show Dennis Dutton, who is named by the families as among those who died, is an airline transport pilot and is rated to fly this kind of aircraft too, but was required to have a second in command on board. Former NTSB senior air safety investigator Greg Biffle told me, based on the flight path he's seen, he's left wondering why it took the plane so long to turn around after takeoff and to try and land.
In the flight path, it looks like they're trying to fly a normalized pattern to get back to the runway that they took off on, rather than just immediately make a better than a 180-degree turn. It's more like around a 200-degree turn, and land opposite direction. Land slightly downwind if you need to, but get the airplane on the ground under control, and that's the key. The question for the investigators will be, did the pilots lose control of the aircraft?
While the plane itself was 44 years old, made in 1981, Biffle told me the age is not alarming. What will be key, though, is what investigators find in its recent maintenance history. FAA records show Biffle's company, GB Aviation Leasing, owned that plane.
All right, more information to come. The FAA is supposed to speak tomorrow. We'll see what they say. Nate, thank you. Meanwhile, today on WCNC Plus, we spoke with aviation attorney Pablo Rojas about what may have happened. This remains an active investigation, but he's offering his perspective based on similar crashes that he has studied.
At first glance, it doesn't look like a landing gear issue because, as Brad was just explaining, they didn't even make it to the runway. I mean, this was a loss of power. So sometimes the information from prior crashes is helpful. Other times you have to wonder whether there's something else going on here that doesn't have to do necessarily with these planes. The other thing I would mention is, engines on aircraft are to some extent interchangeable. So we're looking at obviously a Cessna Citation jet, but if there was a loss of power issue with one or both of the engines, then one thing to look at is what was the make and model of the engine, which comes from a variety of manufacturers.
We will continue to develop this story, of course, and track it for you, and make sure you have WCNC Plus downloaded on your streaming device. That's where we will break any updates tonight and live covers 24/7. Now to the forecast. Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich is here. And Brad, the rain still's over us pretty much the entire metro right now.
Yeah, it's coming down out there, and it's probably pretty much drizzly, misty if it's not raining in your location, because that's what's over us now. We've got this southerly influx of moisture, and it's coming down pretty good. So it's been a rough evening commute with the low visibility out there. There's a couple more waves of showers, but the main batch is back here, and this is actually producing some severe weather. New tornado watch up for this band as it moves into parts of Alabama. Now, we're not expecting severe weather here, but don't be surprised tonight as these weekend if you hear a rumble of thunder as they move in. Look at these temperatures. It's actually warming up to our south. Southerly winds moving in, that cold air trapped against the mountains, keeping temperatures in the 40s. So as we go through the next couple of hours, you'll see the rain chances stay pretty high. But look at the temperature going up overnight. You don't normally see that. That is because warmer air is going to be moving in ahead of that front. Coming up, we'll break down the timing of that front and show you when the wind is really going to pick up. That'll be the second part of our story going into your Friday.
All right, Brad, thank you. And make sure to join Brad over on WCNC Plus after this newscast. Of course, with all of our weather headlines the rest of this work week and into the weekend, too. Download WCNC Plus for free on your favorite streaming device. Still to come, a NASCAR legend whose greatest impact came off the track. In just 3 minutes, we continue to remember Greg Biffle.
I'm Majestic Storm, traffic anchor and meteorologist at WCNC Charlotte and lover of the outdoors. I'm happiest exploring the mountains with my Great Dane Annie, and I take pride in getting you where you need to go quickly and safely. Whether it's helping you navigate I-77 or avoid slowdowns on I-85, we've got you covered, because when your morning's on the move, so are we. Make the move to WCNC Charlotte Morning News. Weekdays, live from 4:30 to 9, anywhere you watch.
Are you ready to play?
Yes, finally.
Are you ready for it? Step up to the podium and grab your buzzer.
Ain't no party like a Jeopardy party.
Weeknights at 7 on WCNC Charlotte.
What's under your home can get into your home. A sealed crawl space keeps out moisture, mold, and pests. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for your free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
Officer, could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
Let's say I obtain a car for less than you think it cost.
I don't follow.
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
Guess how much I paid for it?
Enjoy the new car.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on a Santa Fe, or get up to $42.50 bonus cash. See your hometown Hyundai dealer.
I have something for you.
I have something for you too.
During the GMC holiday event, get a total value of over $6,400 on this Sierra 1500 model. Plus, get $3,500 trade allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. We are professional grade.
Snakes, rodents, and mold all live and grow beneath your home and eventually will find their way inside. Canty Foundation Specialist is your local trusted expert in crawl space sealing. Call us today for a free estimate.
Canty can fix it.
When news breaks, it happens here. But the story happens here. Being here is what matters.
Tonight and always, we're here for you.
NBC Nightly News with Tom Llamas.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Well, going back to Statesville tonight on this plane crash that killed NASCAR legend Greg Biffle and his family. A friend of Biffle says the star driver, his wife, daughter, and son, and his assistant all died in the plane crash. The FAA says 2 other people aboard the plane also died. It happened just after 10 this morning at the Statesville Regional Airport. You can see from this flight path here, the pilot took off, then attempted to try and return to the airport after we are not sure exactly what happened potentially on that aircraft. Of course, that's the big question here. The plane then crashed during a landing attempt before the runway itself. But Biffle was a NASCAR star, a devoted father, and a hero far from just the racetrack. Tonight, people remember Greg Biffle, and of course we do as well. A man whose impact stretched far beyond racing to rescues, and whose legacy lives on through the lives that he personally saved. Here's Megan Maleris.
A NASCAR driver beloved by fans. A devoted father who fiercely loved his family. A pilot who moved mountains, putting others in the driver's seat. Greg Biffle, a star who wore humility on his sleeve. Biffle sat down with me in August, reflecting on the 1-year anniversary of Hurricane Helene. He was one of the first helicopter civilian pilots in the sky, racing to the rescue in western North Carolina.
Then my wife came up and said, "Are you going to go?" is all she said. And I just felt like if I don't go, who's going to?
For 2 weeks straight, he and a team of civilian pilots he assembled pulled people from homes and dropped critical supplies.
On the track, a delay in the pit can cost you the race, right? But in the air, a delay getting up can cost a life. That's a lot of pressure.
The hardest thing was when I went home at night and landed in the dark because we just couldn't fly anymore, was my mind wouldn't shut off. I'm sitting there at my counter looking through my phone, just overwhelmed. Like, what am I gonna do next?
He was always one lap ahead, bringing holiday joy to families hurting and at the ready for the next call of duty. In October, we talked again as he offered help to hurricane-ravaged Jamaica.
I feel even more helpless now being so far away from the disaster, to just not knowing what they need.
But Biffle did know heart matters more than medals. A hero isn't who you are, but what you do when no one else is watching. Megan Malaris, WCNC Charlotte.
Reaction continues to pour in tonight from all over, especially as people struggle to make sense of this tragedy. Reaction, of course, will continue to do so as well. In a statement on X, NASCAR team owner Justin Marks said, "Today is a tough one. We've lost a family that made contributions far beyond the racetrack." Meanwhile, North Carolina Congressman Tim Moore says Greg was a hero on and off the track, stepping up when Western North Carolina needed help after Hurricane Helene. North Carolina Senator Ted Budd releasing this statement saying that Greg was an NC hero, loved by many who flew hundreds of rescue and supply operations throughout Western North Carolina after Hurricane Helene. So please keep his loved ones in your prayers. North Carolina Congressman Richard Hudson shared his condolences to Biffle's family tonight. He shared a statement saying that Biffle was a great champion and a legendary, extraordinary person off the track, that is, recognizing his efforts to help victims of Hurricane Helene. More statements will come in across the racing world and, of course, far beyond that as we continue to develop this story. Be sure to follow us and turn us on over on WCNC Plus tonight. We'll have streaming updates for you throughout the night. Let's get another check of our forecast. Brad will be on the weather impact stream at 6:30. And Brad, of course, right now we are in a deluge, huh?
Yeah, we've got rain pretty much everywhere in the area, even where the green isn't on the radar. There's drizzle or mist. The radar sometimes doesn't really do well with drizzle, especially when you're far away from the radar, because the radar beam goes higher in the sky and this drizzle is forming pretty low. Also, very small droplets don't show up very well. But you see, there's a lot of moisture still to go. We've got a cold front back to the west. This is a strong cold front. I'll be honest with you, it's producing some pretty strong storms right now. You see this little broken line, those are supercells, and for that reason you see a new tornado watch issued for parts of the Mid-South. This includes Alabama, parts of Mississippi. There is a low risk tonight, and that's actually been elevated a little bit. The good news, these storms are going to weaken as they head our way, but don't be surprised overnight with the front if you hear a rumble of thunder between 2 and 4 in the morning. Temperatures tomorrow noticeably cooler, less humid in some spots, but the wind will be the story tomorrow with sunshine. I guess that's the good thing about our Friday. There's the rain moving out tonight, but this is the front. Now ahead of the front, we could see strong southerly winds. That's why temperatures actually go up overnight. There's the front. Now the storms will be weakening, but you see a couple in there. There might be a rumble of thunder and certainly a ton of wind with the front itself. The wind will shift to the northwest and be blustery tomorrow. That's why we have high wind watches, warnings, and advisories. Now, we need the rain. Every Thursday we get the drought monitor. We don't recognize the drought as much in the winter because nothing's growing, but trust me, we need the rain. We're in moderate drought conditions, so every drop we got today certainly will help. There's your wind advisories and your high wind warning for Watauga and Nash County, but even the higher elevations down to Yancey County, Mitchell County, even into Avery County, we will see gusts over 60 miles per hour. That could bring down some tree branches, some power lines, certainly a possibility. See that right there on the ridge tops. And again, tomorrow the wind stays up through the morning, starts to taper off in the afternoon. Then we'll flip the switch to the weekend. We're getting ready for Christmas week here. A look at the heat dome that builds over the middle of the country. That is going to produce some warm temperatures. In fact, temperatures way above average for this time of the year, and that really does start this weekend. Temperatures again, upper 50s Saturday, mid 60s on Sunday. We certainly will see a warm stretch of weather when you look at our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Panthers game looks looks great right now on Sunday. Mid-60s. The coolest day will be Monday, 30 and 50, but then it's all uphill. Look at this. Tuesday, maybe you're traveling for the holiday, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. Even the day after Christmas and Saturday, we could see temperatures flirting with 70 degrees, not record territory, but some of the warmest air we've seen so far this season, and certainly the warmest since before Thanksgiving when we had that warm start to November.
Yeah, hard to comprehend. All right, Brad, thank you. Well, the continued outpouring of tributes from the NASCAR community following the death of legendary driver Greg Biffle. We'll have more next.
Visit Jerry Hunt Supercenter today, the king of pre-owned vehicles in Salisbury and Lexington.
Autos and accidents, motorcycles and mishaps, trucks and trauma. If you've been the victim of a serious injury, trust CR Legal Team to stand up for you. CR Legal Team. Call 888-THE-TEAM.
Current owners and lessees of an eligible competitive luxury brand vehicle get this exceptional lease offer on this 2026 Cadillac Lyriq. Visit your local Cadillac dealer today.
Hand & Stone has a holiday secret that turns one gift into two. Right now, buy a massage or facial gift card for $150 or more, and we'll give you a second $50 gift card free. Check 2 people off your list with just one purchase. This time of year, a little relaxation goes a long way. Visit your local Hand & Stone spa or handandstone.com today.
Plus dog.
Hi, what's for dinner?
So many suitcases.
During the holidays, you can count on one thing. Surprises.
We're gonna need more crackers.
But no matter what the holidays bring, Food Lion's always there to make every moment feel special.
Be the season's MVP at Food Lion.
Before you go, have a great day.
Have a great day, Dad.
Have a great day. We counting on you. South Carolina's behind you.
Lakeland's got you! Lakeland's with you!
It's gonna be a great day.
Sprains and strains, crashes and collisions, workplace and injuries. If you've been hurt on the job and need a helping hand, trust CR Legal Team to stand up for you. CR Legal Team. Call 888-THE-TEAM.
The sports world is facing a tragic loss. Those in the NASCAR community mourning the loss of Greg Biffle. He and his family killed earlier this morning in a plane crash in Statesville. His racing career spanning 3 decades. In his time in the sport, named both a Truck Series and Xfinity Series champion, and both Rookie of the Years in both of those as well. But in the Cup Series, 19 wins, a career highlighted by his 2005 season, winning 6 races that year, finishing as the Cup Series runner-up. And the news, of course, touching everyone involved in the sport, in an outpouring of tributes across social media from those who raced against him or admired him. Jeff Gordon saying he had such tremendous respect for Greg as a driver and noted his efforts during Hurricane Helene. Richard Petty and Kyle Busch sharing photos with him, with themselves and Greg, and of course dozens of others posting from NASCAR drivers as they're mourning the loss of one of their own. Jack Roush taking the chance on took a chance on Biff early in his career, paying off with immediate and lasting success, saying in a statement from RFK Racing, "I have lost a dear friend and partner in our NASCAR program. His contributions to our race team over the years are immeasurable." And NASCAR also sharing a statement on Biffle's death, saying he was more than a champion driver. He was a beloved member of the NASCAR community, a fierce competitor, and a friend to so many. We're going to be continuing our coverage surrounding this tragedy tonight on WCNC Charlotte. Now, the Panthers, they are getting ready for a crucial game on Sunday against the Bucks, but one they might be without Charlotte native Ike Ekwonu. On Wednesday, Ike shared that he injured his knee in the first half against the Saints, but he did continue to play. He wouldn't elaborate on which knee or what the results of his MRI were, saying it's been a battle between choosing the long-term physical effects, also being there for his team.
I kind of knew something was up, I guess more like when it happened, but I mean, I guess their adrenaline definitely helped me kind of fight through those things. I got a job to do, and obviously the decision to stay in the game was my decision overall, so I feel like I could go at that time, so I just pushed through it. I feel like the team knows, and the guys in the locker room know that if I can be out there, I will. Obviously the timing is always tough. I want to be out there for my teammates and for the coaches and everything. I just want to be out there for representing the Panthers to the highest of my abilities.
And more from today's injury report. Good to see Tetairoa McMillan, J.C. Horn back as full participants, which was an upgrade from Wednesday's practice. Damian Lewis also returned in a limited manner as he's dealing with illness. Alongside Ike, though, Turk Wharton does remain out. He missed the last Panthers game on Sunday as well. Today was the MLS Super Draft, where the #1 overall pick in the draft was defender Nikola Markovic from NC State. He's going to DC United, but Charlotte FC also making 3 selections of their own, 1 in each of the rounds. First off, taking Stanford midfielder and defender Will Cleary, as well as Luke Adams, a defender out of the University of Tulsa in the 2nd round. And rounding out their class, they have goalkeeper Jaheim Wickham out of UCF. And of course, the Hornets are back tonight as well, too. They have the Atlanta Hawks. But again, all of our eyes are focusing right now on this tragedy and this news. And we're going to have more coverage as our night continues.
We do. We have more on WCNC Plus from 7 to 9. I mean, he not only has a lasting impact as a humanitarian, but on the motorsport world. Man, so many things changed, and he had an impact on NASCAR that is so far-reaching, and of course being in the top 75 greatest drivers as well, right?
Yeah, and just evidenced by him being on that modern ballot. That's obviously not easy to do. This was the 2nd time being on that ballot, and of course the Hall, I'm sure, has a lot of plans that they're going to be starting to think about to honor him and his legacy. We're going to hear more from Winston Kelly, the VP of the Hall of Fame, coming up a little bit later tonight too.
Looking forward to that.
So yeah, it's an immeasurable loss for the entire sports world.
Yes, I know you have that interview. We will have that for you on WCNC Plus, as well as a number of experts that we have been joining with over on WCNC Plus, our streaming platform. We'll see you tonight from 7 to 9. Don't forget our Weather Impact stream starting at 6:30.
Injured in a car accident and need a hero and a sidekick? Call Campbell and Associates today.
It's just not Christmas without a pine tree or diamonds. A little to the left. My jeweler had exactly what I needed to make sure I knew how much I appreciated me this holiday. Oh, look. I got me just what I wanted.
It is pretty.
Yay! Thanks, babes.
Visit Brownlee Jewelers with 7 locations in Charlotte, Huntersville, Rock Hill, and Concord.
No payment this year. Brand new F-150, 250, 350, 450, and 550 starting at $39.9. Buy today, work tomorrow. And if you're a small business owner, you can get up to 100% tax deduction on a brand new Ford. Randy Marion Ford in Statesville.
Stop trouble before it starts with CPI Security and our new outdoor camera with perimeter alert. This holiday season, treasure it, protect it, secure it with CPI.
Michelle from Greenville asks how we came up with our name.
I guess it just kind of came to me. When you have heating or air conditioning problems,
all you gotta do is call Dad.com.